Hello, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome. I'm your MC for this event. So, our theme for today is Barefoot Ecologists of India and Women Led Climate Leadership. Well, ladies and gentlemen, India, under the visionary leadership, is taking significant strides to tackle the problem of climate change and is well on its way of setting an example in the world about climate leadership. Under our designated theme of environment and climate leadership and what can be done to arrest this speeding and unnerving reality. We have three very special inspirational figures who have demonstrated extraordinary grit and single handedly jolted our consciousness to save the planet. We have with us Jamuna Turu, Padma Shri awardee, environment activist. She is Jharkhand's Lady Tarzan. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Padma Shri Jamuna Turu and her army of 10,000 women have been protecting the jungles of Jharkhand from illegal loggers and has proved to be a nemesis for timber mafia. We have with us Padma Shri Tulsi Gauraji, ladies and gentlemen, whose encyclopedia knowledge of trees and forests is an established legend and is known as Vriksha Devta in her village, who is joining us from a very remote frontier. Yes, Tulsi ji, who is now in her 80s, started to amass knowledge about plants when she was just 12, working in the nursery, and now she's acclaimed Padma Shri. And we have one more distinguished personality amongst us, yes, A.N. Yellappa Reddy, a former IFS officer and administrator of forests who discovered Tulsi Gauraji, recognized her potential and got her into ArcLights. Mr. A.N. Yellappa Reddy is an ardent environmentalist who has worked extensively for environment restoration and protection of lakes and rivers and presented over 150 technical papers on tropical forests and authored a number of books and is honored with Indira Priyadarshini for achievements in field of forestry. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear them in conversation with Iru Mirza, an impact strategist and an advisor on social innovation. Over to you, Iru ma'am.
Thank you so much. It is an absolute privilege and an honor to be among such distinguished luminaries here for trailblazing the cause of environment and climate action and most significantly indigenous freedom. हमारे इतने सारे युवा नेशनल यूथ फेस्टिवल के इस एडिशन में हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं एंड ये बहुत जरूरी है कि हम कुछ होम ग्रोन इंटेलेक्चुअल्स होम ग्रोन एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट को इंट्रोड्यूस कराएं जो मेरे हिसाब से असली हीरोज हैं असली इंस्पिरेशनल आइकॉन्स हैं यूथ के लिए so I'm going to start this conversation with straight away getting across to Jamuna ji. जमुना जी से मैं सीधा ये पूछना चाहूंगी कि ये मुहिम आपकी कैसे और कहाँ शुरू?
नमस्ते, जोहार। मैं झारखंड से हूँ और मेरा नाम जमुना टुडू। और ये जो आपने पूछे मेरा मुहिम, मेरा मायके, मेरा पितृ गांव और मेरा पिताजी, मेरा जो टीचर मेरा पिताजी ही थे और उन्हीं का ही देन है और मैंने वहीं से ओडिशा से ही शुरू किए थे। मैं ओडिशा का लड़की हूँ और मैं झारखंड में मेरा शादी हुई है। और जब मैं छोटी थी तो उस टाइम पापा का साथ में मैंने बहुत सारा पौधा लगाए थे और जब मेरा शादी हुई तो मेरा ससुराल गांव में भी वही मैंने काम किए। और जब मैं ससुराल आई, मेरा ससुराल में बहुत बड़ा जंगल था लेकिन उजाड़ा हुआ जंगल। तो जब मैं नई नई ससुराल आई थी तो गांव की जो लेडी लोग हैं तो लोगों का साथ में मैं भी जंगल जाती थी और जंगल से लकड़ी काट के लेके आती थी। मेरा शादी 1998 में हुई थी। तो उस दिन का दिन में, और जब मैं ससुराल आई तो ससुराल के जो लेडी लोग हैं वो लोग का साथ में जंगल जाती थी। और कोई भी अगर लड़की ससुराल जाती है तो पहले तो उस गांव का रीति रिवाज को पहले देखना पड़ता है, तो बस उसी हिसाब से ही चलना पड़ता था। तो बस कुछ दिन मैंने वही लोग का साथ में जंगल जाके और लकड़ी कटती थी और लकड़ी लेके घर लेके आते थे। और हम लोग उस दिन का दिन में गैस नहीं था तो लकड़ी से खाना वाना बनता था। तो मैं भी लकड़ी काट के घर लेके आती थी और वही लकड़ी से खाना वाना बनाते थे। पर जब जाते हैं जंगल और लकड़ी काटती हूँ तो थोड़ा से खराब लगता है, क्योंकि मैं सोचती थी मेरा जो पिताजी का वहां पर हम लोग पेड़ को लगाते थे, पौधा को लगाते थे और हरियाली बनाते थे, और मैं ससुराल में मैं पेड़ काट रही हूँ और उसी को जला रही हूँ। मतलब मन मन में खराब लगता था और दुख भी लगता था, लेकिन नया ससुराल है, कुछ बोल नहीं पाती थी। तो बस उस दिन का बाद में मैंने उन लोगों को बोले और समझाए, भाई देखिए हम लोग पापा का समय बहुत सारे ऐसे पौधा लगाए हैं और हम यहाँ पर काट रहे हैं, लेकिन हम लोग को नहीं काटना चाहिए। और गांव के लेडी लोग बोलती थी देखिए अगर हम लोग लकड़ी नहीं काटेंगे तो हम लोग खाना कैसे बनाएंगे। तो बस मतलब बात में नहीं आती थी मेरा बात में, कॉलम बोलती थी नहीं हम लोग तो काटेंगे ही और लेके भी जाएंगे। तो मैंने बहुत कोशिश करते थे उस टाइम का दिन में, भाई हम लोग नहीं काटेंगे, हम लोग जंगल को रखेंगे और हम लोग अगर पेड़ बड़ा हो जाएगा तो उसी का ही डाली में और पत्ता उता जो गिरता है उसी में हम लोग खाना बनाएंगे। तो गांव के लेडी लोग मतलब मेरा बात में नहीं आना चाहती थी, क्योंकि उस दिन का दिन में पहले बहुत बड़ा बड़ा पेड़ था उस जंगल में और माफिया लोगों ने काट के लेके गया था। और गांव के जो निर्दोष लोग, उसमें मेरा ससुर भी था, वो लोग जल जा चुका था। तो जो गांव के लेडी लोग बोलती थी नहीं, ससुर लोग इस जंगल के लिए मतलब जेल जा चुका था, तो कभी अगर हम लोग जंगल रखेंगे तो कहीं हम लोग को भी जेल जाना ना पड़े। तो इसीलिए गांव के लेडी लोग कुछ आगे आना नहीं चाह रही थी। तो मैंने समझाया नहीं, हम लोग जेल नहीं जाएंगे, हम लोग जंगल को सुरक्षा करेंगे और पेड़ों को बचाएंगे, क्योंकि आज का दिन में पर्यावरण के लिए पूरा विश्व चिंतित है और अगर पेड़ नहीं रहेंगे तो हम लोग भी नहीं रहेंगे। इसलिए हम सभी मिलके पेड़ को सुरक्षा करेंगे। तो ऐसे बहुत मेहनत करने के बाद में, बहुत लोगों को समझाने के बाद में गांव के लेडी लोग मेरा बात में आई और हम लोग जंगल को सुरक्षा करना शुरू किए थे। 1998 से मैंने शुरू किए थे। अपना ही जंगल कम से कम 150 हेक्टेयर से भी ज्यादा है, पूरा उजाड़ा हुआ था। तो वो मतलब 1998 से लेके 2006-07 तक मतलब हम लोग रोज जंगल जाते थे उस जंगल को सुरक्षा करने के लिए। तो जब आसपास के गांव के लोगों को भी पहले तो पता नहीं था जो लोग जंगल को सुरक्षा कर रहे हैं, तो जब वो लोग को भी पता चला और वो लोग काटने के लिए जब आते थे तो वो लोग हम लोग मना करते थे। लेकिन आसपास के गांव के लोगों का कहने का मतलब है जो भाई हम लोग इस जंगल से ही लकड़ी लेके खाना बनाए हैं, तो इसलिए हम लोग लकड़ी मतलब काटेंगे ही और लेके भी जाएंगे। ऐसे मतलब रोज हम लोग महिलाओं के साथ में और जो भी मतलब पुरुष लोगों को भी जंगल में मिलते थे तो सभी को हम लोग मना करते थे। लेकिन कहीं कहीं मना करने के बावजूद भी वो लोग नहीं मानता है, वो लोग सोचता है नहीं हम लोग तो इसी जंगल से खाना बनाए हैं तो हम लोग लेके ही जाएंगे। तो ऐसे हम लोग का रोज लड़ाई झगड़ा और लकड़ी जो लोग ढो के लेके जाता था उन लोग को हम लोग क्या करते थे, कान के उतार देते थे, भाई नहीं हम लोग लेने नहीं देंगे, कांचा लकड़ी लेने नहीं देंगे, आप सूखा वाला लकड़ी लेके जाइए, हम लोग मना नहीं करेंगे, और जो कांचा है जो रहने दीजिए, उसको हम लोग रख रहे हैं।
So that is absolutely a great challenging act. It's almost like विमेन लेड लीडरशिप की जो हम बात करते हैं ना, हमारे देश में एक विमेन लेड ग्रोथ मॉडल, उसकी एकदम परफेक्ट एग्जाम्पल है। जमुना जी आप बोल रही थी, ये मुझे अपने जो ऑडियंस, हमारे जो युवा आए हुए हैं, उनके लिए एक ये बताना था इस पूरे इंसिडेंट के ऊपर। जमुना जी, हम ये कहानी आपके साथ कंटिन्यू करेंगे, बिकॉज बहुत ही जब आपसे मैं बात कर रही थी थोड़े कुछ रोजों से, तो काफी इंटरेस्टिंग चैलेंजेस के बारे में आपने बताया था, जिनसे कि हमारे देश के युवा काफी सीख सकते हैं, right? But for now, I'm also going to take a little bit of this conversation and take it to Mr. Reddy here, who again is an ardent environmentalist and is credited with discovering Tulsi Gaura ji, who I am a huge fan of, right? Mr. Reddy, I want you to come in here, right, and talk about the importance of indigenous wisdom, right, and then connect it to how these women in the small towns and villages are leading the guiding force for the country.
It's quite very interesting question. When I met Tulsi Gaura in a nursery, and she had about more than 50 women folks, and she developed some sort of she's a born prodigy to understand the pulses of the forest. She could see and she could feel what seed will germinate and what type of seeds to be collected. In a tropical species, more than 60% of the species germinate while on mother tree itself. And they have to collect the seeds, germinated seeds very carefully. And then they have to put it into the polythene bags and without damaging the cotyledon. So all this skill she has developed while walking with her father. And she had a force of 50 women, and she determined to protect the forest. She's not a government servant. She's not trained in Indian Forest College, but she can speak and understand every tree and every seed.
We took this leap of saying that we will build OYO as a business where almost all of our teams are based in India. More than 70% of our OYOpreneurs are in India and growing as we speak. But they're all not just building great products for consumers and hotel owners in India, but they're building softwares that owners and customers can use around the world. Today at OYO, we are collectively building and innovating with the potential of Make in India for the world. If you drive around London, if you drive around Jakarta, or if you drive around Kuala Lumpur, it's hard to miss OYOs around yourself. We started with a single customer or a single business owner who was our customer in 2013. And today we operate in over 35 countries where our consumers and owners use our services, even though more than 70% of our OYOpreneurs are in India, and will continue growing more and more people in this part of the world itself by being in India, sitting in Bangalore, Hyderabad, Gurgaon, Delhi, Lucknow, and building great softwares for people around the world is our big aspiration in times to come. The next lines, I think these lines are for all of you as you grow up in terms of supporting other domestic startups and companies that have grown in India. I personally believe that companies, businesses, people, enablers of the ecosystem, supporting domestic startups, especially angels, institutions, large corporations in India for India is very important. As you know, India has today become the world's third largest startup ecosystem. Startups have received over $100 billion in funding from 2014 to 2021 and continues to rise with over 70 unicorns in the country today. And like Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji mentioned, I think this year we should all aspire to get even higher number of startups in our country who become unicorns. To support and enable these startups in their communities, There are already 150 plus corporates and venture capitalists which are already investing, acquiring, and partnering with these startups. All of you may have seen recently how some of the leading corporations in our country, like Tata's, Reliance, etc., are helping and nurturing startups. I'd like to thank each one of them for enabling and supporting our ecosystem. In this journey of building and scaling up startups, I want to encourage all of us to do our due to help companies around ourselves. So if you see one of your friends starting a company, don't mock them, don't challenge them. Of course, be honest with them in terms of constructive and improving them. But at the same time, try to help them also. Help them get that one additional customer. Help them with an additional space you may have, or help them by means of providing your own time and support. That is one encouragement that I would share with all of you. And this is something that I also try to do in my own way. I have always felt that small town entrepreneurs struggle with basic resources and expertise, the right support, mentorship, and capital, especially coming from the heartlands. So due to this, I have enabled in my own little way, a program with Naropa Fellowship with young startups like EcoCash, My Pahadi Dukan, Zareen, the Himalayan Chocolate, all from Ladakh, the Kashmir Valley, or Himachal, who have been making a small impact around themselves and want to make a positive ecological growth for their local communities. So I encourage all of you to try and support communities around yourself, especially when an entrepreneur around you is taking the initiative. We should be their enablers in order to make them successful. And just the happiness of seeing people succeed around yourself is unparalleled. Now, let me talk about difference and the types of ideas, because I get this question often, saying, "Kaun se ideas pursue kare? What kind of ideas or what kind of segment should I pursue which can become successful around myself?" I think in the times to come, grassroots entrepreneurship in our country will become one of the biggest opportunities of growth. As you can imagine, India has large opportunities in grassroots because still a large percentage of Indian population is involved in agrarian efforts. In this, as we kept thinking at OYO, how do we make sure that we can make a positive difference for these size of communities? This is where we learned that potentially an agri-tourism or an agri-farm stay sector could be a very interesting opportunity. Something that none of us would think about in the number one opportunity when we think about, for instance, tourism. In this, we as a business and company sent a lot of our colleagues to little villages to meet farmers and see the size of houses they have, the farms they have, and are these experiences that our customers would like to stay. And after that, we also ran research with some of our customers to learn from them about their experiences and their expectations. What we found is there is a lot of interest in people to want to go and stay at farm stays, to the extent the locations are designed well, there are basic amenities are good, and the hosts, which are the farmers, are able to welcome the guests well. And on the other hand, farmers not only wanted to earn an extra income, they also just were overjoyed with the fact that they will get to meet different kind of people from different formats. So in this, at OYO, we started our first pilot at Ekta Nagar or Kevadia in Gujarat. This had, when we started this place, I'm happy to share that our earliest farm stays that we started, wahan pe har farm stay, every farm stay has been able to get anywhere between 50,000 rupees to a lakh a month. For example, one of our owners, Rajesh Bhai, who is one of our homeowners in Kevadia, earns over 1 lakh a month, even through the pandemic. This has enabled to create new job opportunities around himself. And now he's hoping to try and add an additional property to be able to grow his business as well. At OYO, I'm committed to make sure that grassroots entrepreneurship grows in small towns like Pahalgam, Thanjavur, Kokernag, Dudhwa, Bijnor, and various other places like these around the country. But I would also like to ask you that when you build your company, don't just be fascinated by saying that we should build businesses that are very urban or tier one city only. Remember that bulk of our India is in the grassroots, and if we can make products and experiences that brings better opportunities for them, we will truly be standing true to an entrepreneur's job, which is solving a problem and creating a business around yourself. In the same vein, let me try and talk about the other thing that I'm very excited about as we think about the future. The power of modern technology. The startup ecosystem in India, as you all know, is ever booming and is powered by new technologies and innovation. In just a few years, the country has emerged among the top startup ecosystems around the world. Mobility and connectivity are increasing at a speed like never before, whether it is because of the data infrastructure, whether it is the road and the railway and the airport ecosystem. I think all of these are enabling great infrastructural connectivity. I believe that new age technologies like AI, ML, data science, Web 3.0 will be the biggest enablers of future knowledge creation around ourselves. At OYO, we have started investing in some of these areas ourselves. For example, the power of pricing. The power of pricing to constantly match customers and owners at the right time so that the owners earn the right fair share, but at the same time, customers get a price which is attractive and fair for themselves. AI and machine learning makes or allows that. Being able to reduce human effort in repetitive things, for example, writing descriptions of properties, can be enabled by GPT-3. Enabling owners to be able to create multiple profiles of themselves in order to tell stories of their hotels to customers for different kind of user groups is possible. Being able to make sure specific benefits can be passed on to users are possible. And of course, I think beyond all of this, in the years to come, both talent and business opportunities in these three segments are going to grow. So if I'm one of you and I'm going to add some skill, I would encourage you to add skills of AI, ML, Web 3.0 in advance, and know that this is truly going to be the future rather than getting scared by it. And today, Google, YouTube, and various online resources also get you significant amount of knowledge around yourself. I think the last but not the least that I wanted to share from my own story were experiences of 3 to 4 segments that have allowed me to personally make a difference. When I started my company, one of my biggest, earliest challenges was to say that, how do I bring other people who can join me or want to work with me? I was just out of high school and I was wanting to start a business of my own. Most people would not even meet me, even when I cold emailed them or reached out to them via LinkedIn. But some of whom also responded to me after meeting me, they used to say, sorry, I don't want to work with you. So one of my mentors or advisors, I asked him, saying that nobody is willing to come work with me. So he asked, what do you have to offer them? I said, I have no money to offer them. So he said, all right, I have probably not much learning to offer them because I am also starting my new business only. So my mentor told me that you should get started with your business with a lot of motivation and enthusiasm. That will bring you a lot of learnings and that will show other people that this person is going to build his business OYO no matter what, whether you come work with him or not. But if you want to be a part of this journey, maybe you want to come in and partner in. That's just the energy that you put in will inspire some people, at least one of the many people, to come work with you maybe. So that is what I did. And I'm happy to share that over the years, more people came and joined us. Let me then tell you the story of partnering with good people. I want you to know that the friendship and the learnings that you get together or having like-minded people around yourself to bring thinking is just incredibly valuable. In this context, I myself learned from it as well. As I was growing up, I found out that, or building the business, in the early 6 to 8 months, I could only serve 1 or 2 hotel customers itself. But as the business was growing, I was realizing that without other good people, our business would have challenges. That's when I was able to bring in people like Anuj and Abhinav, who were my earliest partners. They came in from great backgrounds. Anuj graduated from IIT BHU, had run his startup in university, and was wanting to do something entrepreneurial. Abhinav, on the other side, went to Harvard Business School, was consulting in the US, and wanted to do something entrepreneurial back in India. I'm lucky that people like them chose to join me in the early days. And over the years, it's just been incredible how they have then brought fantastic other leaders to build a business together. So I wanted to share that building a business is not a one-man job. You should remember that building a business is, it takes a village to raise a child. And you as an entrepreneur is just the first initiator. You're just an enabler. But there are going to be a lot of other people who are going to come together to make a difference, and try to, when you start a business, bring as many of those people around yourself. The third is to also remember that when your business grows, you will be brought with a few opportunities. Whenever you get an opportunity, don't nickel and dime. Don't think a lot. Take the opportunity with your own 2 hands. As they always say, you get a few opportunities, but the difference is between not people who get opportunities, but the difference is between what you make out of those opportunities. Whenever I got an opportunity to partner with great, leaders, business, hotel owners, customers, capital providers, I always took that with both hands open. The third, when challenges come, at OYO, we've gone through many challenges. You should be not unhappy about it. An entrepreneurial journey or any professional journey is filled with ups and downs. You should know, and this is my last lines before I share the principles and hand over for question and answer. You should know that there is one thing I tell entrepreneurs around myself: persevere. Whenever you have challenges, if you're digging in a tunnel, keep digging. There is always going to be light at the end of the tunnel. And, from my friends from Koraput, they would know that there are so many tunnels between Rayagada and Koraput. It's just a fascinating feeling, right? That is, when you start digging, you will feel like there is darkness. And you keep digging, you'll feel there is darkness. But then there is, at one point of time, you see light at the end of the tunnel. And that's the value of perseverance. Keep persevering. And as I end today's session, I want to share just a few last mile perspectives, which is keep humility around yourself. You should remember that you're going to have great days and you're going to have tough days. So when you are going through great times, don't feel like you're the best in the world. And when you are not going through great times, don't feel down. You should be inspired by solving problems, and that's it. Time is on your side. You're all young. So aspire with big missions. And as is said by a famous leader, if you win, you lead, and if you fail, you can guide. I believe when you are growing up and your time is on your side, when you fail, you can not just guide, you can again lead, and you can lead with a better probability. Do it yourself first. Don't be afraid of doing the little things yourself. When I started my business, I did housekeeping, cleaned washrooms, managed the front desks, answered 100% of the customer calls myself. And one last thing, like I mentioned to all of you, be perseverant, and there is always light at the end of the tunnel. With this, I will end with the great words that my friend Aditya also started, which is, you should arise now, awaken, and stop not till the goal is reached. Thank you so much, and back at you, Aditya.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Ritesh. That was absolutely, the little pointers that you picked out from here and there, and of course, talking about ki bhai, tunnel ke baad light hai. You've just got to realize about it. But Ritesh, so I will start with the Q&A. I have received a few questions also, and a few, of course, are my own after listening to you. If I talk about, because you mentioned that you are still in that young category of entrepreneurs who's begun with it, and of course, abhi mission bahut bada hai. I'll come to that mission. But usually what happens that let's say if I'm an anchor now, so people ask me कि यार क्या ऐसा होता है कि आपके परिवार में कोई anchor था, या are your talks around that on your dinner table at home? And I said no, it just inner calling and went. So what's the scenario like at your home? Because right now I'm still sure your mom and dad still have an influence of you at your age. So what's the mahal like at home?
So look, I think my mom is a homemaker. तो मेरी mother homemaker है, और हमारे father की एक छोटी shop होती थी, but then he took a job later and currently is working. So I think for me, I believe parents' job is to bring value system for yourself. उनका काम है आपकी upbringing में अच्छी values बनाना, कि आप अच्छे इंटीग्रिटी के साथ काम करें, आप ह्यूमिलिटी रखें अपने साथ में. हमारे यहाँ पे जब भी अगर मेरे क्लास में अच्छे नंबर आते थे और मैं अगर उसके बारे में कहता था कि देखो मेरे अच्छे नंबर आए हैं, तो हमारी मॉम मुझे याद दिला देती थी कि यू शुड रिमेंबर दैट तुम्हारे नंबर पिछली बार बहुत बुरे भी आए थे एंड अगली बार वापस आ सकते हैं, तो यू शुड बी थॉटफुल. सो मुझे लगता है कि पेरेंट्स का काम होता है आपके लिए वैल्यू सिस्टम बनाना, और आपका काम होता है कि सपने देखना, बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटीज को परस्यू करना और कन्विंस करना. मैं आपको बताता हूं, मेरी 12वीं कक्षा के बाद में जो 6 महीने होते हैं स्कूल और कॉलेज के बीच में, उस समय मैंने सोचा पहली बार कि मैंने अपनी स्टार्टअप बनानी है, मैंने कुछ स्टार्टअप करना है. तो मेरे पेरेंट्स बड़े नाराज थे उससे. उन्होंने कहा कि जो करना है कॉलेज करने के बाद करो, यूनिवर्सिटी करने के बाद करो. तो उसके बाद सो दैट वाज द चैलेंज. बट फिर मैं कहीं इंटरनेट पे पढ़ रहा था, तो मैंने देखा कि अगर आप अपने पेरेंट्स को नहीं कन्विंस कर सकते कि आपको बिजनेस करना है या फिर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप करनी है, तो आप दूसरे इन्वेस्टर्स को कैसे कन्विंस करेंगे. तो जिस दिन रात को मुझे अपने पेरेंट्स से बात करना, मुझे सारी रात नींद नहीं आई, क्योंकि मैं सारी रात प्रिपेयर कर रहा था कि मैंने क्या बात करनी, किससे कन्विंस होंगे. तो उसी समय हम लोग पीजी में रहते थे, तो दूसरे दोस्त भी रहते थे साथ में. तो मैं उनमें से एक हमारे दोस्त ने कहा कि मैं तो जी अगले साल अपना गैप ईयर लेने वाला हूं, क्योंकि मैंने और प्रेपरेशन करनी है कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जामिनेशंस के लिए. तो मुझे वो आंसर बड़ा अच्छा लगा. तो मैंने अपने पेरेंट्स को कन्विंस किया कि जी ये मेरे लिए गैप ईयर है, अगर मैं 1 साल में कुछ अच्छा नहीं कर पाया तो उसके बाद जो आप कहेंगे इंजीनियरिंग, मेडिकल, वो मैं कर लूंगा. सो आई थिंक दैट इन माई व्यू इज अ पर्सपेक्टिव कि आपके घर में माहौल जो भी हो, अगर आपके पेरेंट्स का काम है आपके लिए अच्छे वैल्यूज क्रिएट करना, आपको अच्छी सीख देनी, पर सपने देखना और वो सपनों के लिए अपने पेरेंट्स को कन्विंस करना, वो तो आपका काम है.
लवली. रितेश, अभी आपने मेंशन किया कि इन्वेस्टर्स को अपील करना एक आइडिया के लिए. एंड नाउ दैट दिस इज द लास्ट क्वेश्चन रिगार्डिंग योर एज, देन वी मूव अहेड. आप जब लेट्स यू सिटिंग ऑन अ $1 million डील टेबल, wherever you are now, does your young age, is that an advantage, or is it like कि नहीं यार बहुत छोटे हो?
तो आई थिंक मुझे लगता है कि नाइविटी इज स्पेशल. अगर आपको कम पता है तो उसका कुछ बेनिफिट भी होता है. जब मेरे को कई बार लगता है, आई थिंक अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम्स, दैट इफ आई न्यू हाउ हार्ड द serving the hotel industry could be, or serving any specific industry would be, every industry is hard, I would have probably not gotten in, because otherwise I would know all the problems also. But when I started, I just knew the problems that I saw, and I was truly inspired to solve a problem around myself. So I think naivety can be special, but at the same time you should work hard to get as much knowledge as possible as you grow your business. So for me, my young age, I would say that does not actually matter on the table, either as a positive or as a weakness, because I have tried to get so much knowledge with people around myself that, it is no different for me or somebody probably years older than me being on the same table. But when I was starting my business, I remember at that point of time, I think I could only think first principles. मैंने कोई गलती भी नहीं करी थी, मैंने कुछ सही भी नहीं किया था, तो हम तो काम ही पहली बार शुरू कर रहे थे. तो उस समय I think first principles was a strength, because I was not I was not jaded, or I was not clouded by judgments of my past. And I think that is why I could build relationships with my earliest million dollar investors, like Bejul Somaya at Lightspeed, Mohit at Sequoia, who truly have become friends as well to me, not just investors of our company.
Lovely. Now that we're talking about India's business journey or entrepreneurship journey, what are the major challenges that a standard or एक जो गड़ा हुआ इस समय एक entrepreneurship है हमारे country में, like you, what are the major challenges that you're facing now?
So देखिए, I think at this point of time, there are 2 to 3 areas that I am most focused upon. I think the first, as you can imagine, India is the heart of talent around the world. हम लोग सब बड़े हमारे प्राइड से कहते हैं जब गूगल के, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के, ट्विटर के सीईओज हमारे देश के लोग होते हैं. It demonstrates just the fantastic talent our country has created. I think in the future, we will see that this will be our single biggest opportunity and challenge in the world of AI, machine learning, mobile-based technology at the heart of future decision-making, Web 3.0. So this is one area that I believe while we are one of the strongest in, because that is why India has created the kind of talent we have, we should prepare to further double down and create more talent, because long term, if you look at the new age businesses that are getting created, the biggest value there is of talent. And I think that's one area that I would not see a challenge, I see as a big opportunity. I think the second area where I see a big opportunity around myself is also the ability of seeing what a large base of people are moving from offline to online so massively. Earlier, जब लोग रेलवे स्टेशन में उतरते थे या फिर बस स्टेशन में उतरते थे, कोशिश करते थे कि सामने जो होटल दिख जाए वहां जाके रह लें. अभी वो उस जगह पे सबसे पहले हमारी ऐप खोलते हैं और देखते हैं कि कौन सी होटल्स आसपास में, एंड पुश अ बटन एंड मेक अ बुकिंग. आई थिंक दैट इज नॉट जस्ट द केस फॉर आवर सेगमेंट, वो हर सेगमेंट में हो रहा है, जहां पे लोग ऑनलाइन की तरफ बहुत तेजी से मूव करेंगे. कन्वीनियंस है, ट्रांसपेरेंसी है, अकाउंटेबिलिटी ऑफ सर्विस है. अगर आपकी कोई प्रॉब्लम हुई तो कोई आपको somebody will stand up, will apologize, and will come fix the problem for you. I think that's a very important shift that I see a massive opportunity around ourselves, that we have such a large population doing that. And the third, we have a population which is in the grassroots, which is growing and becoming more successful. Which is, you see, right from agrarian to any other economy, we are seeing more and more people earning more and wanting to become part of the digital ecosystem in our country. And I believe that's a big opportunity. So I'm actually very excited about, now what I said is effectively the Jam Trinity, but, I said that in more grounds up the way it is impacting our lives. In the entrepreneurial journey that we are in. So I'm excited about these opportunities, and these are, by the way, the biggest challenges for new businesses around the world. But in our country, we have converted them into opportunities, which is truly how I see entrepreneurs working. Entrepreneurs should look at challenges and build their strongest opportunities around themselves by doing that.
Lovely. So with each challenge comes an opportunity. We also have to look at that. Lovely. Ritesh, the last 2 months, we were discussing, हर tunnel के बाद एक light है. Let's say you have an idea. Now let's say there's an entrepreneur in the country who's listening to you right now and thinks, यार हाँ, ये करते हैं, चलो. Now, when you are discussing on an idea, or you have an idea, or your team members, till what detail do you go to probably find out कि हाँ, is this feasible or no? This was a good idea. Let's just right now keep it.
So I think बहुत अच्छा सवाल है आपका, आदित्य. और मैं आपको बताता हूँ what I did when I started the business. I'll tell you, this is what I try to do even today. I think there is no replacement of talking to your customers and ecosystem that you will be in before entering that ecosystem yourself. उसका मतलब यह है, जब मैंने अपना काम शुरू किया ओयो का, I myself went and met 100+ hotel and homeowners. I went and met a large number of people, or a reasonable number of people, who were staying in the same hotels or homes. And the learnings I got from them was higher than anything I could get from online reading, meeting my own ecosystem of people, and so on. So today, when my colleague comes and tell me any idea, I will myself try and say that, for example, if they say that, Ritesh, there is a great idea that families के लिए हमने ना एक kids area बनाना चाहिए, young families के लिए, because this can be very valuable for, parents with young children. So I will actually arrange for a discussion to meet 20 young families with children, understand their last 10 experiences, their challenges and opportunities. Because जो basic numbers हैं, financials हैं, opportunities हैं, ये तो हमारी teams बहुत sophisticated हैं. They are from the best background, so I'm sure they will do all of it. But the value of speaking directly to people around yourself, अगर आप farming में कुछ करना चाहते हैं, आप farmers के साथ जाकर के रहे, उनके साथ समय बिताएं. The learning that you get grounds up is unparalleled. And that's the one thing that I feel makes a difference between successful outcomes or not.
Lovely. With that, Ritesh, the last question for you. We would love for you to sum up your entire session in exactly 60 seconds.
Absolutely. I would be very happy to do it. I think there are 5 takeaways that I would like to share with all of you. The first is, it is not just okay, it could be it is a matter of pride for more of you to become job creators, not just doing, and in that process of becoming a job creator, you should know that bringing even 5 jobs makes a difference in making India what it can become in the future. The second is, make sure to support other businesses around yourself the same way as you support them. Like when marriages happen, everybody goes and tell your friend that congratulations on your marriage and, on your birthday. In the same way, how do you congratulate people? How do you help people when they build their businesses? Remember that making a difference in grassroots is the next big opportunity in our country. Build businesses by the power of technology from India for the world. Use the power of AI, machine learning, and Web 3.0 in the next generation, and do it without forgetting the core values of humility, making sure that you're playing the long game. Don't be afraid of failures. And in all of this, remember that you're going to chart your own journey. I can only share what I have learned, but in no way, each one of your journeys will be unique. And I hope I get to learn from all of you and your journeys in the future as well. Thank you.
With that, thank you so much, Ritesh. It was a pleasure speaking with you, hearing you, listening to your ideas and thoughts. And we shall see you very soon. So thank you. Take care. All the best. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Ritesh Agrawal, founder and group CEO of Oyo Hotels, and now continuing very quickly on a journey of India's entrepreneurship. We will be back in the next few seconds with the CEO of Byju Ravindran. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our session on India's entrepreneurial journey. We've had Mr. Ritesh Agarwal from OYO talk about his journey, and now we'll very quickly introduce to you our second speaker for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Baiju Ravindran, an educator, an entrepreneur, and the founder and CEO of Byju's, is a trailblazer who's reimagining education for our masses and marrying it. Ladies and gentlemen, moving quickly towards our second speaker for the same session, we have with us Mr. Ravindran, Mr. Baiju Ravindran. Yes, you got it right, the founder and CEO of Byju. Well, he is the one who's actually been marrying education for our masses with technology seamlessly. But who is the man behind this entrepreneur? Let's hear about the life and the journey of Mr. Baiju Ravindran from the man himself. Welcome, sir, and all the very best.
Good morning, everyone. Before I start, I'll start with a short video that will give you context on why we do what we do. Just play that for 15-20 seconds. Can you give me share access? First, it will become like this, then it will become like this. So circle, when you open it up, cut the diagram and open the diagram like this, using, let's say, a radius, you can convert like circle to something like this. When you open the circle, first it will become like this, then it will become like this. So circle, when you open it up, it will become a line. You can. This is what we used to do before. I used to stand in the middle of that six-sided screen. You can see 3 big screens on this side and 3 on the other side, and teach thousands of students like this in stadiums. That's almost 25,000 students learning simultaneously. It shows 2 sides of the story. On one side, it shows all the challenges in the system. And on the other side, the positive side is students are hungry to learn. The reason why they used to sit like this for 3 to 4 hours at a stretch, and these are high school students, clearly showing that students in India, they're very hungry, very aspirational, and that's going to be our biggest advantage. Now, from here, we had the conviction to move from stadiums to smartphones, from those big screens to smaller screens, thereby making it interactive, thereby making it personalized based on the proficiency level of the student. Before I talk about the entrepreneurial journey, I would want like the impact which we are able to create because of this, where instead of just teaching a few thousand students in big cities in India, today we are able to make a big difference to millions of students, whether they are in the smallest villages or the biggest cities. I'll stop sharing now. I'm very happy to talk to all the youngsters here. The impact which you can create has the potential to further build and shape India to a global powerhouse. And the world belongs to passionate people like you, passionate and brave. All of you have that fire inside you to dream big. Talking to you today takes me back to my younger days. And what I'll do here is, I'll maybe through my entrepreneurial journey, I will also take you through what can really work for you if you really want to achieve something. Now, when I was doing those sessions in stadiums, it's very easy to think of that as success. But for us, that was just part of the journey. We had the conviction to kill that model and launch an entirely different model by launching our first set of learning app. And that conviction came from within. By transitioning from stadiums to smartphones, we're able to make an impact on today, as I mentioned, millions of students. Talking about this impact, last week, in fact, last Thursday, we received an email from a little girl in Nagaland. She had typed just 2 words for us: hello in the subject line and thank you in the mail body. We realized that this was possibly her first digital interaction with the big world. And we quietly smiled after realizing that how fortunate we were to be receiving possibly her first email. And she is part of Byju's Education for All. Now, let me introduce myself. I'm Byju Ravindran. I've been lucky many times like this before. I was lucky to be born to teacher parents who taught me how to walk, talk, and teach with humility. It is because of them that my dream always was to teach, which I believe is the noblest of all the professions. I was lucky to be born in a small village, which taught me to dream big and fight hard and solve for it. My students like my style of teaching, and I was lucky that some of them joined me to teach more and more students. Today, they are my co-founders. I was lucky that my startup went online when India went digital. I was really lucky to be to be trusted by some of the world's biggest impact investors, and this list can go on and on and on. But I have only one mission in life: to make everyone fall in love with learning, to create more and more active learning, and that's more and more active learners, which I believe is the most important skill today. How do we create continuous learners? How do you get them ready for the unforeseen jobs of tomorrow? So every student who is learning across our platforms, slowly but surely, they are becoming more and more active from the passive learners whom they are today. And everything we do at Byju's revolves this idea around how do we create that love for learning, thereby creating effectiveness, thereby making them better learners to help them successful in life. Now, I'll talk about the story. I'll dramatize the story by telling that I come from a small village, and that's a fact. But contrary to what people think, it's a huge advantage. Growing up in a village like that is what makes us extremely positive and highly aspirational. You actually learn how to navigate challenges and uncertainties in our villages and small towns. I always tell you that, put me anywhere, I'll come out of it. It's in a village where you learn how to blindly trust people because we trust each other. And the most important lesson from me from those growing up years is actually how to treat everyone equally. It's almost like there is no one superior and there is no one inferior. If you approach everything with this attitude, you will only go one way. You'll continue progressing in life. To go one level deeper, so I went to a government school. That might give you a lot more confidence. I'm sure most of you maybe are going to an English medium school. I went to a government school, a Malayalam medium school, been a self-learner throughout, and the conviction on self-learning is actually from within. I used to teach myself first, and then I used to teach kids in the village, in school, and then later in college. This love for learning math and teaching math ended up becoming big. And still in that pursuit of how to make it bigger, more importantly, better. Even the average English with my heavy accent, which you are hearing from me, is what I've learned by listening to cricket commentary on radio. They were my first lessons on contextual learning. Because when you learn things which the way through which you like, mediums through which you like, you learn, you actually love learning. I never started this as business. What started off with teaching with a few friends, around 30-35 students in my first formal class. Went on to scaling like a geometric progression to few thousand students in auditoriums. And then later, when that was not enough, we were forced to move to stadiums. And we had, so like thinking big was always part of the game. Because most of the people, when you move from a classroom to an auditorium or from an auditorium to a stadium, first itself, the thinking that can we do it in a stadium itself is where like most of us actually accept failure. So thinking big was part of the game, but that's only 50%. what the other 50%, what is required to make it big, what is required to pursue our dreams with relentless passion is what I'll try covering through my entrepreneurial journey. Seeing students queuing up like this to catch the front row seats and then sitting with pin drop silence, and I'm talking about thousands of students, made me realize that what I was doing is something special, and that was my calling. A clear case scenario of passion intersecting with a real need. To capture this, the whole story in one sentence, I'm an engineer by chance, a teacher by choice, which made me an entrepreneur by chance. Now, though I use the word chance multiple times, you might think that it's all about chance. But what is important, there is no substitute for hard work. Some of you might think that these guys came from somewhere and suddenly raised a lot of money and got lucky, because that's what media writes about. There was a time in those initial years where I used to travel to 9 cities every week. Did that all 365 days without a single day break for almost 3 years non-stop. Luck may or may not work, but hard work works. Trust me, hard work works. And it's still the same today. Like we are hungrier than ever before, aspirational than ever before. There is no scope for complacency. And if complacency sets in, then the game is over. As people say, in business and politics, it's never about winning. It's all about how do you stay in the game? How do you stay in an infinite game where you are able to do things which you like forever? The day you think you are successful, the game is actually over. Now, why we did this? It's fortunate to be in a sector where like we've been of positive relevance even during a pandemic like this. Education is actually the most empowering force in the world. It creates knowledge, it instills confidence, and breaks down barriers of opportunity. When we combine technology with education to reach and teach all, we are not just making education accessible, but actually building a very powerful and future-ready nation and a better world for the future generations. And we live in a country where education is possibly the only way for most of us to make it big. And that's true in many parts of the world. Quality education is actually what makes the youth future ready. And all of you are actually very fortunate that India holds a distinctive advantage over most parts of the world. With the largest school-going population, we have the largest school-going population, close to 260 million students in our schools. 66% of our population is in the working age groups. Half our population is actually under 25 years of age. The average age of an Indian is just 29. Compare that with, let's say, 37 of China, 37, 38 of China, 48 in Japan. This means a lot. If you think for a minute, we'll understand the gravity of the last statement. Our country's youth holds the future of the nation in their hands. This means that we are the workforce of tomorrow. And I'm talking for you. While it's great to be home to a population with an average age of 29 and such a young population, it can work in both ways. This demographic dividend, if we are not able to capitalize, we need to, and how do we capitalize? We need to make sure that students and youth have access to the right kind of education. With access to quality, technology-driven, technology-enabled education, we can actually harness the talent of this future workforce. And democratization of education will actually bring in the equality and learning for all. And you might think about the digital divide today, but the inequities and the disparities in the physical world are a far bigger hurdle which can be reduced through technology, where it brings novel opportunities actually to the masses and then gives students a chance to learn from best of the teachers and best of the content, no matter where they live, whenever they want, wherever they want, and how many ever times they want. That's why technology is a great equalizer. In India, where I mentioned education is still the only way for most of us to make it big. This gives us, if we get it right, that will become our biggest advantage over the next many decades and helping us in our way to becoming one of the global superpowers. In the next decade, you'll actually see a whole range of new jobs emerging for you to take advantage of, and if you are ready for it. As per the World Economic Forum reports, almost 65% of the students, those who are joining in school today, they will end up working in jobs which are not even defined today. It's only through good education. When I say good education, it's only through active learning. How do you create active learners? How do you make sure that they love learning? Because once you make sure that students love learning, where we, unfortunately, most of us the learning is still driven through fear of exams and not love for learning. And that's where we have created this movie-like videos, game-like interactions offered through platforms which personalizes the way it's offered to the students, personalizing based on the size of learning, pace of learning, and style of learning. That's been the approach. Creating products at the intersection of content, media, and technology is how we have been able to is how we have been able to differentiate. And why it's important to create this active learners or continuous learners, because in maybe 10 years back, 20 years back, most of our parents, they used to enter a job and used to be in that same job for maybe for the entire 30, 35, 40 years of their career. But today that is changing, and it's changing so fast that if we are not changing as companies and as individuals, we need to be ready to become continuous learners. Otherwise, we'll be left behind. So we actually need to create a community of this active learners with the right skills and right future skills, aided by like technology-driven, technology-enabled learning programs. And as I always tell, 21st century illiterates are not the ones who can't read and write. They are the ones who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Now, coming back to the inspiring theme of the National Youth Day 2022, it's all in the mind. This self-belief is the force that helps us to move forward with positivity and hope. If you believe that something can be done, and if you really believe that it can be done, your mind will actually find ways to do it. So it's all about how badly you want it. When you start living the life of your dreams, there will always be challenges, there will always be roadblocks along the way. But if you are passionate about what you do, if you have that self-belief, there is no limit to what you can achieve. And this is something which we follow even as a company. As a company, we have always raised the bar in terms of what we want to do or what we want to achieve. We keep an aspiration level which we think we can never reach. And when we are about to reach there, we raise the bar again. When we went, now to call out some of the things which we did, when we went digital, we were told that we are doing it too fast and too early. Digital at that time was featuring in the Vision 2022 documents of most of the organizations. We went digital in 2015 and was both amazed and humbled by the great response our learning apps received early, like from the beginning. And in doing so, we actually moved the market by at least 5 years, if not more. The move from those big screens and stadiums to smaller screens, offline to online, offline tutorials to online apps, services to a product-based approach, truly personalizing it the way we were offering. It was considered too risky by many people. But for us, it was the only way to make millions of students fall in love with learning and thereby creating an impact. This courage of conviction comes from within, as I've told you. What we preach is what we actually practice at home. We only promote those products which we use at home. This is the only way our kids learn at home. My son learns from Byju's learning apps and Byju's classes. That's the level of conviction we have. And this is what makes all the difference. We are not like some of those digital entrepreneurs, those who ban everything which they get the whole world addicted to at home. In our case, it starts from home. And this conviction or this belief in what we do is what makes us think very long term, is what makes us take those big bets and make them work. Now, from just to give you some more like on part of the journey, like again, there are a lot of lessons which we have learned, and there are like some of them can easily work for all of you. Like objectively talking about the scale which we have achieved, from 6 in the founding team, like all of them were my students, to 25,000 plus family members today. From 20,000 students in those initial years to 150 million plus students today across the world, not just in India, but we have significant presence in US, UK, Australia, New Zealand, many parts of the world. Wherever we have launched this, for a change, we are taking it from India to the world. We are like, rather than using a cut, copy, paste model of something which has worked over there, I strongly believe that this is one of those few sectors where we can have global champions coming out of India. Now, like we have been able to like 150 million plus learners today across different platforms in India and across the world. We have taken the model from physical to digital classrooms, from making in India to taking it to the world. We have come a long way in the last 10 years, ever since we started the company in its formal way. Byju's today, as you might be knowing, is backed by some of the world's largest impact investors who believe in our ability to dream higher, dare more, decide faster, and always learn from failures. We might be known as the largest or the most valuable edtech company in the world, but this is just relative success. There's a long way to go before we will even think of it as success. And the real funness in what we are doing is not just in creating $1 billion company, but in changing the way millions think and learn. And the real return on investment is the positive impact we are having on a large number of students and the society in overall. It's immensely satisfying to know that we are able to ensure continuity in learning for millions of students, even during a pandemic like this. And most of which we are able to do. The best thing is that we are open to all possibilities, and we are able to move fast, agile, exploring new opportunities. And in 2015, when we moved online, we actually wanted to create, our aspiration initially was just to create the largest edtech company in India, and we kept a target of around 4 years for that. But we were able to do that in just 1 year. Then in 2019, we announced that our aspiration is to create the largest edtech company in the world in 4 years. And we've been fortunate enough to do that in just 18 months. Last 6 years have been great for Indian edtech, but the next 10 is going to be even better. These are very early days. Why I'm telling that is, like, saturation is nowhere close. We're very early days in terms of what technology can do for education. This is one of those few sectors where technology is making an intervention, and a late intervention. Unfortunately, it's such an important sector, such an important sector for everyone, which can play which can play a big role in the future of all of us. As I mentioned, we have a very good chance of defining this education technology sector globally, and you will see multiple global champions coming out of India. And though I will say that our aspiration is not just to create the largest for-profit education company in the world, but also the largest not-for-profit initiatives in education. Something which most of you might not be knowing is the fact that Byju's Education for All, though we launched that only 12 months back, is already providing free education to more than 3 million students, for most of whom this is their primary mode of learning, including that little girl from Nagaland, which I was talking about in the beginning. Access to world-class education is every child's birthright. Even government has launched many schemes and programs to make education equitable and accessible throughout India. We are proud to do our small bit by partnering with multiple initiatives, including Niti Aayog for its aspirational districts program. But again, these are also very, very early days. I strongly believe that the first one, creating the largest for-profit company, we have a good chance. But the second one, the opportunity to create the largest not-for-profit initiative in education, I'm 100% sure that we'll be able to do that. We are doing it with a very long-term approach. I come from that kind of a background, so it means a lot to us. And education is one of those few sectors where if we do well, we'll end up doing good, or if we do good, we'll end up doing well. Now, let me tell you why you are important, why you are luckier than most of us. If you want to become an entrepreneur, there is no time better than now, and there is no place, no country better than India. India currently has more than 80 unicorns, which are, as you know, startups worth more than $1 billion in valuation. But the best part is more than half of them reached this mark in the last year alone. From edtech to fintech, from hospitality to healthcare, you talk about across sectors. These startups are at the cusp of taking off, at the forefront of frugal innovation. Most importantly, we also have a mature startup ecosystem which is maturing fast, which includes entrepreneurs, investors, policymakers, incubators, accelerators, and other national and international stakeholders. Now, talking about numbers here, we in India today have more than 61,000 recognized startups across 55 industries, is what I was seeing last time. In fact, we have the third highest number of startups in the world. And world is looking at us as the next place for growth and innovation. Indians are already creating benchmarks and showing that we can create leaders for the world. And because I strongly believe growing up in an uncertain environment like us, where there is a lot of madness, but we still have our methods, and like living in a diverse country like India, growing up in a country like this is a huge advantage. That's why, like today, like most of the large corporations, you will find so many Indians at the top, not just the well-known CEOs whom you might be reading every day. reading about every day. And these, like, the good part is these startups are generating employment at scale today, creating wealth, but more importantly, adding value to the society. Just to talk about some numbers, which are like an initiative which we started last year, where we have teachers in India teaching students across the world, especially the English-speaking world. And in the last 12 months itself, we have created more than 12,000 teaching jobs. These are like tapping into a large, high quality, unfortunately underemployed, unemployed graduate women, and they teach from India to the world. And the opportunity to create many more, hundreds of thousands of teaching jobs do exist for anyone who actually wants to create or take up this opportunity. It's almost like what IT services did to create hundreds of thousands of jobs, engineering jobs in the last couple of decades. Here, there is a similar opportunity, and there is no perception disadvantage here. When it comes to topics like math, coding, and STEM subjects, we have a huge advantage and also a large talent pool. In India, workforce, like contribution of women is just around 25%, and actually dropped in the last, like during the pandemic, where close to half the graduates are women. So this is an untapped opportunity where we can create these hundreds of thousands of teaching jobs, teachers from India teaching students across the world. And that's a big opportunity. This is one of the many opportunities which we have been able to capitalize. But like anyone with the right intent and with the long-term approach can make a big difference. This is the right time to start up. Education and education technology is at a stage where things are just getting defined. There is, if you are thinking of starting up, really seriously think about the opportunities, like or the potential in our sector itself. There is an opportunity to improve the way students learn, teachers teach, how institutions can go online, and most of these things are like very early days, and they are just getting defined. It can be done in India, it can be done globally. Like the fact that there is in US or like there is not even a single $10 billion education technology company is giving you the opportunity, is clearly showing you the opportunity that there is a space to be taken. So like, and even when I'm talking about, we are probably the largest, and by far, like in terms, it's still very early days. And like, it's unfortunate that there are no like $100 billion companies in this sector for such an important sector. So, and the one important statistics and something which I like close to half of the startups in India are founded in these small towns or by those who come from small towns. And as I said before, coming from a village or a small town is not a disadvantage here. In fact, it's a sustainable advantage in entrepreneurship, because growing up, you actually learn how to find your way out. India is poised or on track to become a $5 trillion economy. This trifecta of ambition, skill, and access to capital are in plenty in India today. And as I told you, that there is a lot of capital available. It's not like 10 years back, 15 years back. Today, the whole world is looking at like the very bullish on India and technology and how India as a country will grow over the next many decades. And that's why there is so much capital chasing. So that won't be a constraint for any one of you. And if you have the ambition, and skill is something which you can always acquire, as like this trifecta of ambition, skill, and access to capital is what is required to pursue your dreams and to solve problems. It's also important that it's not just about pursuing your dreams. You also need to make sure that this is something which there is a real need and something which can solve a problem for for people. And that's when you can find and like a business opportunity. And we all feel that rush of rising India today, and then we all want to contribute to our best as part of this growth story. And if we put our minds together, I'm sure we can launch 1 million more startups in the next 5-10 years to realize our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of making India for the world. And but the key is, if you have an idea, you have the perfect ecosystem today, even much better than 5 years back or 10 years back, to implement it in India and then take it to the entire world. All you need to do is truly believe in that idea. Starting your own venture, it might seem difficult at first, but isn't it everything difficult at first? I'm not just positive, I'm confident that you will succeed if you are taking a long-term approach. And anyway, what is there to lose? There is nothing to lose. There's absolutely nothing to lose. In fact, like you might think that trying out entrepreneurial ventures is a risk, but not taking a risk is actually the biggest risk, as you would have heard that before. So talking about Byju's, we have now, we have more than 100 offices in 21 countries, from Mexico, Brazil, USA, Canada, on one side, in the west to Singapore and Australia in the east, and many more in between. But it is still the smallest office in India, in Koramangala, Bangalore, which is my favorite. It's in that small office that a group of ordinary people from India's small towns dare to believe in the extraordinary dream of teaching the whole world. It is in that small office that we built our first business model. And it's in that small office we actually disrupted our that time successful model to build a globally scalable online model today. All this was achieved because we believed in learning, unlearning, and relearning, doing everything through first principles. When people ask us, what's the best chapter of our story? I always get this question, but my answer is always the next one. I'll finish with a few things which work for me, and I'm sure some of it can work for you, maybe in a different context, but these are generic things. First, change the game. Change the game from you versus others to you versus you. If you please keep an aspiration level which you think you will never reach, and when we are about to reach there, raise the bar again. That way you will keep learning and you will keep winning. If we can get into this game of you versus you, continuously becoming better versions of yourself, nothing will stop you from creating a positive impact. And the best part about this game is that you can keep on losing, nobody will know. But every time you lose, you win. And the second one is thinking big or dreaming big is important. But as I mentioned, that's only 50%. All of us dream big. But like most of us miss the other 50%. Other 50% is about hard work. It's about discipline. It's about rigor. It's about doing it step by step. Those small things. To reiterate, dreaming big is important, but goals are equally important. Dreams without goals are of no use. So have a life goal, but it's important to break it down to an annual goal, a monthly goal, a weekly goal, and if required, a daily goal. That step-by-step approach, and then finding that right balance between what you need to do for today and what you need to do for tomorrow. Like finding that right balance between the short term, like you need to be like stubborn when it comes to your long-term goals, long-term approach, but you need to be flexible in the way you execute like short term. And finding that right balance is the key for you to make it big in whatever you are planning to do. And last but not the least, contrary to what most of you might be thinking, this entrepreneurship is not a skill. That's why like you can't learn that. It's just a mindset. It's a mindset where you don't take no for an answer. If someone like me from a small village like called Arikod, south of India, can have this audacious dream of creating the largest education company in the world, I'm sure all of you can do a lot more. Let me tell you something very important. All of us are far better than what we think we are. All of us can do a lot more than what we think we can. I need to repeat this. All of us are far better than what we think we are. All of us can do a lot more than what we think we can. So what are you waiting for? Every day matters. So get ready to follow your dreams and start running. Have you given your, like I have one more question. Have you given your best? You might ask me in what? At least in things which you like. You should be able to tell yes with full confidence. But before that, do you know what you like? If I ask you a question, what do you really like? If you don't know the answer yet, there is nothing to worry. It's like time is on your side. You are just starting off. There is a long way to go. Most of the people most in their 40s and 50s also won't have this answer. What is that you truly care about? What is that you are truly passionate about? First, go and find out what is that you like and what is that you are good at. Normally, there will be a huge intersection between what you like and what you are good at. Once you get an answer for this question, go after it like there is no tomorrow. Be at it till you get it. And you should get the confidence looking at me. I am not special. I am just a normal guy, just like you. And if I can, so can you. Wish you the very best in whatever you are planning to do. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Byju. This was more like a masterclass. You touched on every point here and there. You've literally left nothing for us. So thank you. So I have a few questions to ask you that have come in from people who will be listening to you. You've talked of passion, of motivation, go and explore. What is Byju's inspiration or motivation?
For me, if you're talking about, if it's a personal question, it was always about capitalizing on two of my strengths. All of us are good in one thing or the other. Most of us, like, we need to figure that out. And again, as I told you, since like time is on your side, because I'm talking to like a very young crowd here, time is on your side. Don't think about, I didn't do this in the last year, in the last 10 years. Like, just look ahead, and you have many more years left. In the next few years, find out what you truly care about. For me, it was always about, I just capitalized on two of my core strengths. One, my love for math and my love for sports. I played 6 different games at a good level. Some of them at university level, some of them at college level. And what I've learned from these two, the positive attitude which you learn from those games, and especially when you learn those games for fun, and that combined with the aptitude which you learn from math. And for me, math is not a subject. I've always looked at math as a way of life. It's almost like whether it's good or bad, I don't know, but I have a good or bad habit of measuring everything, and things which you cannot measure, you can never improve. So, and like in simple terms, it's all about capitalizing on your strengths and playing to your strengths. So I just capitalized on these two. I built this. I ended up pursuing it to such an extent that it ended up becoming a business, and it ended up becoming big. But it's very easy to think, like, it's important to make sure that success is not getting into your head, because the day you think, it's like that complacency, once it starts setting in, once you lose that founder mentality, if you lose the founder mentality, everyone at the top also will lose the founder mentality. So most of the times companies fail not because of external reasons. It's mainly because you lose that ownership at the top. And fortunately for us, we have now we are in a sector which is where, as I mentioned, it's kind of easy to attract top talent. And we have also been able to retain them. In the 6 founding partners have been there for now 10 years. And that's it's a rarity in Bangalore, in the startup ecosystem, where, and apart from that, we've also been able to add a lot more founders through these, like those who came through, exceptional entrepreneurs, those who came through integrations and acquisitions, and we've been able to retain them as well. So that, it's like, I normally say, it's never, so like nothing can be done alone. Like, entrepreneurs get this undue credit for what they do, but it's always about the team. And how do you find the right team? How do you find the right people? It's not always about the best people. There is nothing like that. You need to build a team and make sure that you have strong players in each of those positions. So, like, to answer your question, like, continuously improving on 2 of these things which I really liked, and like doing both for fun. And eventually, like, I also tell my investors that I do business for fun. And when you do things for fun, that's only way you can do it for decades. If you are really trying to create something which will last for decades, it's very important, like, to do it this way.
Lovely. So we've spoken of the top talent now, but this has come from a young entrepreneur, from various young entrepreneurs of the country who are going to be that now we know that you're making learning easy, bringing it to us. But how about for those who don't really like to study? What is Byju's doing for them specifically?
So it is not about, fortunately, we live in a world, and or we, like, these are times when you can pursue anything which you like, provided, when I say anything, it should also make an impact on others, right? It's not just about, if you like math, you pursue math. If you like sports, you pursue sports, right? But do it with, as I mentioned, that you should be able to tell. When I was asking that question, have you given your best? Most of us, like, if I ask that question, won't be able to give yes with full confidence. We have this lackadaisical approach that in Hindi, that chalta hai approach, that has to change, because like, we should almost, like, we should make every day count. And that recently I met someone who was losing his life to cancer, unfortunately, at such a young age. He was counting down his days, but I was like it was a reality check even for me, that, like, when someone is counting down on days, what is that you will do? And that was like, it was such an eye opener for me that I've decided, I normally don't waste time at all. I'm active. It doesn't mean that I'm always working. I do things which I love. It includes working, it includes playing, it includes spending time with my family. Nobody will complain, because we all have, if someone is telling that they don't have time, they're just lying. They just don't know how to prioritize. And so staying active is the key in doing things which you love. So the key is that. And contrary to what you might be thinking, we have a lot of time.
So what new innovation is Byju's working on now, and what does really success mean to Byju? Is it only that your students get that maximum desired result, or is it beyond that also? So these two questions, like just in one.
Yeah. See, I'm a teacher first and an entrepreneur second, because supposedly a good teacher, which ended up, like, as I mentioned, a teacher by choice and an entrepreneur by chance. So like a teacher centric thinking will always be on, and that's the most satisfying thing for any teacher, right? Irrespective, wherever they teach, it's like, what makes you happy is when you see students succeed. Like lot of teachers realize it 20 years, 30 years later, because I've seen this. My parents' eyes, they always light up when they see an old student coming and like actually meeting them and then saying hi. So this is what you live for as a teacher. So like nothing will beat success stories, and like the fact that we are able to play a small role in igniting that passion, in bringing that childlike curiosity back in students. Because the approach which we have taken is that we are not adding, like, when everyone is adding more and more pressure on students, we have always talked about love for learning. We have always created formats which are appealing for students to learn on their own. That's why I've used the word movie-like videos, game-like interaction. Think of it as putting the right amount of chocolate coating before we take them through the broccoli. And it's important that students see outcomes and parents needs to see outcomes. But it's important to make sure that students love that process, because once you love learning, then you'll actually become a continuous learner or a lifelong learner. And so the real impact is not just in better marks and more better grades in school exams, but students who are becoming active learners this way, the real benefit they'll see 10 years later, 20 years later, which will help them succeed in the most exam called life.
Lovely. And with that, one last question, Byju. If you were to sum up this entire session, or let's say the masterclass of yours, in 60 seconds precisely, there we go.
I'll just summarize rather than adding new things. Think big. But as I told you, dreaming big and doing it. Be action biased. Go and do things, because there is no point in keep on thinking, because you learn only when you go and do things and by making mistakes. But you should be willing to learn. So like all these small failures, you can make as many mistakes as you want, but they will actually lead to big success. So small failures leading to big success, and for that you need to be action biased. Don't think, go and do.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Byju, for being here. It was a pleasure listening to you, listening to the answers of your questions, your thoughts, probably of failures which turned into opportunities. And there's so much to take away from this. So thank you for being a part of the National Youth Festival, and all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll leave by the last 10 seconds. Like as a famous sports person once told, I don't lose. I win or I learn.
Lovely. On that note of winning or learning, ladies and gentlemen, that was all from this session from one of India's youngest entrepreneurs, Byju. And now, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned as we will begin with the next session shortly on how do you leverage technology for entrepreneurship with none other than Ranveer Alavadia, founder of Monk Entertainment at 1 p.m. sharp. Stay tuned. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, our friends from the media, and dear students. My name is Aditya Malik, and once again, on the occasion of the birth anniversary of the great spiritual leader Swami Vivekanand ji, it's an honor to welcome you to day 2 of the virtual edition of the 25th National Youth Festival, which aims to inspire the youth of today to build a better tomorrow. Saksham Bharat, Sashakt Bharat. Along with that, it's indeed a proud moment for all of us as Indians as we celebrate the 75th year of Indian independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And now, moving towards our second session, our topic is on how do you leverage technology for entrepreneurship. While in a lot of our sessions, we have laid emphasis on the lesser known India, urban India too has played a catalytic role in seeding entrepreneurial spirit of our youth. Urban India, propelled by technology, is bringing about a positive change and expanding our horizons and perspectives. With a perfect blend of technology and entrepreneurship, various entrepreneurs are creating a whole new positive entrepreneurial ecosystem. And to tell you on how to do it the best, we have with us an influencer who has acted as a bridge between technology and entrepreneurship, a podcaster and an influencer in its truest sense. Mr. Ranveer Alabadia is here to talk more about how can you leverage technology for your business benefit. Ranveer, welcome and all the very best. Please take it away.
Namaste everyone. Namaste. I hope everyone's doing well. Honored to be a part of this event, especially considering the fact that this is in line with Swami Vivekanand ji's National Youth Day. It stands for everything he stood for, which is spreading the teachings of India, and that's kind of what I want to do. For those of you who are not familiar with my work, I'm a YouTuber. I'm also an entrepreneur. Always wanted to get into entrepreneurship. Startups build करने थे और उसकी वजह से somehow we got into YouTube. So yeah, that's the kind of nature of the journey. It's been a 6-year journey. We have about 8 YouTube channels now. We're running 4 startups parallelly. We invest in the Indian startup system and entirely self-taught. मैंने engineering college से graduation करी. After graduating from engineering, we figured that I figured that I didn't want to go for a higher education. And honestly, personally, for me, I feel the strongest education you can have in life is always self-education. So for me, I look at this presentation also like a self-education for you guys. If you all are attending this, I want you to take away a lot of value, take away inspiration. But most of all, what I want from this is I want to provide something that was not available for me when I was fresh out of college. College is great. Education is amazing. It unlocks certain things in your mind. But a lot of the unlocking has to be done by yourself after the age of 22. That 22 to 30 years age bracket is very important for the rest of your life. And I've made a very, very simple, very, very basic presentation about some learnings that I've had in the last 6 years and learnings that I feel you can apply as the youth of India, as the future of this great country. So I'd love to actually begin the presentation very quick and then we can go into a conversational section. Okay, so I've kind of made this from the perspective of how the world looks at our country. Now, because of the nature of my job, I have 2 brands, right? I have an English brand and a regional brand. Eventually, we want to get into Tamil, we want to get into Telugu, we want to get into Marathi, Punjabi, all Indian languages. Right now, we're just making videos in Hindi and in English. So the English brand goes out to the world, and this is pretty much how the world looks at India. They look at us as 2 ends, right? Of course, there's many, many Indias within India, but these are the 2 ends. One's urban and one's rural, right? I'm going to be speaking from the urban end. Can you have the next slide, please? Okay, the reason the whole world has noticed India is obviously because of the size of our population. Second largest population in the world. It's the fastest growing economic power. There's basically a lot of business potential in our country. That's why you're seeing so many American brands, American businesses, European brands enter this country. Personally, I feel over the next 10 years, you're also going to see a lot of Indian businesses actually scale abroad as well. So the world is looking at our amazing country. You know, a lot of people would consider that India is a collection of many small countries inside one landmass. So I would kind of call that landmass Bharat, and people are looking at Bharatvarsh as this bubbling kind of pool of business opportunity as well as businesses. So they're very conscious of the fact that our population is big. There's a lot of opportunity for them here. They're also very conscious of the fact that a lot of young Indians are actually building businesses that will enter their country one day. Okay. But the next slide is even more important because the businesses will be built through you. I've taken a photo of Sachin Tendulkar and Jhulan Goswami. They're icons in their own sport, which is cricket, our favorite sport. Remember the line at the top: every great athlete has an edge. And at the end of the day, yes, we're talking about business, yes, we're talking about startups, but businesses are driven through the leadership core. Often the leader at the top, the founders, the CEOs, the people who come up with the idea, you know, the actual leadership in the business. Which is why the question I have for each of y'all is, what is your edge? Every great athlete has an edge. हर मेन खिलाड़ी का एक एज होता है. आपका एज क्या है? Okay? I want everyone to think about that. And this whole presentation is about developing that edge right from the start. कहते हैं ना X factor. What is your X factor? You know, the first time you saw Virat Kohli bat, the first time you saw him play for India, he had that fire. Under 19 World Cup, I think it was 2008 or 7. You knew there was something about this person. Sometimes you see an X factor in people. This presentation is about developing your X factor. Can we have the next slide, please? Okay, now I feel there's stuff to learn from all of India. Personally, I know for a fact I represent urban India. And these are the faces of urban India, right? This is Virat Kohli, Ananya Pandey. These are who people associate with Indian cities often. Not all the time, but often. And urban India has these bunch of learnings, right? Like these are things that really kind of signify urban India. And when I'm talking about urban India, I'm primarily talking about Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, all the IPL team centers mainly. But this is what represents the people. The people have these traits usually. There's a lot of fast pace. लोग speed के साथ सोच रहे हैं. There's usage of social media. लोग अपने businesses के लिए, अपने careers के लिए social media use कर रहे हैं. शहरों में, ठीक है? शहरों की बात हो रही है यहाँ. There's a world view. As in लोगों के पास international exposure है कि foreigners कैसे सोचते हैं, Americans कैसे सोचते हैं, Europeans कैसे सोचते हैं. There's a lot of focus nowadays on life hacking, especially after the pandemic. ठीक है? लोग खुद की life को देख के ये सोच रहे हैं कि how can I improve things? People are constantly thinking about, okay, what are the fitness hacks? What are the mental health hacks? What are the lifestyle hacks I can bring into my own life? And the fifth and final highlight is English. ठीक है? देखो, I strongly feel कि अगर आपको English बोलनी नहीं आती, वैसे प्रॉब्लम नहीं है आज के ज़माने में. ठीक है? You can build a very, very successful career, very, very successful business without knowing much English. पर हमारे देश में अलग अलग स्टेट्स में अलग अलग भाषा बोली जाती है. Which is why मैंने बहुत सारे historian से बात करी. I spoke to a lot of historians about this, and they said कि in the next 100 years, it makes sense for all Indians to learn English. Maybe in the future we can have one unifying language. It could be Sanskrit at some point. आगे जाके शायद हर इंडियन संस्कृत बोल पाएगा. पर आज के ज़माने में with the access to the kind of information we have on the internet, English is a very key factor in urban India, and I feel for the rest of India, and we'll come to why later. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay. I'm trying to make this a very actionable kind of presentation for you. These are my 6 steps for greatness in terms of, I feel kind of what you need to keep in mind post-college, pre-career is just these 6 steps. इन 6 steps को अगर आपने याद रखा, अगर इन पे build किया, definitely आपका career बहुत ज़्यादा दूर जा सकता है. तो please, I suggest that if you're sitting with a notepad, just note some of these things down. Feel free to take screenshots, but gain value from this. And I'll do it very fast, okay? Because I want to go into the interaction. So let's get into it. Let's go to the first slide, please. I mean, the next slide. Okay. So step one. Everyone knows this gentleman. He's made our childhoods even better. His name is MS Dhoni. What I've got to highlight about Dhoni, obviously, is what everyone knows him for, his mentality, right? Just give me a second, guys. Yes. So, I've kind of half taken from Dhoni and I've half taken from people who have mentored me. मेरे एक mentor है Dr. Radhakrishnan Pillai. He's an expert on Chanakya. He's one of the country's top corporate coaches. He also works with the government very closely. A lot of what you see in this particular slide is from him. So I got to know him about 3 years back, and the one big mentoring advice he gave me. Look, कहते रहते ना, I want a mentor. Everyone says, oh, I need a mentor in my life to grow. I want this particular PPT to have that mentoring role a little bit in your early careers. कुछ उखाड़ना है ना करियर में, उसके लिए मेंटरिंग चाहिए रहती है. आप इस पीपीटी को एक मेंटरिंग प्रेजेंटेशन की तरह देख सकते हो. Radhakrishnan Pillai told me that always the first mentality switch you need to have is be a job creator rather than a job seeker. हर कोई, ऑलमोस्ट हर इंडियन, मैं खुद भी पहले ये सोचता था कि नहीं, मुझे सिर्फ एक अच्छी जॉब चाहिए. ओके, एंड दैट्स फाइन. अर्ली ऑन योर करियर दैट्स परफेक्टली ओके टू गेन एक्सपीरियंस. बट आपके अर्ली करियर में एज 25, एज 28, एज 30 तक आपके दिमाग में एक ऐसी स्विच होनी चाहिए. यू शुड हैव दिस मेंटालिटी स्विच ऑफ टर्निंग इनटू अ जॉब क्रिएटर. अगर आप कॉर्पोरेट जॉब भी कर रहे हो, अगर आप किसी और के बिजनेस में काम कर रहे हो, तो ऑलवेज थिंक फ्रॉम द पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ एक्सपेंशन कि ठीक है, मैं ये काम कर रहा हूँ, हाउ कैन आई गेट अ टीम टू डू द सेम रोल. इफ यू हैव बीन गिवन अ पर्टिकुलर रोल इन एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, हाउ कैन यू स्केल दैट रोल. And it seems very simple, but just this mentality switch can change everything for the trajectory of your life and your career. And yes, I'm talking about building India. I'm talking about building the future of the world. But at the end of the day, all of us first and foremost have to build the future of our families, our parents. Think about that perspective. You want a bigger paycheck? कि salary में आपको increase चाहिए? It'll begin from these kind of mentalities. So the first mentality is become a job creator rather than becoming a job seeker. Okay, part of the mentality switch is use the business hacks available in books, use lifestyle hacks to actually kind of change the nature of your business, your career. There's a lot of free career guidance out there on the internet. Okay, the third thing I would definitely say is think about this concept called productivity. एक subject होता है, जैसे स्कूल में हमें हिस्ट्री, ज्योग्राफी, मैथमेटिक्स सिखाए जाते हैं, उसी तरह एक और सब्जेक्ट होता है अडल्टहुड में, एज 22 के बाद. उस सब्जेक्ट का नाम है प्रोडक्टिविटी. द सब्जेक्ट यू हैव टू फोकस ऑन इन लाइफ इज प्रोडक्टिविटी, एंड देयर इज नो एंड टू दैट सब्जेक्ट. प्रोडक्टिविटी का मतलब ये है कि आप एक दिन में कितना काम कर पाते हो, कितना यूजफुल काम कर पाते हो. हाउ मच वर्क आर यू एबल टू डू इन वन डे, दैट्स प्रोडक्टिविटी. So focus on productivity as a subject, and that's a mentality switch. That's a base layer of the subject. पता है जब आप केक खाते हो ना, केक के नीचे वो जो बिस्किट रहता है ना, जो कड़क लेयर रहता है, this is that. Step 1 is the biscuit. So work on these mentality aspects. And obviously I highlight once again, learn English. It should be a part of your mentality. It ties everything together. कल जाके you know you're working on a business for 10 years. At the end of 10 years, say you want to expand abroad, and think about expanding abroad. You're only going to be expanding internationally if you know basics of English. You don't need to know very fluent, very fancy English, but basics. You should be able to communicate a little bit. And पता है मेरी खुद की हिंदी थोड़ी कमज़ोर थी, तो मैंने क्या किया, मैंने क्रिकेट को हिंदी में देखना शुरू किया. ठीक है, और उससे मेरी हिंदी स्ट्रांग हो गई. उसी तरह अगर आपको अपनी इंग्लिश स्ट्रांग करनी है, इंग्लिश में क्रिकेट देखने लगो. Start watching cricket in English, start watching sports in English, start watching movies in English. Have a mentality switch. And by age 30, age 35, aim to be able to talk in English. It'll tie you to the whole globe, but it'll also tie you to urban India very strongly. Okay. Can you have the next slide, please? Step 2, क्योंकि मैं खुद एक social media creator हूँ, I'm a YouTuber myself. एक चीज हाईलाइट करना चाहूंगा कि लोग अक्सर YouTube को, TikTok को सिर्फ एंटरटेनमेंट, कॉमेडी, म्यूजिक के लिए यूज करते हैं. मोस्ट ऑफ द कंट्री. आई हैव मेट लॉट्स ऑफ तेलुगु पीपल, आई हैव मेट तमिल पीपल, आई हैव ऑब्वियसली met people from the northern belt, Delhi, UP, Bihar. And everyone uses the internet mainly for comedy. You know, you watch a nice Govinda movie, you watch Johnny Lever scenes, you watch an amazing song. You know, that's primarily what people are using YouTube for. YouTube has a bank of knowledge which will fuel your step 1 and your step 3 to 6. So have that mentality switch when it comes to social media as well. And you've got to find these aspects of YouTube yourself. Okay, there is a lot of knowledge we put out there. I've made my whole career out of putting educative content that will help with productivity, content that will help with English. ठीक है, ऐसे भी कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स होते हैं. सिर्फ म्यूजिक नहीं देखो यूट्यूब पे, सिर्फ एंटरटेनमेंट कॉमेडी मत देखो यूट्यूब पे. कपिल शर्मा एक महान इंसान है, बट उनके अलावा भी बहुत सारे यूट्यूब क्रिएटर्स हैं. बाकी यूट्यूब के दुनिया को आपको एक्सप्लोर करने की ज़रूरत है अभी, स्पेशली फॉर योर करियर. ठीक है, सो इफ यू वांट टू टेक योर करियर फॉर, ट्रस्ट मी, all your guidelines, all your mentoring are available free of cost, without any money, on YouTube. There are also online courses where you have to pay a little bit, but you have a lot of education that's available for free on YouTube. And if you're not motivated to watch educative content, understand that every time you're watching one educational video, a video that, you know, teaches you something in 10 minutes, teaches you something in 15 minutes, you're actually doing a favor to your own parents and your own future family. जो आपके बच्चे होने वाले ना आगे जाके, उनके भले के लिए सोचो. दैट्स वन की. इसलिए यूट्यूब पर आपको एजुकेशनल कंटेंट थोड़ा थोड़ा देखना चाहिए. प्रोडक्टिविटी क्या होती है, इंग्लिश को बेहतर कैसे बनाते हैं, इस टाइप का कंटेंट यूट्यूब पे देखो, इस टाइप का कंटेंट इंस्टा पे देखो, इस टाइप का कंटेंट फेसबुक पे देखो. सोशल मीडिया को लेकर आपकी एक मेंटालिटी स्विच होनी चाहिए. ओके, कैन वी हैव द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. स्टेप 3, ये मेरी एक फेवरेट मूवी है, गुरु. आई अर्ज एवरीबडी टू वॉच दिस मूवी. It has Abhishek Bachchan. It's Guru. It's loosely based on the life of Dhirubhai Ambani, one of the country's greatest business stories. Movie changed my life. 6th standard में मैंने ये movie देखी थी. So it was just an incredible experience learning from this movie. You know, we talk about learning from YouTube, learning from social media. Learning is nothing without the application of those learnings. So please, that's basically what this slide is about. Apply actual changes in your life from the world of social media. आप social media से कुछ सीख रहे हो, apply it. मान लो आपने communication skills सीख ली, आपने बोलने का तरीका सीख लिया, तो अगली बार जब आप पार्टी के लिए जा रहे हो, अगली बार जब आप किसी को मिलने जा रहे हो, तो उन चीज़ों को अप्लाई कीजिए. या जो चीज़ें आपने सीखी है उन्हें उस पार्टी में, उस कॉन्वर्सेशन में, उन लोगों के साथ शेयर कीजिए. जो शेयरिंग से ना आपकी लर्निंग तगड़ी हो जाती है. When you share your learnings, especially what you've learned off of social media, they just become stronger in your head. So apply the changes in your life. If you have a business, get coached in basics of business from YouTube. There's a lot of amazing business channels. मान लो आपकी एक दुकान है, आपका कोई भी बिजनेस है, छोटा बिजनेस भी हो सकता है. उस बिजनेस को इम्प्रूव करने के लिए, आपके सेल्स बढ़ाने के लिए, आपके प्रॉफिट्स बढ़ाने के लिए आप चीज़ें यूट्यूब से सीख सकते हो. उन चीज़ों को बिजनेस में अप्लाई करो. साइंस में एक्सपेरिमेंट्स होते हैं ना, एक्सपेरिमेंट्स कीजिए. ठीक है, दैट्स वन वेरी की फैक्टर. नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, हर साल आपको आपके एम्स थोड़े ज्यादा होने चाहिए. क्रिकेट का एग्जांपल ले लेता हूँ. हर साल आपको अपनी रन रेट इंक्रीज करनी चाहिए. वही मेंटालिटी रहनी चाहिए कि ओवर 10 to 20 में रन रेट इतनी होगी, 20 to 30 रन रेट और ज्यादा होगी, 30 to 40 और ज्यादा होगी, 40 to 50 और ज्यादा होगी. इंक्रीज योर रन रेट एवरी ईयर. Have these personal goals, write down your goals, talk a lot to yourself. Self-improvement often will begin in your thoughts, in your mind. Turn what's in your mind to what's on paper. So it's very applicable feedback, and this is what I've done every year. In January of every year, I take a pen and paper and write down my goals at least for the next 6 months to a year. आगे का सोचिए. And that's one strong thing I see about urban India. It's a strength of urban India. Everyone thinks a little bit ahead. A little bit. A year ahead. They know where they want to be in December of that year or January of the next year. It's something you can gain, and that's a very kind of guru mentality, as I call it. Obviously, learn basics of personal finance. Do not let your money just lie in your savings account. You've got to learn what to do with that money. I believe we had Ankur Wariku on this event as well, or I think he's going to be there. Talks a lot about personal finance, incredible videos on personal finance on Instagram, YouTube. Again, from YouTube, you can learn about personal finance. Personal finance क्या होता है? Basically, जो पैसे आप कमा रहे हो, आपके सेविंग्स अकाउंट में उन्हें मत छोड़िए, उन पैसों के साथ कुछ कीजिए, एसआईपीज में इन्वेस्ट कीजिए, म्यूचुअल फंड्स में इन्वेस्ट कीजिए। ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि ये देखो इस म्यूचुअल फंड में इन्वेस्ट करो, उस एसआईपी में इन्वेस्ट करो, बट एसआईपीज के बारे में सीखो, म्यूचुअल फंड्स के बारे में सीखो। बेसिकली लोग ना पर्सनल फाइनेंस को लेके ये सोचते कि बहुत ज़्यादा ऐसे स्कीम्स हैं, जुगाड़ वाले स्कीम्स है, कोई मेरे पैसे चुरा के लेके जाएगा। ये सच नहीं है। यू नीड टू लर्न अबाउट पर्सनल फाइनेंस, सीखे इसके बारे में, क्या होते हैं म्यूचुअल फंड्स, उसका लॉजिक क्या होता है, एसआईपीज क्या होता है, उनके लॉजिक्स क्या होते हैं। तो यू गॉट टू गेट इनटू दिस वर्ल्ड ऑफ एसआईपीज, म्यूचुअल फंड्स, बिकॉज the salary you're earning can be multiplied if you know the basics. And I used to be very scared of it. मैं बहुत डरता था इस दुनिया से, पर्सनल फाइनेंस क्या होता है। मैंने थोड़ा सा लेट स्टार्ट किया लाइफ में, एज 24 पे स्टार्ट किया। मैं एज अभी 4 साल से कर रहा हूँ, और मेरी एक रिग्रेट है कि मैंने पहले क्यों नहीं स्टार्ट किया, कॉलेज में क्यों नहीं स्टार्ट किया। और अगर आपने भी पर्सनल फाइनेंस की गेम स्टार्ट नहीं किया, थोड़ी सी रिग्रेट आपके दिल में होनी चाहिए। यू शुड रिग्रेट इट अ लिटिल बिट। थोड़ा सा बुरा आपको लगना चाहिए कि मैंने पहले स्टार्ट क्यों नहीं किया। और उस बुरे फीलिंग की वजह से ना सीखो पहले पर्सनल फाइनेंस के बारे में। बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट लाइफ स्किल होती है, ये भी आप इंटरनेट से सीख सकते हो। प्लीज लर्न डिटेल्स ऑफ पर्सनल फाइनेंस फ्रॉम द इंटरनेट, फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट। फैंटास्टिक कंटेंट इज आउट देयर। इफ यू वांट सम यूट्यूब चैनल्स, यूट्यूब चैनल रणवीर अलाबादिया, अंकुर वारेकू, सब यूट्यूब चैनल के नाम दे रहा हूँ, लिख लो कहीं। रणवीर अलाबादिया, अंकुर वारेकू, CA रचना रनाडे, these 3 are a good start, and then you can find more YouTube channels from there. Okay, and also understand that when it comes to business and your own personal growth, आगे जाके 5 साल में 10 साल में पर्सनल ब्रांडिंग की एक बड़ी गेम होने वाली है सोशल मीडिया पे। ये मतलब है कि आप सोशल मीडिया टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज कर सकते हो खुद के बिजनेस को ग्रो करने के लिए, खुद के करियर को ग्रो करने के लिए। whatever you want to grow in your career can be grown through the medium of social media. ये कैसे होता है, क्या होता है, इस पे भी हमने वीडियोस बनाए हैं. We've made lots of videos about this exact topic. Please go check it out. Ranveer Alabadia's one Hindi channel, Beer Biceps is our English channel. Both videos contain a lot of ways to grow your career through social media. बहुत ही ज़्यादा ज़रूरी लाइफ स्किल है. पता है जो आजकल हम कॉलेजेस में सीखते हैं, मैंने खुद इंजीनियरिंग करी है. इंजीनियरिंग के कोई कोई हिस्से में आज यूज कर रहा हूँ. यूजिंग एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ इट बट नॉट द एक्टिव सब्जेक्ट्स. जो जिस इंसान को मैंने नेम किया, डॉक्टर राधाकृष्णन पिल्ले, वो मेरे मेंटर हैं. उन्होंने मुझसे ये कहा कि देखो वो एजुकेशन के साथ काम करें. इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम को बदल रहे, थोड़ा थोड़ा आई मीन स्लोली बदल रहे, थोड़े थोड़े चेंजेस ला रहे हैं इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम में. तो उन्होंने भी मुझसे ये कहा कि एट दिस स्टेज एजुकेशन इज ड्रिवन बाय द इंटरनेट. ठीक है, सोशल मीडिया ग्रोथ एक स्किल होती है, लाइफ स्किल होती है आज के ज़माने में. प्लीज़ सोशल मीडिया के बारे में और ज़्यादा सीखिए. यू गॉट टू लर्न हाउ टू ग्रो थिंग्स ऑन सोशल मीडिया. इट्स वेरी डूएबल. वी हैव अ वेरी बिग कंट्री विद अ वेरी बिग पॉपुलेशन. देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ रूम. लोग अक्सर ना सोशल मीडिया को देख के ये कहते हैं कि यार इतने सारे लोग अभी से इतना ज़्यादा ग्रो कर चुके हैं, तो मेरे लिए रूम कैसे बनेगा, मैं कैसे ग्रो कर पाऊंगा या कर पाऊंगी. Please, it's not too late to start. Even if you start 5 years later, it still won't be too late to start. 5 साल बाद भी अगर आपने अपनी सोशल मीडिया की शुरुआत करी तो ज़्यादा लेट नहीं है. प्लीज़ 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 बिगिन योर सोशल मीडिया गेम. जो भी बिजनेस आप चला रहे हो उस बिजनेस को फ़ायदे मिल सकते हैं सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू. तो कीप वन आई ऑन ग्रोइंग सोशल मीडिया. ये एक लाइफ स्किल होती है. ओके, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज़. इस स्लाइड को मैं बहुत ही सिंपली समझा दूंगा. अगर आपको लाइफ में कुछ भी उखाड़ना है वो टीम के थ्रू आप उखाड़ोगे. यू वांट टू अचीव एनीथिंग, इट विल हैपन थ्रू टीम वर्क. पीपल स्किल्स सीखिए, दूसरों के साथ काम करने के टेक्निक सीखिए, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स, लीडरशिप जैसे टेक्निक सीखिए. यू गॉट टू लर्न ऑल दीज स्किल्स लाइक लीडरशिप, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स टू रियली किल इट. द बिगर योर गोल्स आर, द लार्जर योर टीम विल नीड टू बी. So learn how to work with people. This is one thing we need to change collectively as a society. There needs to be a lot more unity. There needs to be a lot more community energy. You shouldn't look at other states and say, oh no, I am a Maharashtrian, that's why I won't work with this person. I'm Punjabi, that's why I won't work with this person. I'm Tamilian, that's why I won't work with this person. Look at the Indian team. It's a collection of people from different states. That's why I've put the Indian cricket team again. Learn from sport. Life is not an individual sport. Life is not tennis. Life is like cricket. Okay, you have to work in teams, especially when your goals are large. So find people, train them. Even these kind of skills are available on YouTube. अगर आपको नहीं पता कि कैसे स्केल करते हैं, कैसे टीम वर्क को इम्प्रूव करते हैं, तो YouTube से सीख लीजिए. Anyway, next slide. Step 5, very simple, look for mentors. जैसे कि आप देख सकते हो मैंने विराट कोहली सचिन तेंदुलकर की एक फोटो डाल दिया. सचिन had mentored विराट. He has played a role in his success. अगर आपको भी लाइफ में विराट कोहली बनना है, आपको एक सचिन तेंदुलकर की ज़रूरत होगी. अगर आपके लाइफ में अभी कोई सचिन तेंदुलकर नहीं है तो इंटरनेट से ढूंढ लीजिए, इंटरनेट को अपना सचिन तेंदुलकर बना दीजिए. फाइंड योर मेंटर ऑनलाइन, टर्न द इंटरनेट इनटू अ मेंटर. डोंट फियर मिस्टेक्स. अगर आपसे गलतियां हो गई, अगर आप कोई चीज़ में फेल हो गए तो उस फेलियर को, उन गलतियों को एनालाइज कीजिए. थिंक अबाउट योर फेलियर्स, थिंक अबाउट योर मिस्टेक्स, go back and analyze, try figuring what you did wrong, come out. You have to go with that warrior mentality, right? I'm a part of a spiritual school, एक योगा का स्कूल है, YSS, योगानंद सत्संग सोसाइटी ऑफ इंडिया. ठीक है. उस स्पिरिचुअल स्कूल से मैंने बहुत कुछ सीखा है और हमारा एक अर्ली लेसन ये था कि जब आप सुबह में उठते हो ना, एक वॉरियर वाली मेंटालिटी होनी चाहिए कि आपको कल क्या हुआ उस पर फोकस नहीं करना चाहिए, आने वाले कल में क्या होना चाहिए उस पर फोकस नहीं करना चाहिए, आज पे फोकस करना चाहिए और खुद से ये कहना चाहिए कि यार मैं एक योद्धा हूं, वॉरियर मेंटालिटी है मेरे अंदर. बिल्ड दैट वॉरियर मेंटालिटी इनसाइड यू एवरी डे व्हेन यू वेक अप. ओके, एम्ब्रेस योर ओन मिस्टेक्स, एम्ब्रेस योर ओन फेलियर्स. इट्स ओके, जस्ट डोंट मेक देम अगेन. बस अपने गलतियों को रिपीट मत कीजिए, गलतियों को बार बार होने मत दीजिए. फाइंड मेंटरशिप, डोंट फियर मिस्टेक्स. दैट्स द बेसिस ऑफ स्टेप 5. एंड स्टेप 6, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. बहुत बेसिक लॉजिक है, डू इट फॉर इंडिया. भारत को आपकी ज़रूरत है आने वाले 10 सालों में. इंडिया नीड्स यू फॉर द नेक्स्ट 10 years. We're one country. We're growing economically. We're growing from a business perspective. So do it for your country. And if for some reason you're not patriotic, I don't know why that would be. Think about your family as well, right? I'm telling you, doing it for your country is one of the greatest motivations you can have in your own life. इससे बड़ी और कोई मोटिवेशन नहीं होती. देश के लिए कुछ कीजिए. स्टेप 6, अगर आपको और तगड़ा बनाना है तो स्टेप 1 to 5 फिर से स्टडी कीजिए. बहुत बेसिक होता है, बिजनेस ग्रोथ, करियर ग्रोथ. एंड आई जस्ट वांट टू एंड विद द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. जय हिंद. साथ में बोलो, जय हिंद, भारत माता की जय. Okay, that's all I want to say. So that was the presentation from me. I think we can move into the next section. This was a nice basis to start. Okay.
Yes. Lovely, Ranveer. I think this is the shortest yet the most effective presentation that at least I have come across. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I tried making it very, very simple. Sorry, there was a slight mess up on the fonts. I don't know why, but I'm glad with how it turned out.
Technology, you're learning. Still learning. We'll keep learning, I feel. You know, we were discussing this with Ankur yesterday. I think mute yourself or unmute yourself is going to be the phrase of the year.
Yeah, that's completely true, yaar.
Lovely. You know, now that, of course, apart from listening to you, I have a few other questions as well. So I'll shoot them straight because you want it to be like a good talk session. Ranveer, we've spoken about, you know, having that edge, that X factor. You know, if I ask you what's your edge, because that will help people in identifying exactly how to identify that edge, because usually we have it. Identifying is all that we need to do. So what's yours?
I think identification was the edge, that I'm very aware of what's in my own head. Self-awareness is an edge. And self-awareness, people often think that it's related to meditation, which it is, you know, or yoga or just growing older. But a very simple way to create more self-awareness, खुद के दिमाग को जानना. You basically get into a process of writing. Whatever you're feeling in your head, you get into journaling. You write down every single day. And that's one correct thing that I've been able to do. I've either meditated or I've journaled for every single day of my career. So it gives you a very good mirror about your own life. Write as much as you can. Even if you're doing a business, write about what you're thinking about that business. If you want to get somewhere, write the strategy in your head. So a lot of writing, lots of meditation. And it's not really my edge. I feel it's anyone's edge. Anyone can use this. It's not my unique edge or anything. I've just stuck to that process.
Lovely. You know, also we hear a lot from you about mentor and mentorship. Now, of course, everybody has exposure. People are learning. People are wanting to embark their knowledge and, of course, share it. how do you exactly identify your mentor?
At the start, it's always about your family, friends, or some relative who you look up to at the start of your career. It'll always be this for everybody. Maybe one of your college teachers or something like that. Someone who's within your circle. You'll only get better mentors in life when you actually do something with your career. So if you've gone to a certain degree in your career, you'll be able to attract the right people yourself. You'll meet someone at a conference, you'll meet someone at an event, and then you just hit it off. At the core, mentoring comes out of friendship. So first, focus on making friends in life. So early in life, you're only going to be able to make friends with people who are in your own social circle. But aage jaake, it depends on how much you do in your own career. You'll feel a natural friendship with some people. Mentoring is a very natural kind of give and take process. So don't go out looking for mentors. Focus on your own career. But at this stage, if you really want guidance, it'll come from your family and your family friends.
Lovely. So at least it's contrary to what I should think, that your biggest criticizers are your families, because when you start something, especially in an artist domain, the first thing I was like, no, yeah, a job is what you should look at, because of course they take care of you, they love you. So, but thank you at least for trying to change that mindset. And as a Ranveer, we've spoken of productivity. Now, usually what happens, at least in today, I'm looking at Ranveer. Oh shit, yeah, Ranveer is doing 10 hours of content and I'm just doing one. Now I might be, that 1 hour might be my productivity, and that's good enough for me. But of course, my eye is on Ranveer. So how much productivity is enough productivity? Is there a measure, or how do you stop, or how do you keep yourself calm?
I feel you have, that's why I highlighted yearly goals that much. Let's actually put numbers against it. You have to figure where you want to be by December, and you have to figure that in January, and then divide it by, like how many months are available for you, how many hours in the week you can give. Life is different for everybody, but what you can actually change is your own quantification of your goals, putting numbers on your goals. So for me, I have put this kind of target in my head of at least 4 original videos every week, and I have to anyhow get those done. So that's my base of productivity. And once I tick off that as a YouTuber, and I tick off the number of hours that I've dedicated to each of my startups, then it's a free set. Then I can kind of work even more if I want. I can write more, I can do more. That's completely up to me. But put numbers against where you wish to be at the end of this year. So many of us want social media careers. Are you willing to put up a video every single day, including Sundays? If you're just able to do that, and that's the goal you set out for yourself at the beginning of the year, that's fine. It's up to you. So that's what I would say.
Okay. And now let's come to Instagram. We are talking about social media now, of course, technology and the future. So a lot of people, let's say, you mentioned comedy. I'm looking at comedy, and also that comedy is working on Instagram, probably or possibly a dance or a comedy sketch gets people, it gets me my likes and my views. Whereas if you want to put something more on the educational front, let's say, now that you've seen a lot of influencers rise up, somebody's talking about money, something, you've chosen your domain. And people are wondering, yeah, I am also talking good, I'm also sharing my experience. Why am I not getting my due credit? Of course, algorithm is there. People will learn that with time. What apart from that do you think is, yes, this should work, try this?
See, at the end of the day, who are we selling our businesses to? It's other Indians. Okay, and every time you want to understand how to sell more to other Indians, please understand that the greatest industries in our country are Bollywood, Tollywood, the entire South film industry, the entire Indian film industry in general. And Indians in their core love masala. They love a mixture of things. They want to see little bits of entertainment. Entertainment bhi chahiye, gaane bhi chahiye, action bhi chahiye, emotions bhi chahiye, family drama bhi chahiye. So you have to learn how to make even your educational content entertaining. It's edutainment, join education and entertainment. It's a very key feature of social media. You can't just be a boring person talking about education. This is where social media becomes a skill. Mimic the Indian film industry in general. You have to make it entertaining also. You have to use good lights. You have to use good cameras, good mics, these kind of things. And it's okay if you don't have the money to spend on right now. We all have phones. You can actually make very good quality content with your phones, but you need to have a skill with using this. Even with a basic phone. This isn't a basic phone, but even with a basic phone, if you have good lighting, nowadays with the cameras and sound equipment we have, you can do fantastic work. Okay, so there's no excuses in the modern day. That's what I feel.
And now that, of course, you and Monk Entertainment have moved ahead in life, but if we go back to initial years thing, when you're starting out, how did you exactly divide your time? Let's say, okay, I will look at probably giving myself 2 hours every day to replying to DMs or doing this or doing that. And not Instagram generally, YouTube, Facebook, har jagah, social media. How did you really divide your time? Did you have your friends walk in and help you?
So first and foremost, always focus on money. Profits kahan se aa rahe? Where your profits coming from? That's the key. Social media is amazing, but it's not going to pay you for maybe 1 year of doing it. So where are you earning money from? For me, I was a fitness trainer. I used to go and I used to divide my day half into social media and half into fitness training. How did I become a fitness trainer? Because I worked on those skills while I was in college. I did engineering and I'd also studied fitness on the side just for fun. Then I realized, oh wow, people actually pay for this skill. So understand how you're making money and first increase the amount of money you're earning. Because once you have money, you can actually do a lot more in social media. The same job that would take you 3 hours will now take you 1 hour because maybe you've invested in a better device. Maybe you have someone to help you. You're able to pay someone's salary. So first and foremost, focus on money. And then secondly, when it comes to when it comes to social media, you choose 2 platforms. कोई भी 2 प्लेटफॉर्म ले लो, YouTube or Instagram, YouTube or Twitter, Instagram or Twitter. Choose 2 platforms and just attack them. Every platform has its own strategy, its own game plan, its own science and logic. So understand the science and logic. Go deep inside. Okay? And what this will do is, one, it will increase your social media numbers, but social media platforms are a good representation of business as well. You'll become a better business person. Your business skills will improve through social media. Your sales skills, your marketing skills will improve. Then aage jaake in life, you can do whatever. But study these like subjects. These are just like mathematics or geography or English or Hindi or Tamil. So you have to go into these like subjects. Earn money and then treat it like a subject. That's what I'll say.
Lovely. Only because now I want to focus more on the initial days, because right now majority of the people who are watching are in that space where you were a few years back. Yeah. So now I've usually seen there are 2 kind of people. One, okay, let's say with what you are right now, that I have 1 day of uploading this, 1 day of observing that, 3rd day of doing this, 4th day reviewing, identifying and acting. And then there are many other people, at least whom I have met, and let's say I want to make a video. I want to write something on the internet, a blog. I start and I think, nahi, let me just wait for it. Let me wait for the idea to write first, and then I'll put it out. So what category do you fall in? Are you the one who's like, no, I have it, let's go explore, let's shoot? Or are you, let's wait?
Every single content creator and every single person I've hosted on the podcast, which are business leaders, top actors, top sports people, all of them have one thing in common, which is that first they do, then they think. They don't analyze too much. And that's the best piece of advice that I've also got in my life, that just put out your thought in the world. Release the video. Don't think too much. Don't think about, oh, it's not good enough right now. We're living in the age of short content. It's not that difficult to put out a 30-second piece or 1-minute piece. So first put out your stuff and then think about how it will do. This is not completely true for business, but especially in social media, when it comes to content, when it comes to writing, anything creative, you put it out in the real world. Because only when you get actual feedback from your friends, from your family, will you understand what you need to improve. Maybe you are thinking you need to improve this one particular thing, and the actual feedback you get is, no, you don't need to improve that. You need to improve this other thing in your content. Then you can start working on that other thing. So actually putting out your work for the audiences, for the public, helps you improve. And that's a big advantage that we have over the world of films. Films don't know kind of what will end up working. And it's a lot of tukka, it's a lot of guesswork. They think that, theek hai, ye shayad chal jayega. This is a good masala film. Many times it doesn't work. But with content, you can put out a piece and it's okay if you fail. The next one, you're putting out the next day. So it's a big advantage that you should use. And it's a big, beautiful aspect of social media, I feel.
Lovely. Now that you've spoken of your podcast as an example, now when I listen to your podcast, I've of course listened to that gentleman or that lady in various other formats. But when I come to you, I'm like, okay, he's researched well. This is something new for me to pick up. Now, and the same when I apply to life. Let's say you're starting out something new, and I have technology. We were talking about technology, and of course, young people out there. How are you really leveraging technology for that research in whatever domain that you are in today?
So I'd asked Priyanka Chopra that what is the one standout feature about her, like why has she succeeded at every stage of her career? And she said that no matter what she does, it could be music, it could be Hollywood, it could be Bollywood, it could be anything, business. She always focuses on the concept of preparation. Whatever you're going into in life, you have to kind of go in with a sense of research you've done before it. You have to understand the room you are entering. You have to understand who you're talking to. You have to understand what you're talking about. So always focus. It's a very simple, thoda dadaji input, but just focus on preparation. It's a very big life lesson. And a lot of us know it, like that's why are exams even a thing? It's to teach us the process of preparation for life. In childhood, you have exams. You have to study for those. In the same way that studying process never stops. Maybe it gets shorter, but it never stops. That's what I like to say. And that those people who stand out in meetings, in content, in business, are always the ones who are the most prepared for it.
We're talking about preparation now, Ranveer. What do you think is the first step to exploring? And I'm sure like it wasn't that when you were born, you knew, okay, where biceps is going to be, and I'm going to train somebody and that will turn my life. It might have come from a personal experience of yours, or you might have seen somebody experience that. What do you think is the first step to exploring for anything?
Whatever you have fun doing, whatever you enjoy consuming. If it's cricket you enjoy watching, you can actually build a career in cricket one day or around cricket. There are that many opportunities in the modern day. Maybe you can go to the Caribbean and set up some cricket-based business there if you feel India is completely saturated. But go into places that you actually enjoy. And this is one beautiful thing about the media industry that I'm a part of. Every single person here, all the professionals really enjoy being a part of it because they grew up enjoying films, they grew up enjoying YouTube, they grew up enjoying TV, and now they get to build a career in this. So whatever you're enjoying, explore that a lot more. You'll find opportunity there, career opportunities. So ask yourself, what do you have fun doing? And go deeper into that.
Lovely. And you now coming to your brand, keeping Ranveer at the side now. Okay, if I ask you, what's the key difference according to Ranveer himself between Monk Entertainment and let's say Beer Biceps, or you as an individual? What's the key difference?
I think Beer Biceps is very, very content driven. I'm broadcasting my whole life. So broadcasting and reaching out to people, like everyone knows about how I think, what's going on in my life. Because we do vlogs also. Vlogs are basically the best days of my life are shot on camera and kind of treated as its own film. So people really know my own evolution as a person as well. Like they understand, okay, now he's going through this, now he's thinking of this. So I think I'm basically building in public. That's what they call it in the startup world, where you're building your business or your brand in front of the whole world. So I think that's the standout feature. And it's a great, blessed life, honestly. No complaints.
Because your life is transparent, it's out there. Everybody knows Ranveer's family, what's he doing, where's he going. And when I also think of your business, and of course, seeing social media, there's a lot of people that you're working with. And I know what's good, what you mentioned in your chat, but what exactly is non-negotiable for Ranveer or for the business?
As a business person, I'll definitely highlight profits. It's something I've stuck to from the start. I've always focused on how do you make money? And this is something we don't talk about a lot in Indian society or even on panels, that where is the next big profit coming from? At the end of the day, everything else, these shelves you see around you, this camera we're using, this mic we're using, has come from a place of having solid profits, focusing on it from day one. And if there's anything I'd like to share with people through this journey, it is this, that always keep focusing on making profits and increasing them every year, not to buy fancy cars or fancy clothes or anything, but it just creates safety and it creates opportunity for yourself. Money is energy and you can use it to make further energy. You can use it to build the country. You can use it to create jobs, which takes me back to the first slide of the PPT. If you have that mentality switch of being a job creator rather than a job seeker, you'll always focus on profits. So I don't remember your question. I'm sorry, I may have digressed, but profits are a very important skill. That's what I think.
Absolutely. That's absolutely fine. Ranveer, going on a lighter note, what's been that one moment here? Oh, wow. Oh, lovely, man. This is what I needed, either for me or for my brand. That one moment that you recall, that really, I think that's it, turned your life or just made it better?
So when I was growing up, I got very deep into fitness, bodybuilding, these things. I still work out, but it's not at the level I used to earlier. And my inspiration used to be someone called Arnold Schwarzenegger of Terminator. Everybody in the world has seen the movie Terminator. I used to have a poster of Arnold Schwarzenegger in my own room, and he was an icon. I used to listen to his speeches. I used to watch videos of him on YouTube. 3 years into YouTube, 4 years into YouTube, I was going to switch off my channel because I started a Hindi channel and an English, and I wanted to switch off the English channel. To make content easier for ourselves, we thought, okay, let's start a chat show because it's just me talking to people. That's easy. And by the 12th episode, somehow Priyanka Chopra reached out, Samne se, and Saif Ali Khan reached out, and we started getting all these crazy guests. By episode number 20, Arnold Schwarzenegger's team reached out to me. And that was like a very, how did this happen moment. It was for his new Terminator film, all that. And they flew us down to Korea. They flew us down to South Korea. And that whole experience was just very crazy in terms of, this is someone who I've turned to in my lowest phase, as a source of inspiration. And now I get to talk to him. I get to meet him. Like, it was very intense an experience. And that kind of just solidified that thing in my head of, every time you're thinking about shutting down something or calling something a failure, think again. You don't know what you're about to encounter in your own life. And that it gave me a lot of self-belief in my own life. This happened about 2-3 years ago. And even in these 2-3 years, we've had low phases, but that one thought of, wow, magic had happened back then. So why won't magic happen in the future? That one magical thought kind of keeps me going. So that's what I'd like to highlight.
From your answer, I have this one question. I ask this almost every of our guests. What's your thought on fake it till you make it?
It's a very complicated answer. I don't want to say that I back that thought because you see a lot of, honestly, dishonesty on social media. Dishonesty is bad. And aaj ke zamane mein, everyone can pick up dishonesty. So especially on social media, don't fake it till you make it. Rather give out your own learnings. People attach themselves to people who are authentic on social media. Authenticity is the key word nowadays. So whatever you are actually in your real life, just stay honest to it, stay true to it. Whatever you are, and you'll grow.
Ranveer, what we've spoken about, what needs to be done to move ahead. To do that, what's that one thing that you really have, what you really feel at least the youth of today should stop doing? Apart from the money that you mentioned, you really need to find different ways of moving with it. What do you think is that one thing that you need to stop doing like right now?
Like, I'll talk about friendship. Choose your friends carefully. And distance yourself from people who discourage you early on in your career. When you're in college, when you're fresh out of college, lots of people around you. Definitely your family, but you can't distance yourself from your family. They are there. You can distance yourself from your friends, and you can choose friends who actually encourage you to go to that higher level. It's a very simple call to action. This is what I did very consciously from age 22 to 25. I cut off a lot of people from my life, and it was the best decision. So very simple, little hardcore input, but that's one change that a lot of people can make. Select your friends much more carefully.
I speak to people about how do they manage their successes and how do they use it as a stepping stone for the next one. Because you've shared almost all your life with us, and we know there have been highs and lows. Do you really unlearn? Let's say you had something that didn't really work out. I won't say failure. It didn't really work out. And now you have to move towards something that's happening tomorrow again, a fresher idea. How does Ranveer unlearn, or he tells people to unlearn?
I take feedback a lot from my inner team. Sorry. My business partners as well. The plan is always we give each other feedback, because what happens through the course of your career is that you keep achieving things. You keep thinking that, yeah, I know 100%, I know whatever I need to know. But even someone like Virat Kohli, even someone like Dhoni at this stage will consciously be taking feedback. That's how you become a Virat Kohli or a Dhoni. So keep that feedback muscle very active. When people are giving you input about your career, or if someone's saying, oh, listen, you've become arrogant, or listen, you've become too angry nowadays, understand it's from a place of them trying to help you improve. So keep that very active. That's what I'd like to say.
Okay. Ranveer, being one of the youngest entrepreneurs in the country, let's say you're sitting on a table and there's $1 million deal happening. And I asked this to Ritesh as well. Does young age come as a competitive advantage, or like, oh, he's too young?
Very good question. From 22 to 25, people will take you for granted. This is what I've noticed. And you have to, grow facial hair. You have to dress more grown up. Right now, if we are going into a business meeting, often I'll wear formals. I'll wear a suit. It's for this reason. I know I look very young. Like I'm actually 28. Some people think I'm 22, 23. So I'll groom myself to look older, and that actually works. So you have to play a slightly materialistic game, honestly. Grow out a beard, dress like you're older, groom yourself like you're older, because especially for some reason in India, people don't take you seriously when you're younger, even if you're very good at your job. So you have to learn how to play that game as well. At this stage, again, I have fame as an advantage. People know who I am before I go into a meeting. So at this stage, I don't have that problem. Early on, I used to have that problem a lot, and we lost a lot of business deals because of that. So fix it early on.
Lovely. Now coming to the technology bit, because we are primarily discussing that. So at Monk Entertainment, does your team have somebody who's like constantly checking out something new to try out with, because you're there all over social media? So is somebody, or let's say, how is Monk Entertainment leveraging technology?
It's not just Monk Entertainment, it's everyone who's a part of Monk Entertainment and all my other organizations. We've set a culture of everyone from person A to Z, all the layers of the organization. Everyone has to stay in touch with what's happening in the world. So 10 years back, it wasn't easy because we didn't know what's happening in Silicon Valley, which is the startup hub of the world. Now you have Twitter. Twitter should not just be used for news or sports or entertainment. Follow people from Silicon Valley to understand how they are thinking. It's Twitter. What is Twitter? It's basically an inlet into people's minds. Even podcasts, same logic. You get an inlet into other people's minds. You have to stay in touch with what is blockchain, what's happening in the world of AI, what's happening in the world of cryptocurrencies. At least understand the logic of it. It's really not that difficult to stay in touch with it. We don't have a unit at Monkey, but we encourage it a lot with everyone who joins, that even if you are just working, say, as a videographer, as a music editor, still understand what's happening in the world of music technology, in the world of editing technology, in the world of videography, in the world of what we call fintech, financial technology. Every Indian should be encouraged to understand what's happening there, because it's like the rest of the world is in this Formula One car, they're going very fast. So you need to understand how that F1 car works and build one for yourself. And it's not that difficult. People think that all these terms are very difficult. It's just about your own effort. If you don't understand something, there are podcasts out there. So go research, understand from social media, and then kind of build an F1 car for yourself and kind of beat them in the race.
Pranveer, I'll put these two questions in one on the brand of yours. What are a few things that Ranveer and his team make sure that, okay, this is a must for our culture in our office, in all the organizations? And second one, what exactly is success to your people?
I'll answer the second one first. Success is just ensuring that 2021 is better than 2020. You just compare yourself to your game from your last year. Do not focus too much on competition. Just focus on leveling up yourself. And if you constantly focus on that, eventually life is test cricket. Life is a stamina game. Life is a marathon. It's not T20. You're not competing with anyone. You're competing with yourself. That's success for me. If you're ahead of where you were last year, even as an organization. And the first question was, what is a cultural trait? We encourage people not to focus too much on their own wins. So something has gone well in business, or if we've released a video that's done well, you move on to the next one. You take your learnings, you understand why it did well or why you won, and move on to the next one. This is called, in yoga, it's called sthirta. In world culture, it's called stoicism, where you just move on. Because see, wherever there are wins, you'll also lose in some cases. And you want to move on from losses as well. So don't get emotional about your wins. That's what I'd like to highlight.
Pranveer, my last 2-3 questions I'll ask you on a personal note. What exactly do we need to count that we are not counting?
You need to gauge profits every year. Again, I'd like to highlight that again. Count how much money you're being able to make.
Okay. And let's say, because now it's again technology and the future, what is that one new website or a recent application that you've explored and want to share with the world?
It's a good question. Can I give you a technology that I've explored?
Anything.
So there is a new kind of gaming system in the world. It's called Roblox. And they say it's the future of social media. So it represents what virtual reality will be for us. I recommend everyone to watch this movie called Ready Player One. It's about this whole metaverse concept. What is metaverse? All our jobs, all our meetings are going to happen in the metaverse. Why has Facebook renamed itself Meta? So get into that concept. And the technology I use is Roblox. It's a game, basically, where it's a collection of games which are created by users. As in, you and me can actually create our games and put it on that website. So Roblox is what I encourage people to check out.
Okay. Any books that Ranveer is reading currently and that he feels that people should read that?
I'm reading a book called The Way and the Power. It's about Japanese samurai culture. If that's too heavy, let's bring it back to India. I always recommend Autobiography of a Yogi. It's my favorite book. It's by Yoganand Paramhans. Every single person who wants to grow spiritually should read that book. And it's also got a lot of kind of hatke career hacks. So that's the one I encourage everyone to read.
Lovely. With that, Ranveer, I have one last question for you. For anybody who's just joined in, if I would ask you to sum up your session in 60 seconds precisely.
Okay, have a mentality switch, go into a whole self-improvement zone in your head because the country is going to grow through individual growth. So first you focus on individuals. You know, when you have when you have a bottle of water, you got to ensure that your own bottle is filled completely first before you pour it into other people's glasses. So look at all the other people's glasses as the jobs you're going to create, as how you're going to help the country, but first focus on filling your own jar. How are you going to fill it? You're going to fill it through learning English even better, learning how to communicate in English better, also learning skills from social media. Understand how social media works. Everything you want to learn, it could even be very intense technology. It's all available on the internet. So don't just use the internet for entertainment, comedy, music. Use it to actually level up your own head. That's what I'd like to highlight. It's very simple.
Lovely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to an end of our session with Ranveer Alabadia. He says, count your blessings, but also count your money. Keep exploring, shift out of your comfort zone. There is no good or bad. Everything is right. Just go for it. And while I say go for it, I would also request you to stay back, or let's say meet with us at 3 p.m. in the main hall for our next session. Till then, stay tuned, everybody. Thank you so much.
Namaskar. Welcome to the National Youth Festival 2022. It's the 25th edition और आज इस यूथ फेस्टिवल का दूसरा दिन है. By now, जैसे कि आप सब जानते हैं कि National Youth Festival is celebrated to honor the ideals and thoughts of Swamiji Vivekananda, who had tremendous faith in youth. वो ये firmly believe करते थे कि youth is the biggest driving force of our economy. The National Youth Festival 2022 aims to ignite and fuel the minds of young Indians and build a post-COVID template of youth-led, authentic Indian leadership for the world. Now, through this motivating session titled Leadership at 26,000 Feet, our presenter for the session aims to tell the youth of India how leadership is a trait that can be learned. We have an influential speaker who's followed by millions across the globe for his impactful talks on leadership, a former soldier, a leadership coach, former CEO of NatGrid. Please put your hands together and welcome Captain Raghu Raman. Over to you, sir.
Thanks a ton, Bharat. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity to speak with all of you. Firstly, happy Lori, happy Pongal, happy Makar Sankranti to all the people of all communities. I realize कि ये जो attendance है ये पूरे भारत के youth के हैं. So my language I'll keep changing between Hindi and English, and I'll assure you कि जब मैं हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ तो उसी का अनुवाद मैं इंग्लिश में भी कर दूंगा. English speakers will also be comfortable because whatever I'm going to say, I will also say that in English. I thought of many options of what I should talk to you about today, but then I then thought that the most impactful session that I will be able to do for you would be a session that is something that I do in these schools. I do in academies also, in various different management academies, military institutions. And this is about the fundamental elements of leadership. कि leadership में वो 5-6 चीजें क्या होती हैं जो अगर आप हासिल कर लें, जिसके ऊपर आप अपना थोड़ा फोकस करके उस पे काम करें, तो आप किसी भी माहौल में, चाहे आप जो भी कर रहे हो, आप एक स्पेशल फोर्सेस टाइप की एटीट्यूड, एक वो एटीट्यूड. और ये स्पेशल फोर्सेस सिर्फ फौज में नहीं होते हैं. जो डॉक्टर्स काम करते हैं सर्जिकल में या जो रोड एक्सीडेंट में ट्रॉमा की मदद करते हैं, ये सब स्पेशल फोर्सेस हैं जो एक टीम में जब काम करते हैं, उनका जो काम का level hai, the eliteness of their work is actually the function of them working together and being led by a good leader. And why I have chosen army, I could have chosen other environments also. The reason why I have chosen army as a backdrop to this story which I'm going to share with you is very simple reason that the government of India, the various ministries, the various ministers may have anything in terms of the national policy, foreign policy, defense policy. But the last 100 meters of that policy is going to be delivered by some lieutenant or captain. The last 100 meters जो है, वो policy का, वो पूरे इंडिया के ताकत का, इसके न्यूक्लियर माइट का, इसके ताकत, जो फाइनल जो एज है, वो एक 24, 25, 27, 23 साल का लड़का या लड़की है, जो आप हैं. That is the reason why I'm choosing the army as a backdrop. So, उसके लिए I'm going to use a presentation and I'll just share my screen. Oh, you're disabled. You'll have to give me the screen sharing. Right. So, in the meanwhile, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the screen sharing, which takes usually a couple of minutes because I'm going to ask you 3 questions. They're there in the presentation also. Firstly, I want you to think of what is the toughest challenge that you are facing in your life, and it can be a challenge right now also. You might be facing a challenge. I know many of you might have lost a loved one in the last 2 years. Many of you may have lost financial stability, and whatever challenge you are facing. मतलब जो challenge आपके दिमाग को खा रहा था, जो आप भूल गए थे, ये सेशन वगैरह में मेरे से पिछले वाले स्पीकर्स ने जो आपको मोटिवेशन दिया, उसमें भूल गए वो सेशन, मैंने फिर से याद दिला दिया आपको. I want you to think of that problem in a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being very, very big problem. No, screen is still not shareable. Okay, so Bharat, I'm assuming you are doing something on that, so I'll leave that to you. The second question: do you think life has been fair to you? आपने जितनी मेहनत करी, चाहे पढ़ाई में करी, इधर करी, उधर करी, लोगों की मदद करी, लेकिन इस सब के बावजूद जो आपको लाइफ से मिला, do you believe that life has been fair to you? If you feel life has been very, very kind to you, life has been very fair to you, you can give yourself a 10. If you believe, नहीं मेरे को तो लाइफ में बहुत मुसीबतें आई हैं, बहुत दिक्कत हुई है, you can give yourself a 0. और कई लोग तो मेरे को बोलते हैं मेरी इतनी वाट लगी है, मुझे तो नेगेटिव में जाना पड़ेगा. You can do that also, whichever way you want to go. And the last, with all the blessings you have, all the resources you have, जो भी है, do you think you are doing the best that you can do with it? तो ये 3 सवालों का अपने आप को जवाब देना है. I'm hoping by this time, yes, I have got the yeah. Now we have the screen, and as I promised you, these were the 3 questions, the first slide. So you have not missed out on anything. What is the most difficult challenge you are facing right now? Have your efforts been rewarded? Or finally, do you believe that you are doing the best you can? तो मेरी कहानी शुरू होती है एक वारदात से जो हिंदुस्तान में आज से 13 साल तकरीबन पहले हुआ था, almost to the month, about 2 months ago. And this was 26/11. Many of you might be very young at that time, but I think old enough to remember what was 26/11. And I think every Indian's life has changed after that. So even if you were not remembering, you would still be affected by 26/11. As many of you remember, this was a terror attack in which 10 Pakistani terrorists came and attacked 3 different places in Mumbai. So that is not the story. The story is about this group of people called the NSG, and this NSG was it is India's crack counter-terror unit, and this unit is based in a place called Manesar. And from Manesar, they were rushed to Palam Airport. They were brought to Palam Airport, and then they were supposed to be brought to Bombay. लेकिन कई लोगों को याद होगा, आप अपने पेरेंट्स से पूछेंगे, आपको याद होगा कि इनको वहां पहुंचने के बाद, पालम एयरपोर्ट पहुंचने के बाद तकरीबन 14 घंटे पूरी रात उनको इंतजार करना पड़ा before they could come the next day. So I want you to visualize that suppose all combat units, they have what is called a QRT, quick reaction team, which is ready to go into action. They are locked and loaded, हथियार तैयार, गोलियां तैयार हथियार में, और जैसे उनको मिशन मिले, they are ready to launch it to the mission. तो इनके 4-5 घंटे का शिफ्ट होता है, डिपेंडिंग ऑन द लोकेशन एंड द डेंजर. 4 hour शिफ्ट, 4 घंटे बाद या 6 घंटे बाद दूसरी यूनिट आती है, फिर तीसरी यूनिट आती है. अभी आप ये समझिए कि ये this unit has been kept on standby for 14 hours. 14 hours is 3 life cycles of a hot standby. And then they are rushed into Mumbai, and when they reach Mumbai, they are told it is not 1 target. It is not 2 targets. It is 3 targets that have to be neutralized simultaneously. Taj, Oberoi, and Chabad. And you have to do this task with the troops, Nafri, leadership, officer to men ratio, weapons, communication system, drills, rehearsals, everything that has been done for 1 mission at a time. Because no special forces unit before 26/11 has practiced for simultaneously 3 missions to take place at the same time. Now, of course, our Jawans, they familiarize themselves with 5-star hotels, with metros, malls, theaters and all of that. But 26/11 से पहले कोई भी भारतीय सेना का जवान अमूमन 5-star होटल में नहीं जा पाता था. So for many of these soldiers, when they entered into Taj or Oberoi, it was the first time they were entering into a 5-star hotel. तो यूं समझिए कि 14 घंटे आपको थकान में रखने के बाद जब आपको मिशन में लॉन्च किया गया, ये बताया गया कि ये 1 नहीं, 2 नहीं, 3 अलग मिशन है, और इस मिशन की ना आपने पहले रिहर्सल करी है, ना आपने पहले ट्रेनिंग करी है, और ये मिशन का जो माहौल है कंप्लीटली नया है. बिकॉज यू हैव नेवर एवर एंटर्ड इनटू. तो 5-star होटल का दरवाजा कैसे खुलता है, उसमें लिफ्ट ऊपर नीचे कैसे जाती है, हाउ वेदर द वॉल्स आर बुलेट प्रूफ और बुलेट्स कैन गो थ्रू देम, यू हैव नो आइडिया अबाउट दैट. एंड येट these troops went in. They did a remarkable job because none of the casualties, whatever number of people who unfortunately died in 26/11, none of them died after the NSG took over. All of them died before that. But once the NSG took over the operations, the only people to die were the 9 terrorists and unfortunately the 2 commandos. They finished their mission and they got back into their planes and they went back home. This was the story of this unit. Now, why did I begin with this story? क्योंकि ये शायद पहली एक वारदात थी, combat story, which most Indians saw on TV. They saw it live on TV. Right? They could actually see operations happening. Many people who were in Bombay even went near this Taj and Oberoi. They could hear the gunshots and all of that. But even as I'm talking to you right now, across our borders, across our various locations, there are hundreds of operations going on. There's search operations going on in Valley, encounters happening, terrorism, this, that. In China border, people are in -30, -45. All these operations are happening, and many of these operations are very risky operations. So many times when I do this session for young leaders such as yourselves, मैं सवाल पूछता हूँ कि why do soldiers fight? लड़ते क्यों हैं? Why do they go to fight? Knowing well, fully well, in some operations they know fully well that in this assault, when you are assaulting in mountain and all, the attacker to defender ratio, मतलब अगर उधर defender 10 लोग बैठे हुए हैं, तो attackers will have to be at least 80 to 100 people, because only then about 30-40 will reach on top. Rest all will be either killed or be badly wounded. But why do soldiers fight? What is the reason? And if I was doing this interactively with you, I would have, asked for you to give me the answers. But unfortunately, since we can't do it interactively, given the format, I will show you the answers. I want you to think of the answers, or maybe even say loudly if you're with your friends or whatever, say the answer why you think soldiers fight. And what I'll do is in the next slide, I'll show you the answers, because I've done this session many, many times in my past to audiences very similar to you. And these are the answers they give. Patriotism, देश के लिए लड़ते हैं, झंडे के लिए लड़ते हैं, discipline है, training दी गई है उनको, loyalty है country के लिए, pride है, training, all of this. This is the reasons. And I'm sure many of you must have given these reasons. लेकिन अचंभे की बात यह है कि when I ask those students, आपकी बात नहीं कर रहा हूं मैं, उन स्टूडेंट्स की बात कर रहा हूं, जब उनसे मैं ये पूछता हूं, अच्छा चलो भाई, ये मान लिया कि वो देश के लिए कर रहा है, आपके लिए कर रहा है, doing it for you, तो कर कहां रहा है भाई? And I put the map of India and ask them, where is, say, Siachen Glacier, where we have been fighting for almost 40 years now. Now something very funny happens कि जो ये bright young people of our country जो हमको ये बता देते हैं San Jose किधर है, San Francisco किधर है, उनको ये नहीं पता, unless of course they have from फौजी बैकग्राउंड या उनका थोड़ा इंटरेस्ट है डिफेंस वगैरह में, उसके अलावा उनको ये पता ही नहीं कि सियाचिन कहाँ है, ये फिंगर 4 किधर है, गलवान है कहाँ. तो ये हमारे को समझना, of course for a soldier it is important to fight for the nation, but let me tell you one thing, this is my personal experience and it's an experience of many, many people who have been in the armed forces or any special forces team. The most important reason why soldiers fight is the comrades who are with them, जो उनके साथी उनके बंकर में उनके साथ है. पहला रीजन. दूसरा रीजन, जो उनका लेफ्टिनेंट या कमांडर या जो उनको लीड करता है, जो उनके ऊपर है. और तीसरा रीजन, पलटन की इज्जत जो उन्होंने अपने कंधे पे पहनी थी. इन सब के बाद नेशनल विजन, नेशनल मिशन आता है, क्योंकि जो आखिरी 100 मीटर्स में ऑपरेट करता है ना, उसका विजन नेशनल पॉलिसी की तरफ नहीं हो सकता. उसका विजन हैज टू बी टुवर्ड्स द मिशन, दैट हाउ डू आई अचीव द मिशन विद दिस टीम, एंड दिस टीम विल फाइट ओनली फॉर दैट वन लीडर. They will not fight for some national policy. You can't say this is India's national policy, let us attack that post in Kargil. It doesn't work that way. You will have to say, follow me. And when they see you go ahead and there is that sense of camaraderie, then troops will follow you right up to their deaths. No ESOP, no pay hikes, no material gains, no employee of the month, nothing is required. These are the 3 tools using which combat leaders take their troops into sometimes certain death. And rest of the presentation, what I'm going to share with you is to show you how they do it. I'm going to share the fundamental principles of how that kind of leadership charisma can actually be built by everybody. Anybody can do that. So let me begin by first telling you where Siachen Glacier is, because I'm sure most of you know it, but for the one odd person who did not know, I'm just showing you. As you can see, this line in JNK, as it goes up, this dotted line comes to stop at a point called point NJ9842. ये एक नक्शे में एक ग्रिड रेफरेंस बोलते हैं इसको, हमें ग्रिड रेफरेंस है. और यहाँ से ऊपर की लाइन, जहाँ पे आपको कोई लाइन नजर नहीं आ रही है, खाली जगह नजर आ रही है, इस एरिया को सियाचिन सेक्टर कहते हैं. तो आई विल नॉट गेट इनटू द जियोपॉलिटिक्स एंड ऑल. मैं आपको जमीनी हालत के बारे में थोड़ा बहुत बताऊंगा, क्योंकि लीडरशिप इज अबाउट लीडिंग इन टफ टाइम्स, नॉट इन इजी टाइम्स. दैट इज व्हेन लीडरशिप इज रियली रिक्वायर्ड. जैसे बोलते हैं ना, चाकू से आप सब्जी भी काट सकते हैं, बटर भी काट सकते हैं, टमाटर भी काट सकते हैं, लेकिन टमाटर काटने से चाकू तेज नहीं होता है. चाकू को तेज करने के लिए, to make the knife sharp, you have to grind it against stone. There has to be hardship. Only then leadership actually comes out. So that is why I'm setting the stage. So if you look at the map of India and you see that red dot on top, which is flickering, that red dot is where Siachen Glacier is. So let's begin by, I'm going to take you with the help of pictures through a tour of the glacier. Many of you might know this, or kuch logon ko pata nahi hoga, that Siachen Glacier mein temperatures can go down to -30, -40 at times. And -30 is very difficult to imagine. Kyunki aap, unless you come from some, J&K or those kind of areas, you will not even know what -30 is. तो मैं आपको एक आसान तरीका बताता हूँ -30 समझने का. आपके फ्रिज में जो फ्रीजर है उसका टेम्परेचर है -19. So if you open your fridge, open your freezer and put your hand inside it, then you will feel what -19 is. So I want you to keep your hand there for about a minute. And now visualize that if this temperature goes down exponentially, not linearly, not 1 degree, 2 degree, exponentially to -40, what will it feel like? And try and keep your hand inside the freezer for 5 minutes. And you will understand what -40 is. And then try to visualize troops who have to live in -40 for 1 year, 12 months. So then you will get a context of what -40 is and what Siachen. And Siachen is another problem. It is not only cold, but वहाँ पे oxygen level भी बहुत कम है, because वहाँ पे tree line नहीं है. If you go to places like Canada and all, it might be -30. लेकिन वहाँ पे पेड़ों की वजह से there will still be heavy oxygen. But in Siachen, every roti, every chapati, every bullet at times has to be brought by a 2-stage chopper. पहले Mi-17 chopper लेके आएगा, वो parachute dropping करेगा, फिर वो बड़े packets will be broken into smaller packets, then they'll be loaded into these cheetah aircrafts, and then they will be brought to the post. So for sustenance, even for letters, for everything, this is the air link that has to be maintained. This is the Siachen base camp, जहाँ जवानों की 90 दिन की training होती है. It's considered one of the toughest trainings in the world. And after this training, these troops are inducted into those peaks that you see in the background. And some of these peaks are so far that the first leg troops have to be taken by helicopters, as you can see over here, that the troops are taken by helicopters. Now, the deployment in the glacier is something like this, that there is a ridge line, एक पहाड़ी का ridge line है, उसके सामने एक valley है, और उस valley के परले तरफ, like the next slide will show you very clearly. The one on the right hand side is part of the Indian sector. The one on the left hand side is part of the Pakistani sector. And these are literally eyeball to eyeball. In many of the places you can actually see them, they can see you, you can fire at them, and they can also fire at you, which they very often do. So you have machine gun fire, you have heavy artillery firing, sniper firing, all of this keeps happening all the time. But now let's start taking some lessons of leadership from combat. And let me show you this first lesson. If you see all of these soldiers, they're tied to each other with a rope. आपने देखा, ये अगर ध्यान से देखेंगे, हर एक के ऊपर एक रस्सा बंधा हुआ है. उसका एक कारण है. Reason for that is that, as you are aware, a glacier is a slow-moving mass of ice, just like a river. एक नदी समझ लीजिए इसको बर्फ की. बड़े मजेदार बात है, कभी you take a tin can and you chuck it here, and after about 5 hours you'll see that the can has moved there because the ground is moving constantly. Now because it is moving, इसके अंदर cracks आते हैं जिनको हम crevices बोलते हैं, crevices. और कई crevices इतने deep होते हैं कि उसके अंदर if you take a stone and throw it inside, you'll hear it going कड़क 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 कड़क. You won't hear it hitting the bottom. It is that deep. Now what happens is, because of heavy snowfall, the crevices get covered with a layer of snow, and sometimes it's called a snow bridge. So sometimes you can walk on it and nothing will happen, but sometimes it will just give way, and that is the reason why you see every soldier is tied to the next soldier. But in an eventuality, खुदा ना खास्ता अगर के कोई भी जवान एक crevasse में गिर जाता है, तो immediately the drill is that the remaining soldiers are supposed to go down on ground. They take their pickaxe and the ice axe and they put it on the ground. They arrest the fall with their crampons. Then they stabilize this man who's struggling inside the crevasse, and then they pull him out with the rope. And this is the drill that works very, very well in theory. In practice, every soldier is exhausted. It is -40. Their body metabolism is down. They have been patrolling with great amount of difficulty, sometimes in snow that comes up to their thighs. They barely have any energy. और इससे थके हुए हालत में अगर एक 70 किलो का आदमी जो 20 किलो का लोड लेके चल, वो 100 किलो अगर झटाक से नीचे गया तो पूरे के पूरे पेट्रोल को वो खींच लेती है रोप. एंड एवरीवन इज स्ट्रगलिंग टू फाइंड सम परचेज कि कहीं कोई पकड़ मिले. और वो अगर powdery snow है, then the whole rope starts getting dragged to the crevice, inside the crevice. What do you think are the orders then? What are the orders then? Now, sitting in your comfort at your home, many of you may have given the answer that cut the rope. That is the order. कि ये 9 लोगों की जान बचाने के लिए एक का rope cut कर दे. But it takes a lot of courage to do that. It takes a lot of courage because this chap who's hanging at the other end of the rope, he's the same guy who looked after you when you were sick and you were on a bunker. He's the same guy who kept food hot and warm for you when you were coming back from a patrol. He's the same guy who gave you money. उधार में उसने पैसे दिए जब आपको अपनी बहन की शादी करनी थी. And he is the same guy who went and met your parents. आपके घर गया जब आपको छुट्टी नहीं मिली, then he is the guy who went and met your parents. He is the guy hanging at the other end of the rope. It takes a lot of courage to order cutting that rope. But the first lesson of any good team is that the mission comes first, always. No matter what happens, the mission has to be a priority. And if it means the sacrifice of a soldier, it means the sacrifice of a comrade. Of course, every effort will be made to try and save that soldier. But if that cannot be done, then the leader's job is to remind everybody and to remember that mission always comes first. This is a very interesting post in the glacier. ऐसे कई post हैं. इस post को winter cutout post बोलते हैं. इसका मतलब once troops have been inducted into that post, then they cannot be brought out for the next 6 months. And the reason for that, if you notice the steep gradient on the wall on the right hand side, the mountain wall, in which tons of snow falls every hour. And even if there's the slightest of vibrations, immediately an avalanche will start. So once the troops have been inducted in, there is no way you can de-induct them out. You can see them, you can talk to them on radio or telephone, but you can't de-induct them out. 2 tenures before I was posted in the glacier, there was a young lieutenant, a 22-year-old boy, who had taken 18 men into that post. And within 2 days of going there, one of the soldiers died of HAPO, high altitude pulmonary edema. You have pulmonary edema and you have cerebral edema. He died of pulmonary edema. Now, by the way, that happens quite often in high altitude. Matter of fact, those who have been to Leh, even on a vacation, you will remember that you must have landed in the airport or airport mein utarte saath, the loudspeaker must have been telling you, don't walk, take it easy and all of that. And before you went there, you must have taken Dimox and all of those things. And that is, Leh is at 15,000 feet. We are talking here about 18,000, 20,000, 22,000 feet, those kind of peaks. So this soldier died. So उसकी डेड बॉडी को उन्होंने पैराशूट क्लॉथ में रैप करके पोस्ट के साइड में रखा. You cannot throw away the body. It's one of your own soldiers. Nothing will happen to the body. It's -40. I want you to visualize the courage and the grit required by that 22-year-old boy, who then had to lead 17 men through 5 months and 28 days of this hell, with a dead body lying inside their post, reminding what can happen to them on a daily basis. And compare that with the long face we get sometimes when what we wanted, we don't get it, when we don't get something that we were seeking, or somebody, our boss or our parents give us a bullshit someday, and all that. Somebody has stolen your car parking, to aapko din bigad gaya. Just compare it with that. Just get context of it. Because by the way, these 22, 23, 24-year-old lads that are leading our forces from the front in all spheres of life, we are not importing them from Denmark or New York or US or something. They are all coming from the same diaspora. They are coming from you. I'm 100% sure that every person who's listening to me right now, with 1 degree or 0 degree of separation, knows somebody who is in the army. And you'll know that they're very regular people. They're very ordinary people. They're not supermen. They're completely ordinary people. The second lesson for any leader is that you are accountable, period. The accountability, if you call yourself a leader at whatever level, then the responsibility is on your shoulder. These stars that you wear on your shoulder are to remind you that you are accountable for whatever happens, whether it's morale, whether it's life, whether it's death, there are no excuses that a leader can look at, because a leader is a person who realizes that for whatever happens under her command, she is accountable for it. There is no shifting of accountability. The third lesson I want to share with you goes back to 2 stories. One, of course, you remember they were all wearing a rope, and you know the reason now why. The other reason is, you see all these soldiers, they are wearing something on top of their boots. right? This is called anklet. इसको anklet बोलते हैं और ये जूते के ऊपर से लेके घुटने तक बांधा जाता है इसको. कैनवस का कवर होता है और इसको बांधने का कारण ये है कि जब आपका पैर बर्फ के अंदर धंस जाए तो पैर जूते के अंदर बर्फ ना घुस जाए. अगर बर्फ अंदर घुस गया तो जब आप चलते हैं तो बर्फ गर्मी की वजह से पानी हो जाएगा और फिर आपको पानी तंग करेगा अंदर. नाउ अगर इन जवानों में से, इस पेट्रोल में से किसी ने भी बोला कि साहब मेरे जूते में बर्फ गया, अब no matter how tired this patrol is, no matter how exhausted it is, they cannot stop. Now I want to remind you once again, especially those of you going to Leh Ladakh, that you were warned not to take long walks in high altitude, because when you take long walks in high altitudes, your chances, without rest, your chances of getting cerebral or pulmonary edema increases exponentially. It increases by 10, 20, 30 times. So that is why in high altitude, you're always required to take breaks between long distance patrols. But if any one of these soldiers says, ki saab, mere jute mein baraf ghus gaya, I've got snow inside my boots, now this patrol cannot stop. Because if it stops, the snow which went inside his boots and melted into water will instantly refreeze. And within seconds, he'll get chilblains, and within minutes, he might get frostbite, he might lose his foot. Third rule of combat leadership is that one man's negligence, one man's carelessness, one man's bad karma, and the entire team's life is in danger. Either the whole team will win or the whole team will lose. In a good team, there is no room for an individual gladiator. जो मतलब, सचिन का सेंचुरी बन गया, बाकी इंडिया जीते न जीते, वो मामला नहीं चलता अच्छे टीम में. Because in a good team, either the whole team will win or the whole team will lose. Because in good teams, you are literally joined at the hips with each other, like you can see here in the patrol. Now, what you're seeing over here is a group of tents where people live in the glacier, और उसके ऊपर आपको एक कपड़ों की कतार नजर आ रही है. तो ये interactive होता तो I would have asked you what these clothes are, and normally people will say there are socks drying and all of that. But as some of you may have guessed, and those of you who've been to the Himachal area or Leh Ladakh will know this, that these are prayer flags. तो मैं आपको एक अच्छी कहानी बताना चाह रहा हूँ. So पहली बार when I was doing this session in ISB Hyderabad, मेरे से पहले एक स्पीकर थे और उस स्पीकर ने एक कहानी बताई. तो हैदराबाद में आप लोगों को पता नहीं होगा, many of you may not know this, but in Hyderabad there is a temple called चिलकुर बालाजी. और IT वालों को पता होगा, जितने IT सॉफ्टवेयर वाले सबको पता होगा. और ये चिलकुर बालाजी बहुत फेमस है. फेमस इसलिए इसको वीजा बालाजी भी बोलते हैं. और फेमस इसलिए है कि यहाँ पे कहते हैं कि अगर आप यूएस वीजा के लिए ट्राई कर रहे हैं, अच्छा सिर्फ यूएस वीजा के लिए काम करता है तो शेंगेन वगैरह के लिए मत जाइए. तो यूएस वीजा के लिए अगर आप ट्राई कर रहे हैं तो वहां पे अगर आप चाहेंगे, पहले आप वीजा के लिए अप्लाई करिए, फिर वहां जाइए, 10 चक्कर मारिए, फिर वापस आइए, आपका वीजा तैयार होगा, फिर जाके वहां पे 101 चक्कर मारने. दिस इज अप्रोक्सीमेटली, आई मे बी रॉन्ग बाय 1 or 2 चक्कर्स, बट मोर और लेस दिस इज द रिचुअल. और वो कहते हैं कि हो जाता है वीजा. अब पता नहीं क्यों होता है, ब्रांच ऑफिस है, पता नहीं वोट आइडिया, आई डोंट नो, बट हो जाता है. तो जब मैंने पहले ये कहानी सुनी तो मैंने आपको बताया कि मैं आपको एक कहानी बताता हूँ एक मंदिर की जो सियाचिन में एक जगह में है. उसको हम बोलते हैं प्रेशर कुकर बाबा मंदिर. तो इसकी कहानी ये है प्रेशर कुकर बाबा मंदिर की कि दूर एक, शायद आपको स्क्रीन में नजर आ रहा होगा, कोई पाकिस्तानी रिज है जहां से बहुत पहले सुना है कि एक हीट सीकिंग मिसाइल फायर हुआ था. और ये हीट सीकिंग मिसाइल इस पोस्ट में द हॉटेस्ट पार्ट, इट केम टू द हॉटेस्ट पार्ट एंड व्हिच वाज अ स्टोव एंड ब्लू द स्टोव अप, thus saving the people who were sleeping in the barracks. And ever since, those aluminium fragments of that pressure cooker are kept in a shrine and they are worshipped. उनकी पूजा होती है, दिन में सुबह 2 शाम 2 बार आरती होती है उसकी. Now you might be sitting here and laughing, कि अरे ये क्या मजाक है, देखो कितने मस्ती वाली बात है. But remember, some of you might have experienced in an aircraft, जब आप जहाज में बैठे हो, aircraft started going through those bumps like that, and when your heart came to your mouth, when all these macho men were screaming, pretending to read magazines, but they were shitting bricks, and everyone is afraid. And I'm sure that kind of situation may have happened in some other, if you have not happened in air, it may have happened in some other circumstance in your life when you are praying to God and say, Bhagwan, isme se bacha le mere ko, please, I'll listen to my parents, I will do this, and bargaining with God. That state of mind may have lasted for maybe a few minutes. And after that, you would all have been giggling nervously and laughing and joking about it and all of that stuff. These troops will live in that state of mind for 1 year. And it is in that state of mind that leadership is called for. It is in that demoralized state of mind, not when things are happy and everyone is going around and markets are thriving, there is a lot of booming in the economy, jobs are going up and everything is going well. That time leadership is not really required. Leadership is required when there is no light at the end of the tunnel, when there is another tunnel at the end of the tunnel. That is the time that leadership is really required. So remember one thing, leadership is actually needed during tough times. So अगर आपके दिमाग में कोई गलतफहमी है कि जब everything is going well, then I'm a great leader, but जब मुसीबत होती है, then I'm not. That's the time leadership is actually required, when things are going tough. And this is the only thing which brings a smile into the face of a soldier, letters which come from home. And many times, if the letter is containing some bad news, उसमें कोई बुरी खबर है, so that letter is not shown, or the bad news is not given to the jawan, because वो जवान तो ऊपर खड़ा है पोस्ट के ऊपर. मान लीजिए खुदा न खास्ता उनकी 3 साल की बच्ची डेंगू या इवन कोविड की वजह से मर गई है. In any case, by the time the news reaches, daughter is long dead. Now this guy is on the post on top, and even if you have to bring him down and try to put him in a helicopter and send him to Chandigarh, and from Chandigarh he'll reach Alwar or wherever his hometown is going to take at least 7, 8, 10 days. There is no point in telling this person at that point of time. But you, as his leader, will be told. You will be told that your Havaldar Jagiram's daughter is dead. उसको उतार के नीचे लेके आओ. अगर कोई फ्लाइट हम डाइवर्ट कर कुरा के उसको निकालते हैं वहां से बाहर, तो आपको बताया जाएगा. तो आप उसकी आंखों में देखोगे रोज, आप बात करोगे उससे रोज, आप उसको बताओगे नीचे. But you will not be able to tell him that his daughter is dead. You will carry that load on your shoulder. Next time you think that you have a very heavy load on your shoulder, but पूरे घर की जिम्मेवारी मेरे ऊपर है, मैं मेरे कंपनी के पूरे वेस्टर्न डिस्ट्रिक्ट की सेल्स की जिम्मेवारी मेरे ऊपर है, या मैंने ये तीर मार दिया वो तीर. Just think that there are people who are carrying far, far tougher loads. And I don't mean necessarily soldiers sitting in Siachen. Your housekeeping people who are earning 12,000 rupees a month. वो डेंगू का इंजेक्शन का कीमत उसके बच्चे के लिए और हमारे बच्चों के लिए भी सेम. It costs the same, price of milk is the same. So with that minimal money, if they are managing, they are also holding a very, very important front. They are also holding very, very heavy loads. So next time you think you are holding very heavy loads on your shoulder, just think a little bit again. So this is the man who is standing in front of various different borders in between our enemies and us. He's standing there in -30, standing there in +40, standing in Chirapunji, all over the jungles of Nagaland and all of that. And he's standing and he's saying, you take it easy, don't worry, I am here. You can sleep easy tonight. You can party tonight. And normally I ask a second question at this point, and I ask, how much do you think an Indian Army Jawan gets paid? What do you think is the average salary of an Indian Army Jawan? Now again, unless you are from the armed forces background, many of you will not be able to answer it correctly. So I will give you the answer. It is in the range of about 35 to 40,000 rupees, at the level of a Jawan, which is roughly about two nights in the same Taj Hotel, which he had to storm, in the beginning. I showed you that Taj Hotel, not even 2 nights, maybe only 1.5 nights. In the beginning of this presentation, I told you he is not doing it for some national cause. He's definitely not doing it for the money, because for people who are capable of joining the armed forces and capable of doing, there are other options available. It's not that, yes, there may be economic conscription in our country, but there are other options available. I don't think they do it for the money. I think they do it for something which should be the foundation of leadership. If there is one lesson that you can take away from my entire session, वो ये एक lesson आप देखिए, foundation of leadership, और उसमें ये फोटो देखिए आप एक सेकंड के लिए, और इसमें सोचिए कि क्या अजीब है, कुछ अजीब है इस फोटो में. There is something strange in this photo. And many of you would have noticed immediately that the commanding officer on the right, who is, by the way, my brigade commander, who's come to visit me on a day when the temperature was some -20, you can see he is not wearing any special clothing. Now, why is he doing that? Because not wearing special clothing in such minus temperature is not only exclusive, -19, fridge, remember freezer. So you're inside the freezer, not wearing special clothing is not only very, very painful, it's also very risky. So why is he doing it? Now I'll tell you the reason why he's doing it. The reason is, so I'll tell you another interesting story before that. So Siachen Glacier is a magnet for VVIPs. बहुत VVIP आते हैं वहाँ पे, because Siachen Glacier का बड़ा नाम है कि हम गए थे Siachen Glacier में ये वो. अक्सर VVIP वहाँ आके रुकते नहीं है. वो वहाँ आते हैं, हेलीकॉप्टर से उतरते हैं, पैर रखते हैं और ऊपर चढ़ जाते हैं, फिर चले जाते हैं. उसका कारण ये है कि ये जो हेलीकॉप्टर है ना, ये जो इनको लेके आता है यहाँ पे, इन VIPs की एक्लेमेटाइजेशन नहीं हुई. तो सियाचिन आप अगर आना चाहते हैं तो आप ऐसे नहीं चले जा सकते, आपको हर एक स्टेज में एक्लेमेटाइज करना पड़ेगा. तो जिनको हेलीकॉप्टर से लेके आया जाता है, their shelf life is only about 4-5 hours. If for whatever reason the helicopter is not able to take them back, then it's a very good likelihood that they will die of HAPO or HACO. They will die of pulmonary or cerebral edema. Now the thing is that this VVIP helicopter, when the helicopter brings them, he cannot land and keep the helicopter there, because if he keeps the rotor turning, then the downwash of the rotor will skid freeze the skids. He can't switch off the engine, because if he switches off the engine in -25, it will not start again. So what they'll do is they will land the VIP and then they'll marrow what is called a holding pattern. Now, as I just explained to you, this VIP, not this VIP, but many VIPs, they know कि अगर किसी वजह से helicopter वापस नहीं आया, so he is not listening to my briefing. He is listening to the sound of the chopper. And the moment the chopper goes behind the mountain and the sound goes away, like that, you start looking around and scared. Then you will tap him. No, sir, don't worry. Yahan se aayega abhi chopper. And then the chopper will come back and he will become a tiger again. For these kind of VIPs, leaders, nobody wants to fight. But this leader, when he comes to my post, he's sending me a message. The message he's sending me is, son, I'm the brigade commander. I have to look after the whole damn brigade, not only your place. But for the 10 minutes that I'm going to be here with you, I will expose myself to the pain that you feel for 12 months. This is called walking the talk. Rest, everything that you hear is called talking the talk. Many times in your life, you will get opportunities to share the pain of the troops you command. Please use that opportunity and share that pain, even if it is for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. If you are blessed by life and you are at this level, and the people who are your team members are at this level, please share their pain. Please share the pain of the frontline troops you lead. Only then will you be able to lead them with heart, because then the frontline leaders will know that this leader understands our pain, knows our pain, and he's not sitting in some ivory tower and giving orders from there. One of the last 1 or 2 lessons I want to share with you. This is one of the fundamental lessons we are taught in the academy, that there are no good units, no bad units. There are only good leaders and bad leaders. And I can give you several examples of this. One of my favorite examples is again from Siachen sector, where at one point of time, I had the privilege to observe 2 units in operation. As you are aware that our units are caste composition in our army, Mahar, Jat, Gurkha, Bihar, इस किस्म के. तो उन दिनों में वहां पे महार रेजिमेंट की 2 पलटनें थी और एक पलटन थी 18 महार, और ये सदर्न ग्लेशियर में थी. मतलब ग्लेशियर के भी 3 हिस्से हैं, सदर्न ग्लेशियर में थी. और 18 महार में आप कभी जाइए तो आपको तो पहले लगेगा कि सारे जवान जो यहाँ पर हैं, everyone is 7 feet tall. बड़ी the way they stand, the salute which comes back, looks in their eyes, blazing look in their eyes. लगता है किसी को हाथ लगाओ तो करंट लगेगा. That's the kind of vibrance they have. And there was another unit there in Northern Glacier. If you went into that unit, you will see everyone's face is down, their eyes are hollow, their vacant look in their face. There are casualties are much more, injuries are much more, morale is really low. And it fascinated me because it is the same pay, same training, same DNA, same troops, same clothing, same winter, same temperature, same enemy. Everything is exactly the same. And the unit in the south is kicking ass and the unit in the north is crumpling like a pack of cards. And why does that happen? One commanding officer is changed, one CO is changed, and the unit which was going down rests down and comes back to what it always was, which was a crack unit of the Indian Armed Forces. So many times when I'm sitting in board reviews or meetings or advisories and I listen to leaders talk about my sales is bad, my this thing is bad, my department is bad, my customer is bad, my I sometimes tell them that maybe you should look at some other place where something is bad, because troops are troops. The people you will lead are exactly the same. Only the leaders will make a difference. Only you can make a difference. So never, ever, ever say that my troops, my distributors, my technology. No. There is something fundamentally wrong, because troops are troops. There is no distinction between the troops you have and the troops your competitor has. So then what makes a good leader? And I think I'm going to share something with you, which in the beginning, if you were cynical like me when I was 22, 23, I'm very cynical. So first time when I saw this lesson, and I'll tell you where this lesson, many of you must have seen the movie Laksh. अगर आपने लक्ष्य पिक्चर देखी है तो आपने चेटवुड हॉल भी देखा होगा. और ये चेटवुड हॉल में ये चेटवुड हाउस, this is the Chetwood Hall. Or Chetwood Hall mein Philip Chetwood had given this creed or the motto of a leader, and I know it might be difficult for some of you to read it because screen resolution may not be okay, so I'll read it out for you. It says, the safety, honor, welfare of your country comes first, foremost, and every time. The honor, welfare, and the comfort of the men you command comes next. Your own safety, your own ease, your own comfort, your own promotion, your own bonus, your own should come last every time. So I used to study in Delhi University, and I was a very capitalist-minded boy when I joined the army. तो मैंने ये बोर्ड देखा, मैंने कहा यार ये बोर्ड देखने में थोड़ा अच्छा लगता है, और हर कंपनी में ऐसा एक बोर्ड होना चाहिए ना, क्यों दिखाने के लिए देखो क्या बोर्ड है हमारा. बट एक्चुअल तो उल्टा करेंगे हम, पहले तो हम अपना देखेंगे, और अपना अगर ठीक ठाक हो गया फिर यार दोस्तों का थोड़ा बहुत देखेंगे, उसके बाद हो गया तो फिर देखेंगे कंपनी के बारे में, कंपनी का क्या करना है वो. But I have to tell you, this really works. This actually works. I can give you hundreds of examples. But if you follow this mantra really, if you genuinely follow, but you have to follow it genuinely. You have to know which is the colleague in your company who comes late because he has got a special needs child whom he has to drop at the other end of the city and then come here. You have to know that. You have to know who is your colleague who's becoming disengaged ever since she's got married because her in-laws are compelling her to leave that job. You have to know the real aspirations of each and every one of the troops you command or the colleagues you work with. And if you know them to that level, I'm not kidding you. You don't need to know any domain. You need to know no domain knowledge so long as you are genuinely concerned about your troops, genuinely concerned about them. Not total pura karne ke, but genuinely concerned. My favorite story about my life is when I was posted to the glacier. We were going on a road. A Havaldar had come to pick me up on a truck, and we were traveling in a dirt road. और रास्ते में एक वो खंबा था इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का, उसमें से वो केबल कट के नीचे गिरा हुआ था. So we jammed the brakes because हमें पता नहीं था कि केबल लाइव है कि नहीं. We both went close to it, and as I was going to touch it, and जमीन भी थोड़ी गीली थी, and all, I was going to touch it. जैसे मैं उसको अपना हाथ लेके गया उसके पास, तो इधर हवलदार सडनली शॉट, "ए साहब क्या कर रहे हैं?" मैं झटके से एकदम पीछे से, like that only. Some of you also must have gone back. So moved back, and then he pushed me aside, and then he touched the cable with his hand and he took it out. And I looked at him and said, "What was that? You told me not to touch, and you said." He said, "Saab, aap hamari zimmewari hai." Some officer in the unit had practiced this before me. He had taken care of the troops, and that is why the troops would always take care of the officers. Try this mantra. I know it sounds a little wishy-washy and maybe very idealistic, but genuinely try this mantra. Not because I said so, not because Philip Chetwood said so, but Jim Collins, a very, very famous author, a management guru, wrote a book almost 20 years ago called Good to Great. और गुड टू ग्रेट में उसने गुड और ग्रेट कंपनीज की कंपैरिजन करी. और कंपैरिजन कैसे करी? पहले तो उसने ग्रेट कंपनी डिफाइन कैसे किया. उसने पहले ये बोला कि ग्रेट कंपनी और गुड कंपनी, अगर ग्रेट कंपनी में आप $1 इन्वेस्ट करेंगे और उसके क्लोजेस्ट कॉम्पिटिटर में आप $1 इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, तो ये ग्रेट कंपनी आपको 3 से 5 गुना, 3 to 5 times better financial result it will give. So it's a great company on financial metrics, on performance metrics. It's not a great company because it gives pizza in the cafeteria or flexi hours or something like that. It's a great company because it's financially metric. And there he spoke about exactly the same thing where he calls it the level 5 leadership, where he says the leader basically focuses on the well-being of the troops he commands and not his own well-being. Try this genuinely. And I'm sure you'll write back to me and you'll tell me this is really something that works. The last lesson I want to share with you is to get a perspective. Every one of you who is listening to this session from me is able to understand it, belongs to 0.000001% of Indian humanity. You were born in the right family. Most of us have all our body parts working. We were given the right breaks, right education, पढ़ाई लिखाई, कई हमारे लोगों ने हमारी मदद करी, teachers ने मदद करी. Many people gave us opportunities. Many people pulled us out of trouble whenever we were getting into trouble. So many planets had to come in one line for us to be where we are today. If you don't believe me, you just have to open the window of your house and see how many million Indians are living literally hand to mouth, living in the footpath, traveling across the country bare feet, carrying their kids on their shoulder. You don't need a presentation on Siachen Glacier to remind you how extraordinarily lucky you are and how blessed you are. If you don't realize that, my personal experience, if we don't realize how blessed we are, then whatever power you want to believe in, God or whatever fate, destiny, they have a method of reminding us, Acha, you think you are in trouble? I'll show you what real trouble is. And in the last 2 years, I think all of us have gone through a fair amount of trauma, regardless of whether it's 1 degree of separation, 0 degree of separation, or whatever. But we must also remember that many of our friends have also gone through trauma. And one of the best ways to lower your own trauma, whether it is emotional, financial, whatever, is to help other people in their traumas. And that is also the essence of gratitude. That is also knowing that I am lucky that I'm able to offer whatever it may be. If you can't offer material help, even if it is just a emotional help or a support of that sort, I am capable of offering that. Will remind you how lucky you are. I bring you back to this slide, and I want you to look at the questions once again and look at your answers once again. In my experience of the hundreds of times I've done this session, the answers change a little bit. And I'm assuming it would. I mean, I would love to get your feedback, but like I said, this is not an interactive session. But my sense is that it would have changed a little bit. The score would have changed a little bit. But if it has changed, something really, really remarkable has happened, because we began this session 47 minutes ago. In this 47 minutes, nothing has changed outside your environment. You are still in the same house. Probably if you're watching it from your house, you are still going to be in the same. Everything is exactly the same. But if your scores have changed, then something has changed inside your head. And that is where every change has to take place. Every change, whether it's a decision you decide to become a leader or a follower, whether you decide to become a contributor or a negative person, you want to become a positive person or a cynic, each and every one of those decisions begins from within your head. External narratives, influences, all of these things, they influence us, no doubt about it. I'm not taking that away. But how we respond to that is what decides whether we can develop leadership within ourselves or not. I have a little bit of more time, so I'm going to do something with you, and this is something that might help. Two things, of course. One, you see a plug for a book over here, and normally speakers at this point will tell you that this book is available in all leading bookstores and all of that stuff, but I won't tell you that. I'll tell you that if you want to read this book, you can read it for free. Its entire content is for free on the internet. You can take it from there. But if you do decide to buy the physical copy, be advised that all the money from this, I don't take a single rupee of it, all the money goes to the families of soldiers who died in operations. So the money goes to them. Anyway, what I'm going to do now is read out something to you. And this is a speech by a non-commissioned officer. And he's talking to young officers who have just been commissioned in an academy. And he's giving them his last bits of advice, which I want to share with you. I'll try to localize it so that understanding is there. It's a better understanding. But I think this is one of the most powerful leadership lessons that you can you can get in a short period of time, in this short period of time. So here is how it begins. This NCO is talking to the young officers who have just been commissioned, and now they are going to lead their own troops. They're going to their Paltans. They're going to become young officers in their Paltans. So he says, I feel a tinge of regret that I'm not young enough to be sitting out there as one amongst you, because you have so many years of challenges and adventures to look forward to, and so many of those years are now behind me. Soon you will go to your Paltans, you will meet your platoon NCOs, your JCOs, your other ranks. You will meet the men whom you have to command. What do we expect from you as officers, commanders, and leaders? We expect of you unassailable personal integrity and the highest of morals. We expect you to maintain the highest state of personal appearance. We expect you to be fair, to be consistent, to have dignity but not aloofness, to treat each soldier as an individual with individual problems. And we expect you to have courage, the courage of your convictions, the courage to stand up and be counted, to defend your men when they have followed your orders, even when your orders were in error, to assume the blame when you are wrong. We expect you to stick out your chin and say, this man is not qualified and he will be promoted only over my dead body. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you, do not promote a man because he is a nice guy. Do not promote a man because he's got a wife and 3 kids. And definitely do not promote a man because you are under pressure to promote him. Because when you leave him or he leaves you, he will become somebody else's problem. Gentlemen, we expect you to have courage in the face of danger. Many of you will soon be in operations where there are no safe rear echelons. During your tour, opportunity will arise for you to display personal courage and leadership. Opportunities could also arise from which you may emerge as heroes. Listen to the definition of a hero very carefully. He says a hero is an individual who is faced with an undesirable situation and uses means at his disposal to make that situation slightly more bearable. A hero is an individual faced with an undesirable situation, uses means at her disposal to either nullify the situation or to make it more bearable. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do to be heroic to the people you lead. That you are faced with an undesirable situation, you have some means, whatever means you have at your disposal, but with your full attention and full passion, you are trying to solve it. If you do that, as far as the people are concerned, even if the problem is not completely solved, they will consider you to be a hero. Do not display recklessness and expose yourself and your men to unnecessary risks that will reduce their normal chance of survival. This will only shake their confidence in your judgment. Now, gentlemen, you know what we expect from you. What can you expect from us? From a few of us, you can expect a prove yourself attitude. From a few of us who had the opportunity to become officers but didn't have the guts, the motivation, or the wherewithal to accept the challenge, you can expect a little bit of resentment. And from a few of us old-timers, you can expect tolerance. But from most of us, you can expect loyalty to your position, devotion to our cause, admiration for your honest effort, courage to match your courage, guts to match your guts, endurance to match your endurance, enthusiasm to match your enthusiasm, and a sense of achievement to match your sense of achievement. We will not mind the heat if you will sweat with us. We will not mind the cold if you will shiver with us. And when our cigarettes are gone, we don't mind quitting smoking, provided your cigarettes are gone. Then he says something here, which I think is the most powerful line of prose I've read in my life. Leadership prose, definitely. He says, and if the mission requires, we will storm the very gates of hell right behind you. They're very clear about 3 things, ladies and gentlemen. Remember that. If the mission requires, not because you want to, we got a father as a general and you want to outlive his shadow, or you promise a girlfriend back home that I'll get you a medal, or your, a CEO or MD is coming and you want to show how much of a Chatak Charlie you are in front of him. Not because of it. If the mission requires, we will storm the very gates of hell right behind you. They're very clear who has to go in first. Gentlemen, you don't accept us. We were here before you. We accept you. And when we accept you, we don't make a song and dance and some big, hoopla about it in some bada khana, in some party, in some corridor. We'll meet you. We'll look you in the eye and we'll say, Saab to theek hai, you're okay. That's our way of indicating that we have accepted you. Remember one last thing. No Havaldar was awarded his fitis, his stripes, without showing something to somebody at some time at some place. So if your Havaldar shies away from you, if he is slow to assume responsibility, if he appears to be mediocre and less than enthusiastic, maybe sometime not too long ago, someone refused to trust him, someone refused to support him, and someone shot him down when what he was trying to do was the right thing. Old wounds heal slowly, old scars fade even more slowly. Your letters appointing you to command are letters that appoint you to command. But no letter, no insignia, no big car, no corner window, no MBA degrees can appoint you as leaders, because leadership is an intangible thing. Leadership is not something that you're born with. It is something that you develop within yourselves each and every day. So be you lieutenants or be you generals, we are the guys you have to convince, not your bosses. You have to convince us, and we will meet you more than halfway. You are a leader in the organization that we have served in for so many years, and you will help us fulfill the dreams that we have for ourselves and our children. I wish you all the very best in the exciting and challenging years that lie ahead. May God bless you all. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for your participation in this session. That's the end of my session. Thank you so much. Back to you, Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir. You will be staying on the screen, and there's some questions that the youth have asked. So I'm just...
We have 4 minutes, so why don't you just ask me the question instead of chatting it up?
The question is that how can I apply your teachings in the current scenario to make life better and have a more optimistic view of life?
Quite simply, first I told you in the end, you do, whether you like it or not, whether you admit it or not, you do belong to a very tiny minority of humanity. Firstly, you're alive still. If you're asking this question, many people are not. You're also not very sick, because if you're asking this question, you're obviously attending this session. Now you already got 2 strikes in your favor. I think we have to constantly bring ourselves back to look at what we have rather than what we don't have. Because if you focus on what we don't have, then I can tell you, you're going to have a very sad life, because there's pretty much tons and stuff of you're never going to have. So it's far better that you focus on consciousness. This is something that I'm not giving you some big grand philosophical gyan. I'm saying consciously, when you wake up in the morning, you look around you, you consciously remind yourself that I have education, I have this, I have this, I have this. You actually run a list in your head, because at the end of the day, what is your life? Your life is what you pay attention to, right? So if you pay right now, 1 hour of your life, which would have otherwise, been invested in something else or wasted in something else, you spent over here. So this 1 hour is your life, because you attended this session where your attention became your life. So if you focus your attention deliberately on what you don't have, your life is going to be a fairly empty one. But if you focus your attention on what you have and what you can achieve, you have years ahead of you, which so many people don't have. You have an education behind you, which so many people don't have. So when you look at and focus attention on what you have, my sense is you will automatically start getting the motivation and the sense of, it's okay, we'll figure it out. That kind of a sense will start coming in.
Right. Thank you, sir. There's another question that another youngster has asked, that what do I need to do to become a youth leader in my circle of influence? Where do I start from?
Firstly, start helping your circle of influence, not talking to them, not being preachy to them, not talking down to them. I'll give you a very simple example. In every school, every college, there is a group of 4 or 5 friends. And amongst those 4 or 5 friends, there are some characters. Every group has that. One character will decide where we'll go, which movie we'll watch, which movie we'll bunk, what will class we'll do. Kind of hinges around that one person. Now, that person is not necessarily the richest person, not the one with the most resources, but that person is the one who has got most influence on everyone else. And usually that influence comes with that person being helpful, approachable, basically a nice person. And all things being equal, I think nice people make for better leaders, because people want nice people as their leaders, because they say all things said and done, he will do the right thing or she will do the right thing. So I think that's the first fundamental step. Don't worry about whether I become this president of this association or president of that association. That rarely is a format of leadership. I think a format of leadership is much more when people listen to you and you become an influencer, whether you have a title or not, but you are a person who influences the outcome of any situation. And that usually comes by being an individual who helps others.
And so the last question that we have is, how interrelated are discipline and leadership for becoming an effective leader? I cannot seem to find the discipline of doing things in life. So how can I impact discipline in my life, and B, how interrelated they are to lead a better life?
So there is no debate in anybody's mind that without a discipline, there is no way you can achieve. Without a structure, you can't. You can be as motivated as you want on the 1st of Jan to lose weight. But if by 18th of Jan you have dropped the weight reduction plan, then that motivation, you might as well, sort of throw it into the ocean. It doesn't really make any difference. So your discipline, the structure, a promise that you make. So basically, fundamentally, what you're saying is that I am not able to keep a promise to myself.
Mm-hmm.
In effect, that's what you're saying. And then again, you want to become a leader, which means people should trust you when you make a promise to them. Wow. Wow. So you can't maintain a promise that you make to yourself, but the expectation is your followers should believe in the promises that you'll make for them. I don't think that's going to happen. The good part of the journey, or the good news, it's not good news, but it's good news in some sense, is that the journey of improving your discipline is actually an exercise in itself. It's a line I like to use a lot, like C language was written in C language. So when you train yourself for discipline, you're actually in the journey of discipline. So for example, if you train yourself that I'm going to do 3 tasks that I normally don't like to do. I'm going to read every day. I am going to exercise at least 20 minutes or 25 minutes every day. And I'm going to help one person out every day in some meaningful form, not making a lady cross the road or something like that, but meaningful form, teaching tuition to somebody who requires it, working with someone else to help them solve a project, visit some old people, at least 10 old people every week to see whether you can do something meaningful, which involves effort on your part. And you visually track how much you're going to do it. Why I suggested helping other people is because then you have a commitment that you're made to somebody else. It's not helping by giving 10 rupee note to a beggar. That's not help. But where you have made a commitment to someone else, which has to be continued. Now that commitment will teach you discipline, and discipline will be the foundation for discipline. So no person who runs the Mumbai Marathon for the first time on their life starts with 21 kilometers half marathon. They don't do that. They begin by little, then their feet hurt, then they are tempted ki chodo yaar kya karna sala marathon nahi karenge, this, that. They go through those cycles and they defeat themselves. They defeat that naysayer in your brain. So discipline, to my mind, is the fundamental bedrock of leading yourself. And if you cannot lead yourself, I think you are being very, very naive if you expect others will follow you. Very naive. We are done with the time, but I just want to leave you a message. My Twitter handle is there on the screen if it's still up. If not,
yes, it's still up. It's still up. So your Twitter handle is there. Email is there.
Feel free to tweet or follow me. And if you've got questions, you can tweet me there. I usually check my Twitter far more often than my mail. So I'll be more than happy to interact with you if there's any question that I could not answer right now. Thanks a ton, Bharat.
Yes, sir. So before you conclude, I would just request you to stop sharing your screen and kindly make your way to the center stage.
All right, hang on.
And in part, for the benefit of the audience, I would just request you to just give us a 1 to 1.5 minute summary of today's talk that you've presented, Leadership at 26,000 feet. For the youth of India, if you could just summarize this in 1.5 minutes for the benefit of the audience.
Okay, I'm going to try and do that. This session that you saw was itself a summarized version of a 4-hour workshop. So you're asking me to do a summary of a summary. But 4-5 points. The first point being that, as I said in the beginning, regardless of what is the scale and size of a vision of a project or whatever, the last 100 meters of the delivery of that project is the young leaders, and that's who you are. So whether it's the national policies, the developmental plan, the GDP, the growth, the 5 trillion, you name the milestone, and that milestone will eventually be led by young people such as yourselves. So you are at the last 100 meters, the bleeding edge of this nation's sort of growth story. The second part is that leadership is about facing difficulties. It is not about, like I gave the example of a knife. A knife doesn't get sharpened by cutting it through butter. It gets sharpened only when it's rubbed vigorously against a stone, when there's heat, sparks, light. Only then there is leadership learning. And lastly, leadership is a practicing art. It is a contact sport. It is something that you need to practice, and practicing leadership means that, as the gentleman in the end asked a question, partly leading yourself, because if you're not able to lead yourself, if you're not able to lead yourself into the next level, whatever it may be, like I discussed even before the talk, whether it's improving your reading every day, whether it's getting the knowledge of your own different cultures, of your own horizontally getting to know people who come from different communities, different religions, different and vertically from different financial strata. That all is part of leadership. Growing yourself is a part of leadership. And eventually knowing that in the end, people want leaders who are nice people, who are good people. In the end, that's what wins. So also remembering that one of the best ways to improve your own sense of gratitude is the ability to help others. If you even help others a little bit, but meaningfully and from your heart, that is also a journey of your own leadership development. So I guess that kind of captures what I was hoping to convey.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your thoughts. I'm sure the audience is extremely moved, and it was quite an impactful and influential talk that you've presented. And it's been a great learning experience for me as well. And I'm sure we love to hear from you more in the years to come. And thank you for sharing your thoughts. It was a pleasure having you, ladies and gentlemen. Captain Raghuraman sharing his thoughts on leadership at 26,000 feet and how leadership can be learned, a trait, provided you put your mind, body, and soul into it and have the discipline for it. Thank you so much, sir. It was a pleasure having you. And
thank
on
you,
that note, we conclude the talk. Jai Hind, sir. Right, that was the session from Captain Raghuraman on leadership at 26,000 feet. With that, now I'd like to request you that you proceed to the Swami Vivekananda Manthan campus at 4:30 p.m. for the valedictory session. And that's all. Signing off, your host Bharat Jain from here. So kindly proceed to the Swami Vivekananda Manthan campus for the valedictory session at 4:30 p.m.
from Puducherry. Namaskar. Good evening, India. I, Geetika Ganju, welcome you all to the closing ceremony of the 25th National Youth Festival. What a roaring success the 25th edition of the National Youth Festival has been. The original plan was that Puducherry would host the festival on ground. पर हालात के चलते हमने राष्ट्रीय युवा महोत्सव को वर्चुअल माध्यम से दर्शकों तक पहुंचाने का निर्णय लिया। कार्य मुश्किल था पर नामुमकिन नहीं। कहते हैं ना कि कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती। इस भाव के साथ टीम जुट गई। परिस्थिति को देखते ये निर्णय बिल्कुल सही था, पर हम में से शायद ही किसी ने ये कल्पना करी होगी that this decision would end up as a blessing in disguise. On ground event पर लगभग 8,000 लोग इस महोत्सव का हिस्सा बन पाते, but instead we took the festival into the homes of lakhs of young Indians. Virtual माध्यम से लाखों भारतवासियों ने देश के कोने-कोने में अपने-अपने डिवाइसेस के जरिए इस महोत्सव का आनंद उठाया, लाभ पाया। राष्ट्रीय युवा महोत्सव की पूरी टीम प्रफुल्लित है। We have two reasons to celebrate. One, the advent of a brand new year, and second, 25वें एडिशन की शानदार सफलता। तो फिर वर्ष नव, हर्ष नव, जीवन उत्कर्ष नव, नव उमंग, नव तरंग, जीवन का नव प्रसंग, नवल चाह, नवल राह, जीवन का नव प्रवाह, गीत नवल, रीति नवल, जीवन की रीति नवल, जीवन की नीति नवल, जीवन की जीत नवल। सही मायनों में राष्ट्रीय युवा महोत्सव के 2022 के एडिशन ने भारत की युवा पीढ़ी को प्रेरित करने का काम किया है। देखिए ना, खुद भारत के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ओपनिंग सेरेमनी के दौरान वर्चुअल माध्यम से भारत की युवा पीढ़ी को संबोधित किया। किसी भी पहल की जोरदार सफलता तब ही मुमकिन है जब उस पहल को आकार देने वाले लीडर्स खुद प्रतिबद्ध हों और काल्पनिक हों। I now invite Usha Sharma ji, Secretary Youth Affairs, Government of India, who will now share with us an overview of the Rashtriya Yuva Mahotsav 2022. Please, madam.
Thank you, Geetika. Honorable Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Shri Anurag Singh Thakur ji. Honorable Lieutenant Governor Puducherry, Dr. Tamilsai Soundararajan. Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Shri Nitish Pramanik ji. Honorable Minister for Education and Youth Affairs, Puducherry, Shri N. Namai Swamin. All my colleagues from the ministry, my Joint Secretary Shri Nitesh Kumar Mishra ji, my colleagues from Government of Puducherry, friends from media, and my young friends. A very happy Pongal and Lori to all of you, and a very good evening to all of you. This year, 25th National Youth Festival has been organized, as we all know, from 12th to 13th of January 2022 through virtual mode by Ministry of Youth Affairs and in association with Government of Puducherry. As a tribute to the contribution of Sri Aurobindo and Mahakavi Subramaniam Bharati towards India's independence struggle and inculcation of the spirit of nationalism amongst the citizens of the country, the 25th National Youth Festival was celebrated in Puducherry, which is blessed with the thoughts of both of them. To keep the spirit of the youth high, even during testing COVID times, the National Youth Festival has been organized this year in virtual mode under the able guidance of Honorable Prime Minister of India, Honorable Minister Youth Affairs and Sports, Honorable Minister of State Youth Affairs and Sports, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, and Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Puducherry. This, as we all know, is also the 75th year of India's independence, which is being celebrated as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. To commemorate this, around 1 lakh essays written by youth from all across the country on two topics, which are Mere Sapno Ka Bharat and Unsung Heroes of India's Freedom Struggle, have been collected by our ministry. The inaugural ceremony was telecast live on Doordarshan News, Doordarshan India, and YouTube. During these 2 days, panel discussions were held by experts on environment, climate, sustainable developmental goals, which have made the youth of the nation realize that now is the time for all of us to take action for conservation of environment and climate and to save the Mother Earth. Also, discussions were held on technology, entrepreneurship, and innovations, which creatively engaged the innovative minds of the youth. It made them realize how they can play an effective role towards making India a tech superpower. For this, 4 separate virtual auditoria were created where the viewers benefited from the views of eminent speakers like Sri Randeep Huda, Sri Vijay Shankar Sharma, Ms. Lavleena, Ms. Rani Rampal, to name few. During the indigenous and ancient wisdom session, the participants learned about their ancient civilization and its evolution. The open town hall of Olympians and Paralympians filled the youth with new zeal and love for the sports. Music concerts organized during the evening on the first day recharged the participants with energy and enthusiasm. During the festival, the participants also had a virtual tour of Auroville, immersive city experience of Puducherry, and indigenous games from different parts of the country. Virtual morning session was also an important part of the festival, which benefited all the participants a lot. All of us are therefore very, very delighted to see the enormous participations of the youth in various events organized during the festival. I am therefore very, very confident that this festival was able to provide a unique learning experience to all the participants on various global issues during such times. I'm also very confident that their learnings from this festival will go a long way and motivate them to contribute their best in the continuous process of nation building. Thank you, and thank you once again.
Very relevant words there from Madam about sustaining Mother Earth.
Namaskar, sir.
For hosting the 25th National Youth Festival. I'd now like to request Shri A. Namasivayam, Honorable Minister for Education and Youth Affairs, Puducherry, to please address the gathering. Please, sir.
Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Puducherry, Honorable Central Minister, Anurag Singh Thakurji, Honorable Central Minister for States, Nitish Ji, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Secretary, my dear youth, and hope and foundation of future India, my dear brothers and sisters. Bill Gates says, as we look ahead into the next century, leaders will be those who empowered others. So to get empowered, one must acquire some knowledge of or skill or technique to improve the capability. The type of empowered youth are the need of the hour. India needs this type of empowered youth to realize its goal of leading the entire world. Mahakavi Bharati visualized this and called upon youth as follows. ஒளிவடித்த கண்ணினாய் வா 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 உறுதி கொண்ட நெஞ்சினாய் வா 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 களிவடைத்த மொழியினாய் வா 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 கடுமை கொண்ட தோழினாய் வா வா வா, தெளிவு பெற்ற மதினாய் வா வா வா, சிறுமை கண்டு பொங்குவாய் வா வா வா, எளிமை கண்டு இறங்குவாய் வா வா வா, ஏறுவோல் நடையினாய் வா வா வா. In English, it goes like this: one who has the glorious eyes, come, come, come. One who has a strength in heart, come, come, come. One who has a bliss in speech, come, come, come. One who has a steady shoulders, come, come, come. One who has a clear mind, come, come, come. One who has rise against the evils, come, come, come. One who has concern for the poor, come, come, come. One who walks like lion, come, come, come. In this, they call Mahavadi Bharati for the youth to transform India. The word strength in heart, steady soul, rising against evil, concern for the poor, walking like a lion, are to be noted keenly. For me, it is indicated our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Bharati known that the person like a Modi ji will come in the future. Bharati is known for his prosperity, right revelation in his poems. Generally, the sun rises in the east, but for purpose India, the sun has rise from the west, like Gujarat. My dear friends, the 2 days National Youth Festival had unique session in enlightness the youth of India. The festival indicates educate season on so many topics. My dear young minds, in 1880s, India experienced great famine. It was not a natural famine. It is man-made famine created by the British out of their greed for wealth. People resemble like skeletons, and people saw their near and dear gradually walk into death. Everyone there was poverty, hunger, disbelief, sorrow, hopelessness. At the time, a youth traveled across India. He viewed each and every Indian as Narayana. Of course, Daridra Narayana. He said that India is going to show and lead the path of progress for the entire world. He was none other than the youth icon of India, Swami Vivekananda. In spite of dreadful British rule, in spite of so many setbacks like poverty, electricity, India is now heading towards the status of superpower. Please remember, my dear, challenges are opportunities. Challenges are invitation to success. Challenges are escalators in life. Japan is a very small island. The Second World War posed a great challenge to it, but it took it as an opportunity and worked hard. At least Japan became a superpower now. This COVID posed a challenge to the entire world. COVID placed a great challenge, especially to India. The world worried that with such a dense population, India would turn into a mountain to dead bodies. But my dear friends, Indian government, led by our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, took it as an opportunity to grow. He deliberately to produce vaccine in India. He committed that all Indians will be vaccinated. Many said that he is over ambitious. Some ridiculed him, but he answered all of them with his deed. In the number of vaccination done, India stands first in the entire world. India has become an important hub for the medical field. Our vaccination and medicines have now become a wanted commodity for the entire world. Our deemed and merit has risen in the world. Friends, remember, challenges are invitations for success. Only for this reason, I call our Honorable Prime Minister as the sun that has rise from the west. Originally comes from the inspiration. We must take our Honorable Prime Minister as the inspiration, and a similar originally will come to us, which will lead this country further. My dear people, stars of future India, people does not forget the takes away from these 2 days. Please put all this you have learned in practice. Thiruvalur says, Karka, Kasadara, Karpavai, Katrapin, Nirka, Adarka Taga. This is a message of Thirukural. If every youth participants of this 25th National Youth Festival decides to participate what they have learned in these past 2 days, then there is no doubt that the dreams of Mahakavi Bharati, Swami Vivekananda and Sri Aurobindo and coming true. I wish you all every success in life. I think Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji and Honorable Minister for Youth and Affairs Sports Sri Anurag Thakur ji for offering this opportunity for the UT of Puducherry to host this function. I thank you all of this excellent opportunity to share my views before you. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for those most inspiring words, sir. और अब मैं माननीय श्री निशित प्रामाणिक जी, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, से निवेदन करूंगी कि आज के इस अवसर पर अपने मूल्यवान विचार व्यक्त करें. श्री निशित प्रामाणिक जी.
माननीय लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर पुदुचेरी डॉक्टर टी सौंदरराजन जी, मेरे अग्रस्तुल्य भारत सरकार के युवा कार्यक्रम एवं खेल मंत्रालय की मंत्री श्री अनुराग ठाकुर जी, पुदुचेरी के युवा कार्यक्रम मंत्री श्री नमशिवायम जी, मुख्य सचिव पुदुचेरी श्री अश्विनी कुमार जी, सेक्रेटरी यूथ अफेयर्स सुश्री उषा शर्मा जी और देश भर से वर्चुअल माध्यम से जुड़े हुए सभी युवा साथीगण, आज 25वीं राष्ट्रीय युवा महोत्सव के समापन समारोह के अवसर पर मैं चाहूंगा कि देश की युवा स्वामी विवेकानंद जी के विचारों को आत्मसात करे और उनका अनुसरण करे. उनके विचार युवाओं के लिए मैं सोचता हूं एक प्रेरणा की स्रोत बन सकता है. साथ ही हम श्री अरविंद जी के 150वीं जन्म जयंती का उत्सव मना रहे हैं एवं सुब्रमण्यम भारती जी के 100वीं पुण्यतिथि भी इसी वर्ष मनाई जा रही है. इन दोनों महापुरुषों ने भी देश का आध्यात्मिक उत्थान के लिए बहुत कुछ किया है और भारत की युवाओं को इन महापुरुषों के विचारधाराओं को जीवन यापन का एक, मैं सोचता हूं, एक अभिन्न अंग बनाना चाहिए. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा कल दिए गए उद्घाटन समारोह में युवा में जो उनका जो संभाषण था, उनमें युवाओं में एक नई ऊर्जा का संचार किया है. यही हम अगर कल हम लोग देखें तो सोशल मीडिया में ट्रेंड पर अगर हम लोग नजर करें तो हर एक प्लेटफॉर्म में राष्ट्रीय युवा महोत्सव जो है वो ट्रेंड कर रहा था. और इस बार का राष्ट्रीय युवा महोत्सव जो है कई मायनों में अलग था. पहली बात तो ये है कि इसका आयोजन करने की जो कोरोना की जो विषम परिस्थिति है उसमें किया गया. दूसरा, इसे आखिरी समय में वर्चुअल रूप से आयोजित किए और आखिरी समय में आयोजित किए जाने के बावजूद इसे इतना अपार सफलता मिली। इससे सिद्ध होता है कि यदि भारत की युवा एक हो जाए तो कुछ भी असंभव नहीं है। इस बार राष्ट्रीय युवा महोत्सव का आयोजन वर्चुअल रूप में होने के कारण से आपको उन कई जो हस्ती है उनका अनुभव सुनने का भी अवसर मिला, जिन्होंने टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स में भारत का गौरव बढ़ाया। आप उनके अनुभव को अपने जीवन में आत्मसात करने के एक आपको मौका भी मिला। इससे आपको चुनौती से पार पाने में एक मदद भी मिलेगी और एक इंस्पिरेशन भी मिलेगी और सफलता मैं सोचता हूं कि आगे जाके आपकी कदम चूमेगी। यदि ये महोत्सव केवल 2 दिन तक के लिए ही सीमित कर दिया गया था और इसका आयोजन भी वर्चुअल तक ही सीमित है, इसके बावजूद देश भर की युवाओं का जोश और उत्साह देखने का लायक था। मेरा मानना है कि इस 25वीं राष्ट्रीय युवा महोत्सव को इंडिया 2047 मेरे सपनों का भारत इसका अग्रदूत आयोजन के रूप में याद किया जाएगा। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बताया कि पूरी दुनिया भारत की ओर आशा और विश्वास भरी नजर से देख रही है। उन्होंने ये भी बताया कि आज का युवा मैं कर सकता हूं की भावना से ओतप्रोत है और ये जो पीढ़ी है प्रत्येक पीढ़ी के लिए ये प्रेरणा का स्रोत बन सकता है। और देश के युवाओं से मैं ये आग्रह करना चाहूंगा कि वे न्यू एक्सपेरिमेंट्स और तकनीक को जरूर अपनाएं, परंतु हमारे देश की प्राचीन और समृद्ध संस्कृति और इतिहास को भी याद रखें। मैं युवाओं से यह भी अनुरोध करना चाहूंगा कि वे अपने जीवन को एक मिशन समझें। हमारा स्वतंत्रता संग्राम के सेनानियों के सपनों को साकार करने का मिशन और अगले 25 वर्ष में अपनी पूरी ताकत, ऊर्जा और इच्छा शक्ति इस मिशन में हम लगाए। अब अंत में ये मौजूदी सभी लोगों और देश के उन युवाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं जिसने स्वच्छ भारत, कुशल भारत, अतुल्य भारत के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए राष्ट्र निर्माण में अपना योगदान दिया। और स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने एक बार कहा था, स्वतंत्र होने का साहस करो, जहां तक तुम्हारे विचार ले जाते हैं वहां तक जाने का साहस करो और उन विचारों को आगे जीवन में उतारने का साहस करो। भारत के युवाओं से अपील करता हूं कि वे साहस को अपने जीवन के शैली का एक अभिन्न अंश बनाएं। आशा है कि आप इस महोत्सव में अपनी भागीदारी और इससे जुड़ी अनेक मधुर स्मृतियों को संच कर रखेंगे और आपके आगे जीवन में सफलता प्राप्त करने के लिए आपको प्रेरित करते रहेगी। अंत में इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़े सभी को मेरे साधुवाद और ढेर शुभकामनाएं एवं बधाई देता हूं आज, और उसके साथ साथ लोहड़ी के जो उत्सव है उसके लिए भी आप सभी को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं और बधाई देता हूं। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Honorable Minister Shri Nisit Pramanik ji appealing to the youth of our country. Thank you, sir, for those words. And now it is with pleasure that I would like to request the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Puducherry, Dr. Tamilisai Soundarajan, to please address the gathering. Honorable Lieutenant Governor was present with us at the opening ceremony too. Thank you very much for guiding us all so ably. Without your support, this success would not have been possible, Honorable Madam. Honorable Lieutenant Governor Puducherry, Dr. Tamilisai Soundarajan.
Vanakkam. Honorable Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports, Shri Anurag Thakurji. Honorable Minister of State of Youth Affairs and Sports, Shri Nitish Pramanji. Honorable Education Minister of Puducherry, Shri Namasivayamji. Secretary, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Madam Usha ji. Secretary for Education and Government of Puducherry, officers of Government of India and Government of Puducherry, and my dear youth of this noble nation. Puducherry is privileged to be the host of the National Youth Festival 2022. The 2 days festival has been one of its kind. In keeping up with the pandemic challenges, hosted entirely on virtual platform, the Youth Festival marks a new beginning by bringing the talented youth of this nation on a single virtual platform. Inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister, the 25th National Youth Festival got an inspiring start with his call to the country's youth to adopt the motto of compete and conquer. Honorable Prime Minister rightly said that the nation's youth were not only a demographic dividend, but are the drivers of development and proponents of democratic values. On behalf of the people of Puducherry, I express my gratitude for having selected Union Territory of Puducherry as the host state of Youth Affairs Festival. Honorable Prime Minister have given shape to the thoughts of Sri Aurobindo by linking the Youth Festival to the anniversaries of Sri Aurobindo and the great Tamil poet Subramania Bharati. Sri Aurobindo had advocated for anniversaries of prominent personalities to be given significance to popularize and drive home the contributions made by such personalities. The 2-day virtual summit has provided a never-before opportunity of listening of best and the most prominent personalities from a wide spectrum of administrators, environmentalists, technology, actors, athletes, entrepreneurs, historians, economists, and academicians, etc. Wide range of subjects were touched upon to ignite the minds of the youth and unleash the potential of the youth dividend. The youth constitute 22% of Indian population, which is more than 261 million, larger than the population of Pakistan. Developing skills, managing household and financial responsibilities, coordinating multiple life roles, intra and interpersonal skills, exercising autonomy, environment friendly is important for youth attainment of life goal, and while the youth gain in these above parameters, overall self-development and natural extension of it should be an inspiration to social contribution, including understanding various social challenges, engages with given responsibilities. Every third person in India is a youth. Young people are innovators, creators, builders, and leaders of future, but they can transform the future only if they have skills, health determination, and real choices in life. To achieve all these, foundation of youth should be strong. Having in the mind about youth development, making India a new India, our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji came out with specific schemes to strengthen the youth force of our country. Take care of small things and big things will take care of themselves, itself. One among appearing small but rendering a great result, one was our Prime Minister's Swachh Bharat mission, the Clean India. Since its introduction, India has seen social revolution, a momentum of people, by the people, and for the people. Over the years of our focus on sanitation has dwindled until the day Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji put sanitation back fairly and squarely on national agenda, and the Swachh Bharat mission has saved Indian kids as a doctor, I should say this. The number of deaths of children under the age of 5 in India declined to 8 lakhs in 2017 from approximately 2 years ago. I appeal the youth of India to be aware of all the schemes which are implemented in India to strengthen the livelihood of youth force in India. Here, I wish to quote Rabindranath Tagore, who said, "We read the world wrong and say that it deceives us. But when we start reading the correct version, the life saves us." So Clean India has led a healthy India. That means close to 2 lakh lives have been saved. The children who have been lost to preventable and treatable diseases. We have been lost, who have been lost to preventable and treatable diseases, as I said. While talking to the youngsters, we started with Swachh Bharat Mission to indicate how a focus on a simple thing will fetch great results and save lives, as envisioned by our Honorable Prime Minister. In Tamil, the great saint, lady saint, women saint Avaya says, "Suttam soru podum," which means cleanliness will feed you. Feed you means not only the feeding of food, but if you are healthy only, you can take the food. Without health, you cannot take the food. So she says, "Suttam soru podum," which is the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister as Swachh Bharat Mission. This indicates the youngsters, our habits should be clean to lead a healthy life. Why I am narrating it? Because most of us don't take care of our health, both physical health and mental health. In Tamil, there is a proverb says, "Suvar irundaldane sittiram varaya mudiyum," which says, if there is a wall, only we can paint a portrait or paint a picture. Build a healthy body and construct a healthy career. For students, career skill development is very, very important. Skill in building healthy India. If we have to move India towards development, then skill development to be our mission. That is the words of our Honorable Prime Minister. So as youngsters, you have to sharpen your skills to develop yourselves to face the more challenges, to prove our Honorable Prime Minister's words in the inaugural address as compete and conquer. So many schemes in India to improve youth. There is Prime Minister's financial empowerment schemes. Startup India movement reflects the new India driven by the energy, enthusiasm, and enterprises of our youth. Be courage to start up your own ventures. Subramania Bharati says, "Achamillai, achamillai, acham என்பதில்லையே, உச்சி மீது வானிடிந்து வீழுகின்ற போதிலும் அச்சமில்லை, அச்சமில்லை, அச்சம் என்பதில்லையே," which means we are fearless. Even if the sky fall on our head, we are fearless. Our youth should be as fearless as Bharati says, to venture into new initiatives, because our Honorable Prime Minister always says we should be the job givers than the job seekers. You must follow the path of our mother India, how it bounced back facing the dreadful corona situation. The self-reliance of India has produced Indian vaccines for our Indian fellow citizens, and we export to 90 countries which were not able to dreamt of years ago. COVID-19 pandemic was used as an opportunity not only to become self-sufficient in the manufacture of PPE kits, masks, ventilators, drugs, but also moved as from an era where an imported things, where it is India become an importing country than into exporting country. From not having any Indian manufacturer of PPE in March 2020 to 1,100 indigenous manufacturers of PPE kits, and around not only only two manufacturers of N95 masks, around 80 manufacturers at the end of 2020. Such transformation, like that I can list any number of medicines, equipments, and ventilators, and so on. Such transformation can be driven by clear vision, which our youngsters should follow. So this youth festival should show a new path in your life. And as a women governor, lady governor, words to our young women participants. Be happy, be courageous. Bharati says, Nimirnda nannadai, nergonda parvai. Hold your head high. See straight. Walk straight. That's the words of our Bharati. So for words for our young women, youngsters who are participating in this conference, you are not inferior in any way to the men. So you also explore all the possibilities, face the challenges with courage. And I should say, this youth festival should show a new path in your life. You should be empowered by all means. Believe in you. You should be powerful to help your family and make our country proud. As Swami Vivekananda said, fill the brain with high thoughts, highest ideals, place them day and night before you, and out of that will come great work. Thank you. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
About the importance of a healthy mind and a healthy body. Thank you, Honorable Madam, for these guiding words. और अब मैं माननीय श्री अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर जी, Honorable Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, से विनम्र निवेदन करूंगी कि वे इस सभा को संबोधित करें. सर, आपके नेतृत्व में हम आगे भी इसी तरह एक से बढ़कर एक सफलता हासिल करते रहेंगे. Sir, it is your dynamic and forceful leadership that has helped turn around and peak the achievements of India's youth in the fields of sports and youth affairs. Shri Anurag Singh Thakur ji, Honorable Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, please, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Dr. Tamisai Soundarajan ji, my colleague in the Parliament and Minister of State for Home and Youth Affairs and Sports, Shri Nisit Pramanik ji, Education Minister, Home Minister, Puducherry, Shri Nawaz Siyam ji, Secretary Youth Affairs, Usha Sharma ji, Joint Secretary Nitish ji, respected officers from Puducherry and the Government of India. My young friends, a very good afternoon to you, all of you. Let me first thank the Honorable Governor and the entire team for coming on board and accepting to be the co-host of the National Youth Festival 2022. I personally visited Puducherry, interacted with the Honorable LG and the Honorable Chief Minister and the other ministers. All of them were very open, upcoming, and very friendly also. And they wanted to host this youth festival in a big way. They had made all the preparations, but unfortunately because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the restriction in various states, we were not able to host this physically, which we regret. But at the same time, I'm thankful to the Honorable Prime Minister who also accepted our invitation to address the inaugural and inaugurate the National Youth Festival, where millions of young Indians, they have joined, listened to the Honorable Prime Minister and pledged to take India forward from the 75th year of independence to the 100th year of independence. India 2047. What kind of India we want to see, what will be our contribution. And I'm sure the kind of sessions we had in these 2 days people from various walks of life who have achieved a lot in their various in different regions. For example, Jamuna Tulu ji or Tulsi Gowda ji. If you look at the previous governments, people like these were not even, talked at the national stage. But Honorable Prime Minister, after taking over in 2014, have looked at these kind of achievers who are working in the various parts of the country to recognize their contribution in the nation building process in the different areas. Those have been picked and honored and they're given the Padma Shri Awards. I'm glad that you have listened to them carefully. And I was glad to see the kind of response we got online. Thousands of questions were coming. And I request our Secretary Youth Affairs that we should compile all these questions and we can send it to all the speakers. And from time to time, if they can keep sending the replies on those questions, we should compile it, make it a chart. Common questions could be addressed accordingly. And we should make it a process that we should reply them online. That should be the process. जहाँ तक नेचुरल फार्मिंग की मैंने बात की थी आचार्य देवव्रत जी की, या कॉफी प्लांटेशन की बात और अरक्कू ब्रांड खड़ा करने की बात मनोज जी की, ये कुछ ऐसे प्रयास हैं जहाँ पर ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में रहने वाले युवा भी बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं, आय के साधन भी बढ़ा सकते हैं, कृषि की लागत कम कर सकते हैं, आत्मनिर्भर भी बन सकते हैं और भारत को आगे बढ़ाने का काम भी कर सकते हैं। ये वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने जीवन में बहुत कुछ किया है। ऐसे ही स्टार्टअप्स में पेटीएम से अगर विजय शेखर शर्मा जी की बात करूं, बायजू की बात करूं या फिर ओयो से रितेश की बात करूं, ये सब लोग बहुत कम उम्र में इन लोगों ने स्टार्टअप से यूनिकॉर्न बनने का काम किया है। मैं देख रहा था कि इसमें आप लोगों ने बहुत ध्यान से इनको सुना है, बहुत सारे प्रश्न आपके मन में थे और हम प्रयास करेंगे इन प्रश्नों के उत्तर भी जो नहीं हो पाए उनको भी आप तक किया जाए। हिस्ट्री को अलग अलग नजर से देखा जाता है, अलग अलग चश्मों से देखा जाता है, जो आता है वो अपने तरीके से दिखाने का काम करता है। लेकिन यही तो लोकतंत्र की खूबी भी है, जहां हम देखते भी हैं, सुनते भी, अपना निर्णय भी करते हैं। वहीं पे राघवेंद्र तंवर जी हो या संजीव सान्याल जी हो, विक्रम संपत जी हो, सब लोगों ने अपनी बात आकर रखी है और आपको भी अलग दृष्टिकोण देखने का अवसर मिला होगा, सुनने का मौका मिला होगा। आपने भी जाना होगा आगे करना क्या, नए विचार आज नए युवाओं के कैसे हैं, खेलों में किस तरह से महिला हॉकी टीम बहुत बड़ी बात थी, ऑस्ट्रेलिया नंबर 2 टीम थी, उसको हराकर आगे बढ़ी। 41 साल के बाद हमारी हॉकी मेंस टीम मेडल जीत कर लाई। हमारे यंग टैलेंटेड खिलाड़ी जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट से कहने के लिए छोटे छोटे राज्य हैं, लेकिन लवलीना ने कैसे हमारे लिए मेडल टोक्यो में जिता कर दिखाया। कैसे पैरालंपिक्स में पिछली बार 19 खिलाड़ियों का दल गया था, इस बार 19 मेडल जीत कर लाए हैं। ये अपने आप में बहुत कुछ कहता है कि हम युवा कुछ भी करना चाहें हम वो कर सकते हैं। तो कहते हैं कि कौन कहता है कि आसमान में छेद नहीं हो सकता, एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछालो यार। हम सब कर सकते हैं, दृढ़ संकल्प होना चाहिए, दृढ़ निश्चय होना चाहिए। और मुझे पता था बहुत चैलेंज भरा था कि 2-4 दिन के अंदर एकदम से फिजिकल फॉर्मेट से डिजिटल फॉर्मेट पे आना, लेकिन पुदुचेरी से भी और यहाँ पर यूथ अफेयर्स डिपार्टमेंट ने भी सब प्रयास किए और आप सब लोग ऑनलाइन जुड़े तो संभव हो पाया है और हम इसको एक सफल आयोजन कर पाए। तो मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि आप लोगों ने जो यहाँ पर सीखा होगा उसको आप आगे भी चल पाएंगे। Because this COVID-19 pandemic situation has thrown a challenge not only for India but for the entire world. It has disrupted our lives and livelihoods. So we have to reset, reskill and reboot ourselves. I'm saying so is because these challenges may open up many opportunities for you. जैसे प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं, आपदा में अवसर को खोजना है। And Dr. Tamil Sai rightly mentioned right now, just before my speech, that how India became Atmanirbhar as far as the PP kits are concerned, vaccine is concerned, medicines are concerned, even during the pandemic time, from masks to PP kits, where we didn't have any such manufacturing facility before the pandemic. But within a month, we started making 1 million PPE kits per day. Isn't that a big number? I mean, that is the capacity we have now. We have become an export hub for PPE kits, masks, and the medicines. We are giving vaccine under the Vaccine Maitri program to the 150 countries. So this Atmanirbhar Bharat is just not a mere slogan, but this can take us forward. A self-reliant India is an achievable target. We have seen in many sectors. For example, this mobile manufacturing. Few years back, 4-5 years back, India used to be the second largest importer of the mobile phones and the electronics. Today, we have become the second largest manufacturer of the world within 5 years' time. Because of the Startup India program, Make in India programs, we were able to achieve so. Because of the PLI schemes, we were able to do so. But it is the youth who have come forward, as Prime Minister mentioned yesterday. During the pandemic time, there were 10,000 startups which started. So that is the opportunities in the time of challenges. आपदा में अवसर की बात यहाँ पर आती है. युवा को मौका मिला, उसने कुछ नया कर दिखाया. और मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है आप यहाँ पर जो कुछ सीख कर जाओगे, आप अपने जीवन में कुछ ना कुछ नया करके चलेंगे. मुझे याद है 1 अक्टूबर से पहले मैंने एक निवेदन किया था कि महात्मा गांधी की जयंती से लेकर सरदार पटेल की जयंती तक 2 अक्टूबर से 31 अक्टूबर के बीच में हमें स्वच्छता अभियान चलाना है. मुझे कहते हुए प्रसन्नता होती है कि देश भर के युवाओं ने, हमने 75 लाख किलो का टारगेट रखा था, लेकिन उससे ज्यादा बढ़कर 1,14,000 किलो कूड़ा और प्लास्टिक इकट्ठा करने का काम स्वच्छ भारत अभियान में हिंदुस्तान के युवाओं ने किया. बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है. मैं आप सबको उसके लिए आभार प्रकट करता हूं. लेकिन हमें इस क्षमता को और बढ़ाना है. हमें अपने विलेज लेवल पे क्लब्स को और मजबूत करना है. फिट इंडिया कैंपेन को, फिटनेस का डोज आधा घंटा रोज को लागू करना है. एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत, एक दूसरे को पास में लाकर भारत को और मजबूत करना है. और ये जो स्टार्टअप्स है, ये हर क्षेत्र में अलग अलग मांग है कुछ ना कुछ कर दिखाने की. खेती को भी प्रॉफिटेबल कैसे किया जा सकता है, इसके भी उदाहरण यहाँ पर दिए गए. मैं बहुत ज्यादा इन सब चीजों पे नहीं जाऊंगा, नहीं तो बहुत लंबा हो जाएगा. मैं तो इतना ही कहूंगा, नवयुग का नव सृजन आपको ही करना है. और ये तब हो सकता है जब आप लोग संकल्प लें. तो नवयुग का नव सृजन युवाओं तुम्हारे हाथ में है. उठो, आगे बढ़ो. ये जहां तुम्हारे साथ में है, ये जहां तुम्हारे, ये आपकी ताकत, आपकी शक्ति हमें आगे लेकर जाएगी. और स्वामी विवेकानंद जी तो सबको कहते ही थे कि उठो, जागो, रुको मत जब तक मंजिल प्राप्त ना हो जाए. Arise, awake, and not stop until the goal is achieved. That is what we have to achieve. This is not only the slogan from the Swami Vivekananda, but I'll say their life has been an inspiration to us, whether it is Sri Aurobindo or Swami Vivekananda ji or Subramaniam Bharati ji. Let us learn from the life of these people, and at the same time, let me also request all of you, let us pledge ourselves or let us pledge and pick up one area of your interest. I said it on the opening day also, and I'm saying it again. Just select one area where you want to contribute. कोई एक ऐसा क्षेत्र जहां पर आप अपना योगदान देना चाहते हैं. आप अगले 25 साल में बदलाव देखना चाहते हैं. इंडिया एट 2047 आप क्या देखना चाहते हो, ये आपके ऊपर निर्भर करता है. एंड आई एम श्योर यू गोना ब्रिंग दैट चेंज बिकॉज द चैरिटी बिगिंस एट. So let us pledge, let us start working towards that goal. Let me once again thank you, Honorable LG, Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Ministers, all the officials of Puducherry, and also the Secretary Youth Affairs, Joint Secretary, and the entire team for putting their efforts, all the DYOs and the entire network of NYCs and NSS volunteers. for making this a successful event. Thank you once again. Jai Bharat, Jai.
नवयुग का नव सृजन आपको ही करना है. Honorable Minister urging the youth of India. Also, it's wonderful to see how the Honorable Minister urged his team to try and take up relevant questions raised by the youth of India during the course of this festival. Thank you, sir, once again for your guiding words. I'd now like to request Shri Nitish Kumar Mishra, Joint Secretary, Department of Youth Affairs, Government of India, to please, sir, render the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Ganju. Honorable Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports and Information and Broadcasting, Government of India, Sri Anurag Singh Thakur ji. Honorable LG Puducherry and Honorable Governor for Telangana, Dr. Tamil Sai Soundarajan ji. Honorable Minister of State for Youth Affairs and Sports and Home Affairs, Government of India, Sri Nisit Pramanik ji. Honorable Minister for Education and Sports, Puducherry, Sri A. Namasivam ji. Respected Secretary, Department of Youth Affairs, Government of India, Ms. Usha Sharma. All personnel of Government of India as well as Government of Puducherry attending this program in virtual mode. All the viewers, a very good afternoon and namaskar to all of you. 25th National Youth Festival hosted by Puducherry in virtual mode has come to an end. Honorable speakers in the closing ceremony has covered all the different aspects and highlights of National Youth Festival 2022. Future actionables have also been discussed. All the guidance provided has been listed and it will prove to be the guiding beacons in the future. It is my proud privilege to thank all for attending the closing ceremony on behalf of my department, on behalf of my Honorable Minister, and also on my personal behalf. I will also like to thank Honorable dignitaries for taking out valuable time from their busy schedule to attend the closing ceremony. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those words. Opening ceremony के दौरान भारत के शक्तिशाली, वैभवशाली प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कहा था, compete and conquer. The youth of India, आइए इसी नारे के साथ आगे ही आगे बढ़ते हैं और एक नए भारत का निर्माण करते हैं. I thank the honorable dignitaries present here on this occasion. सभी दर्शकों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद for joining us. आप सबसे एक बार फिर से मुलाकात होगी at the next National Youth Festival. Until then, namaskar and Jai Hind.